Creator of the game, creator of the game. Today's video is really not going to be too much. I will tell you exactly what it is, and I'm just going to repeat it. Everybody's just going to have to repeat it in the boxes. Hello, Cat Boz 23. I like to just say, I wish we had just if I had this app, I'd have a line on the side that would have a big number, and everybody would go, I'm A, I'm B, I'm C. So now I have to associate, you started with the K letter. So you like to be called K. Could be cat, caught, right? K. So it's okay. Okay. So it's like when it's all good, it's okay. So are you in the room when it's all good and not in the room when it's not good? So like I'm trying to figure out. And hello, it could be like Jello, but it's 4 times 2 instead of 5 times 2. So now what's the difference between 4 and 5? I do know that the D is the 4th letter. And when it becomes the understanding of the 4-5 connection, it becomes the 4-500, like the Fortune 500. You ever hear that? Fortune 500? So the D letter, when you meet at the heart of the D letter, it becomes the E letter. The D, okay, the D heart. Oh, that's the heart on the cube. Sorry about that. I don't even know where my big cube is. I'm not happy right now. I think I brought it with me. I'm not sure. I don't see it. It's not here. So it's like a mental anguish. 4, okay, happens 3 times. 4 happens here. 4 happens here. 4 happens here. 4, 5, and 6. Or just let's do the letter M. Or we'll draw a line, a V, and a line. We'll call it 120 and 15 equals to 135. Or we'll divide the alphabet. And since it's dividing the alphabet, I wanted to know what happened, okay, about the sun, because the SUN, right, equals to 54. Now, all this came together in triangular shapes, right? If this whole cube came together in triangular shapes, there's 26 times, times each cube. So that would be 26 times 2 equals, you'd have 52 pieces plus the area in the center. Just trying to look through this whole thing that I brought up right now. And so let's see. Wow, we're 6 here. I wasn't expecting anybody because I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. So why does the alphabet divide at 13.5 or didn't divide at 13.5? Maybe they duplicated it. Now they had A through M. And then what they had is N through Z. So why did we switch? Like, what's what? Like, part of Z is part of A because the Z has a line across this way, in which the A has a line across in the center, and then the Z has a line this way, and the A has a line that way. So what would happen if I did this? And did that? I'm trying to think, like, what would that look like if I did that? I connected this here, but over here I just had a V, right? What's actually happening in this? I don't know yet. We're going to look at it. Also looks like the 2. So don't disregard that the Z is not a 2. In fact, that when you do count to 8, according to the French, when you count to 8, according to the French, it's going to be 4 times 2 equaling to the 8. But although they will say 60, right? So they're going to go, what is 3 times 2, but when they do the next part of the 2, 2, 2, 2 equaling to 8, that'll be 2 to the power of 2 equaling to 8. Is it 2 cubed equaling to 8? So I think that's the way I would like to associate with it. When I get up to 80, what they're actually saying is 4 times 20 equals to 80. Now I'm trying to think what can be that association. Is it because of 2 times 10 equals to 20? Now you might be saying, well, what is 2 times 10? Well, I need the 12 zodiac signs, right? And now why would I say this in the game of pool? They're both blue. I also say this as the association of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1 over to 2 over to 3, like 1 over to 2 over to 3 over to 4 out of 5 out of the 6 out of 7 out of 8 out of 9 out of 10. Look at that. When I went from 1 over, or do I count 1 as complete? If 1 is complete, it's going where? Does it go from 1 over to 0 or 1 over to 2? I didn't say 0. So is it 0 over to 1? So even in counting cards, they don't start at 0. They say it's a difficult number to start at, right? So they don't start at 0. So when I go A through M, I get 91. If I went the alphabet backwards and put Z as A1 and put N as M13, I would get another 91. Instead of getting all those other numbers I get with the second part of the alphabet. Now, I'm not going to get into the whole numerics of the alphabet, in which when you add up 1 over to 26, it equals to 351. If you add A, E, I, O, and U, it equals to 51. It just so happens that numbers split between 1 and 5, holding 4, 3, 2 in between. The vibration. The 1 area, right, plays heart inside the 5. The 1 area plays heart inside the 5. You see the way I juggle this around? Do you think I'm wrong by juggling this around? Right? I see this as a schematic. This is like, where's 1? Well, 1's here. Well, where's 9? It's here, but it could be over here. Unless I brought this into games like Monopoly, in which what would happen is all the corners would be different in Monopoly. Although in Monopoly, we have all singular cells, right? In Monopoly, there's a border on it, and the corners are larger. So my question would come to be is, how do we increase size with this? Well, do we just remove the number 5 from everything and call each corner as we see it on here? Like if I went to Monopoly, Go would be over here. Okay, this would be, we would remove this. It would be 1, 7, 9, and 3. These would be the 4 corners, and we spread everything open. We'd have a train here, a train here, a train here, a train here. And then I'd have numbers between here and here in Monopoly. So everything that goes between here and the train, right, is not going to be 1 and 4. It's going to be 1, and there's going to be how many areas? There's going to be 4 areas that are going to go here, and then 4 areas here, 4 areas here, 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 here. If this had to be matched up against the dartboard, you'd have 4 areas used. Now, I don't know if anybody saw the dartboard bit, right? I just need a little bit of water. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Just continue the lines. but just remember where you started from. And then you can connect different numbers. But this all switches, right? When it becomes Saturn square, right? When Saturn square comes out, this whole thing switches. And perhaps during the show today, I'm going to show you the switch of this entire area space. There's a lot of algorithms. You want to call them codes. I like to call them algorithms and just put them where they belong. And when I find them working out in this world, I put the name to it, right? Like I put the algorithm of the zodiac into the algorithms of 4. And it's right here on the calculator. The first sign is a fire sign. It's Aries. The 5th sign over here is Leo. It's a fire sign. The 9th sign is Sagittarius. It's a fire sign. Now we're going to go on to the earth sign. We have the 2 is going to be an earth sign, Taurus. 6, Virgo, is going to be an earth sign. Now 10, where is 10? It's going to be the next one up here. Number 1 will go here, and that'll be an earth sign. That'll be the head sign of all Capricorn. Leo and Capricorn and Sagittarius play a role together. The 8 and the 5 jump into the ocean. So then we have the 10 that shows up over here. And then after that, you have Gemini. Now, where would Gemini go? Well, Gemini is going over to number 7, right? Where's Gemini? Here. See, we have Gemini, right? This is going to be an air sign. Then it's going to go over to number 7. Over here, Scales, Libra. And then it'll go over to 11. I shouldn't have switched this one. I should have put it at 11. And this one over here is going to be Aquarius. And then it's going to go over to 15, right? And that's back to the beginning. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the 4th sign, the water sign, Cancer. Cancer goes into Scorpio. Scorpio goes into Pisces, the 12th. 1 and 2 is 3. So all they're doing is following this algorithm over here. Now you want to follow the next algorithm. You want to go, I think it was by 3s. I forget what algorithm that was, but any algorithm that's by 3s is going to just go like this, anywhere you want. 5 and 3 is 8, and 3 is 11, 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 3 is 5. You want to go by 3s, here's the algorithm over here, up and down, right? You want to go by 2s, or you're going to go up, you want to go by 2s, you're going to come down like this, 3, 5, 7, 9, 2. If you're going upward, check it out. Upward is 2 plus 7 equals to 9. 9 plus 7 equals to 16. 1 and 6 equals to 7. 7, okay, 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 equals to 5. 5 and 7. So 2 one way, 3 the other way. So you pick up this dice cube over here, and what do you see? You see a 2, right? What don't you see? Every face is over here. And that's only the base of the face, because you can switch it. You're playing Monopoly, then every side of this cube, right, has the size of the Monopoly board on it. You want to play chess? I'll put you 64 sides. You tell me the game you want, we're going to put it on here. And we're going to see what the instructions say. Equal and fair to every human on this planet. For all those who have the capacity to read instructions and to learn and ask everybody in the game, does everybody understand? It's the first time playing. Let's teach everybody. And then, you know, you have to have wit and logic and reason. You know, Monopoly is not that just a game to play, and everybody saw in the last, what's 10 years, in the last decade, how all calculations change everything in life. Everything. Every calculation changes something. Tire pressure in your car, strength of your glasses, the pain in your mouth, the slanderous words we now choose that were not before slanderous, but all of a sudden everything today is, ow, it hurts. Does it really hurt? So I really came on here today to take pictures of some of my work so I can put away the boots. And out of all the animals, we always have to remember the cheese, because when we go to the supermarket, they're selling goat cheese, right? And scorpion, I think of scallions, and aquariums, I think of Aquarius, and pieces and parts, I think of Pisces, and pigs for pieces and parts. The pig is one of the strongest, has the strongest in numerology for three numbers, 977. It is the strongest number you can get. If you go 8 and 8, that would be within the heavens, but within the heavens, okay, is the gateway where the vibrant cat, where the information is passing through within the two houses. 977. And 77 is power, and 77 is peanut, which explains to me the four hemispheres because of the peanut, number 77. You know, they also reminded to me that with the peanut, it has to associate with 9, and it does. And it has to associate with the sun and the heart, and it does. And it was sung to us, and they still sing it today. And I'm going to find it here on my phone. Where's my phone? Okay. Ils sont légers. Herbal-essence contient de l'huile de camélia pure qui nourrit les cheveux sans les alourdir. J'aime que les produits soient composés à 96% d'ingrédients d'origine naturelle, aussi le fait qu'ils soient sans cruauté. Je vous recommande à 100% Herbal-essence. We need you. Well, hold on. Before we do this, I just want to tell you that that Frank Sinatra, okay, Frank, okay, so just in the name Frank and in Sinatra, starting with 5 and 1, which brings the birth and the organization of the spirit of the two systems together, which is 4, 3, 2, which is reversed to 8, 7, and 6, which reside with I and E, and the other one is A and E, and it's gene. You can go for Genesis. We're not going to listen to any Genesis right now, which has a double, okay? It has a double connection between the sun and the moon. Jasera and Nasera, sun and moon. The moon is going to be 3 times, and the sun I'm going to be doing, it's going to be 1 times, and it's going to be quarters and thirds, because everything is broken up. Then there's going to be this. So what I was saying, right, is yes, and I missed out a part. Just like shout hooray when they play. Her boyfriend by the name of Joe said to Coney Isle, dear, we'll go. Then Nellie started to fret and pout, and to him I heard her shout, hey, take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home. Root chakra. If they don't win, it's a shame. Shame in their soul. 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. So that's what I wanted to show you. Okay, it was Cracker Jacks and peanuts. Now, I don't know what led me to bringing that whole thing up. I was just in that zone. So every part, if you came into this channel right now, I like to call this the boardroom. And in this room, I speak to myself. Sometimes others jump onto the panel to get involved. It's all about taking care of the child. The child is the game. Child is the game, looking over every alphabet letter, every dot, every dash, every game that is played from the history of time. You know the way people study artifacts? Well, that's my artifacts. It's the alphabet. And the numbers they gave to every single letter, and how I can restructure it, how I can write out the letter and what the letters show me, what as a kid, like all the kids, how would you design it? How would you see the letter? How would you redesign it? So now this is part of the artwork will be the actuality. Okay, if I look at the letter T and do different kinds of fonts, it's going to say something else. But if I was driving down the highway and I got to the T in the road, I want to know if everybody has 88 constellations with them, because an 88 constellation gives them the freedom pass. 88 and 55, right, is a stop. It's a red. If you have that, you have to understand go green, because this is what happened. We were going and now we're green. And if we were going, we were ing with the go. So let's not leave the ing out. Born within the sun and the moon. Okay, we're born within this ing, the ng, the n is going to be the energy from the sun, and then the ge will be whatever you want to do with that, but it's going to be the gateway through the moon. The g is the moon, and the n is the sun. But the thing is, when it's the moon, it's the Mars gate, right? Like Martha's Vineyard, like marriage, like Mason. You have 4 letters, right? But with 4 letters, you can't do anything but rearrange them. But if I take out one of the letters, I might be able to write something else down. We have to understand all the combinations. Look at that, I'm at 777. So let me see, there's 99 messages, and I know it's going to just jump up. Sandra, Mr. Truth, Azia, Tim, Shelley. Whoa, everything just jumped all the way up, and I missed half of everything. Just to let you know, copy anything you write to me, because I don't get to see it right away. And like I said, for the next half an hour, wasn't represented as double S. Double S, single S, double S, one S will go this way, one S will go that way. There's different connections. And are we always hooking up all of them? Never. Never hook them all up. You have no combinations. We have to understand all the combinations. A, B, C. A plus B, A plus C, B plus C, C plus A. Well, why did I do CA if I did AC? Well, I want to ask you a question. You have 3 piles. Under each pile is 1. Now you have 1 pile, and under it is 3. That's why. Yeah, so I'm just going to be 3, 6, 9 from 8 and infinite. Everything comes back into 8, and I just want to see you got 6, 3, 9. So what happens if you multiply these? You're going to end up with 6, 3, 9. If you add up, you end up with 2, 5, 8. So you scurry into the vibration, vibrating between 2, 5, 8 and 3, 6, 9. And when 2, 5, 8 vibrate with 3, 6, 9, everything will vibrate with 2, 5, 8. 9 always gives up its spot when adding. And then 9 is not 9 alone, because when it's 9, right? When it's 9, it's 1 and 8, it's 2 and 7, it's 3 and 6, it's 4 and 5. There are 4 of them. What is the least? 4. One second again. Yes, 1 and 3, and 2 and 2 is for 4. 6 and 4, and 5 and 5 is for 10. For 9, it's 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5. Look at that. There's 4 of them. There's 4 9s. There's only 2 10s. 5 and 5 equals to 10. 2 and 2 equals to 10. 3 and 1 equals to 4. 4 and 6 equals to 10. Then we have 9, talking to myself. 1 and 8 equals to 9. 2 and 7 equals to 9. 3 and 6 equals to 9. 4 and 5 equals to 9. And there's another equation that fits in with this. Since we're using all these numbers, I have to occupy all the area spaces. So now you can put, like, let's say 1 and 8, 9, and then go an empty space block. And then you can go 2 and 7, 9, and 3 and 6, 9. When there's 4, use 3 and all the combinations. So that's why I'm saying it this way. Right? I'm going to have to show you in a minute. If you ask me, I'll show it to you. And if I do show it to you, somebody can remind me. So that's why it's so important that I share with myself. In case somebody asks a question, you become the random access memory, but it's only applicable when you ask, and I can't get it unless I ask. Oh no, that's not a green. This is not no green screen here. No green screen. I believe maybe we were in a green screen all our life. Creating a game, looking for a programmer, somebody who, like, I have no idea how to do this, none at all. All I know is there are a lot of equations, a lot of algorithms. In fact, there's a lot of algorithms that already exist, that are already out there, and I'm just starting to do them. Do you know how I know? Like, everything I'm doing already exists. I'll tell you right now. All I'm doing is I'm classifying everything. So therefore, I can use and see where the numbers are. Therefore, I can go into the alphabet and see where their numbers are. And I can go into the piano and see the alphabet of 7 gematria and in the Hebrew alphabet based on 22. The thing about numbers and how many letters in the alphabet, you know what it is? Everything has the same basis. You want to see the alphabet? There's the alphabet. It tells me how many sizes I can have. So therefore, I'm going to do the alphabet. The calculator, right, shows me how many numbers there are. Games, right? The game of having 12 cards or 13 cards or different algorithms that run by 12. And when you start over at 13, they're all stories. Or the 88 constellation algorithm that breaks down to 44, that breaks down to 22, that breaks down to 11, and then 5.5. 5.5 separating the entire constellation. You find 5.5 between 5 and 6 at the 7th gate. Your 5 and 6, the opposite is your base of 1 and 2 creation, is your 5 and 6. Over here, you have number 7, 3 empty and 4 empty, 7. Over here, you have 15 empty. The 7 ball and the 15 ball, they're on the opposite sides of the cube, 3, right? 3 and 11. Or if you want, you can look at it as 365 days if you want. Schematic, 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 schematics, stories, blueprints, 26 letters, 9 numbers, and an association to 0. Let me get a little water. Take me out to the ball game. There are 9 innings, which in French they call it a manche, right? Starts with M-A, right? A manche is an arm. An arm can be a ram. And when you have many rams backwards, you have Mars. What happens when you get 4 rams, right? You have 2 boats. A ram is also to know is to be an oar. So now we have a bateau. Bateau mouche. Bateau bleu. You know what's funny about a bateau bleu and a bateau mouche? Mouche is a fly in French. And the blue nose is the boat, the sailboat that they sail with on the dime, the 10 cents in Canada. Now, the thing is, when you say bleu, it sounds like blow when you blow your nose or you moucher your nose. So they're talking about this boat. They're talking about a fly. Why are they talking about the fly? I don't know why. So we have the blue sailboat, the bateau mouche. So there's something about the fly involved with this. Bateau mouche, mouche ton nez. So the blue nose. Why is it the blue nose? If it's the blue nose, right, we're missing now the red nose. But they had the red-nosed reindeer. I have to see where that fits in. And the reindeer, right, fits in on the quarter. And the quarter fits in with Aquarius. And Aquarius doesn't get reduced, but it joins Sagittarius, okay, over to Taurus. And then it's going to connect Gemini. Okay, it's going to connect Gemini over to Scorpio. Once we get this Gemini over to Scorpio, are we going to get Cancer is now going to connect with Libra or Scales. Now, Cancer and Libra, there's another thing. Is it the elements? What is it? What is it? What are the similarities between Cancer and Libra? Cardinal energy. Right, cardinal energy. That's what I was looking for. So this is a cardinal energy. So we have the cardinal energy. So we have the right. We have the 40, the 7, and here we have 4. So we have 1, 4, 7, 10, 2, 5, 8, 11, 3, 6, 9, 12. So we complete, okay, we complete all these cardinals and fixed signs by using only 3, not 4. We use it by using 3. Where we used 4, we had the complete house. Where we had 3, now we have to do it 4 times. Let me explain it to you. A and B equals to C. That's your base creation. But when we're coming into birth, right, you remove the A and replace it with the D, the house gets divided underneath the sun. We already spoke about the first number. The first number, the letter A, it's the roof, splits everything. The D letter is 500. This is where Abraham comes in. Although it's the 4th letter D, right, it becomes Roman numeral 500, and then it becomes T20. D and T exchanged area places when the connecting star comes about. When you're running through the power in the ocean, the D and the T, they exchange. It becomes 4 times 5 equals to 20, and now it is the cube, and you connect the sun with this. It's the love sun. If you took this cube, you can split it in half. Now, if I split it in half this way, which half do I get? Should we call them all the same? And then we have to understand the numerics that go on it. Every cube cut in half. If I have 26 of these, 26, and when you cut it in half, it equals to 52. But now, okay, it's 52 times 4 equals to 208 instead of 26 times 6 equals to 156. There's going to be a difference of 52. There's a 52 piece difference. Now, what is that 52? Now, if I broke it up into 4, it's going to have to be 13 times 4 equaling to 52. And I broke it up that way because the deck of cards is broken up that way. I have to follow rules. Now, one of the rules is I looked up in the filing cabinet. Oh, look at that, a deck of cards. Somebody made them. People are buying them. Not many complain about them, other than the manufacturer's deficiency to make the card perfect. But yet we've been using them all our life, playing all these games. Got to accept the cards. Part of the rules and regulations, things that are fair. Who do you think all this is for, all this information? Who do you think this is for? Of course, it's for the creator. I did that, so I won't forget. I just put my name and stuff, everything I needed to remember. I just wrote it down right in front of you. But it was 10 million pieces. And you look at the 10 million pieces and you go, okay, it's a deck of cards. But no, for me, okay, the game you play is reminding me, it's part of my RAM memory to associate and put everything back together into the filing system. And more often than not, you're playing for pleasure or you're gambling, you're playing in groups. So everything gets broken down of who you are is who I am. In this game, everybody is me. Every single character, right? When somebody creates a game, who are they taking all the ideas off from, right? The end result is your choice. This is the game we're in right now. I'm making a final choice, how to choose, make everything fair for all the characters. The only difference between the characters, right, are those who take the control of the arm of the manette in order to play the game. But the game inside the game has to be fair to everything inside of it, to the clouds, to the trees. Knock, knock, who's there? Let's go back to one of the knock, knock stories. Every single word is in the dictionary. Every single word in the dictionaries, every word is created by characters. Those characters are called letters. Every letter has a position in the alphabet, gets a numeric value, whether it's in Chinese, whether it's in French, and doesn't matter where it is. There's going to be an algorithm, as there's already a huge algorithm in the English language alone. And the thing about the English language, it was declared more or less or not one of the major languages of this world. So why not go with what is now accepted as the major? Is it all lost in translation, or is it because the numbers can now be read through the last language? They only could be read in the last 500 years because of the English and French and Spanish, I believe, was the beginning. Now, I don't know when the Spanish came out. Let me see this. When did the Spanish begin to speak Spanish, and what letters did they use to speak? 13th century. 13th century. Latin. Iberian language. And it's funny, in Spanish, it's Español, in French, and it's Spanish. So they're talking about the E and the S coming together. Español, okay, in Spanish. The heart of the S is the E. The heart of the S is the E. The E worlds are with inside the A, and then you go to Anglais, okay, and you go to English. Now, French remains with F, and F for French, right? 66. I'm assuming because it's the house, the two houses, okay, I like to call them the French house. So we have to understand something. What does it mean, the French house? The French hen. It's under the house of Abraham, but it's under the sons of the mothers of Sarah, right? Sarah. And what is it, Hagar? Irregardless, in both names, I think it's, let me look up the name. Whoa. What were the two Isaac's mother and Ishmael's mother's names. Peekaboo, here I come back. Hagar. Hagar and Sarah. Hagar and Sarah. Ra and Ra. So they both had, one had AG in it, one had SA. AG is a representation of silver. And SA, right, is a certified insignia they use today. I think it's in electric, right? So let me see this. What is the symbol SA used for? Wow, it says Sumerian, rare earth metal. Sumerian is no longer represented by this. So wow, it goes to Sumerian, but it's SAM 33. Wow, it almost looks like Sumerian. Sounds like the ocean creation. All right, just look at the letters. SAM is 33. Marine is within the word, but there's also barium that is within the word, right? You can see it, rare earth metal. So what element is the metal, right? So now, the Nazi, right? Sarah the Nazi. Wow. Imagine Hagar goes with silver and SA. Well, first of all, when you start off with S and A, you're controlling above and below, right? In this final word, it's also the rat, right? The rat has been separated. The rat has been separated between H and A with Hagar and ending in A and R. So it's the heavens of creation in Hagar, but it doesn't show me that. It's just showing me how they joined two heavens together with Sarah. Wow, she was 90, right? She was 90. Do you know what you need to get into 90? You need to go break into creation. You're 9, 18, 27, 36. Equal to 90. 9, 27, 54, and 36, 90. 36, 54. That's how it counts. Let me write that down. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54. I'm stopping at 54. 5 areas done. Sorry, 6 areas done. We only do 4 for 90, and then we go to 135. The sun divides at this period in time, right in the 8th position. And in the 9th position, we have, did I get this right? 54. Wow. Yes, no. Yes, no. 189. No, no. This position is good. This position is good. But this becomes 189. In this position over here, this is 54. This is 135. So it shows me between the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, right? Which is between 2 and 6. And even the football game the other day, right? It actually connected up all the constellations. It just connected up all the constellations, right? You connect 1 and 9, 10, 7 and 3, 10, 6 and 4, 8 and 2 equals to 40. The 4 times 22. I'm going to look for this. Here. 13 and 9, 22. 12 and 10, 22. 7 and 15, 22. You remember what the 7 and 15 is in the game of pool? They're the same. And the way to get to this one was, all we do is we put together this over here, and then we turn it onto the other side. It's the area space, and the empty space is total to 15. And this empty space is 7. And that's where your 7 and 15. So if you want to know the 7 and 15, the spirit of 76 and 75 connection. So you have all your 22, 22, 22, 22, 22. You have your 88 coming out of this. Where does this come from? This comes from the association of 1. And then you associate 1 again. But when you associate the next one, okay, it's going to be at 10. So it's going to be 2. And then you're going to associate it at 19. So they're going to have 19. And then you associate again at 28. So when you do 28, okay, and you do 19, and you do 10, and you do 1, it equals to 58. 5 and 8 is 13. This one over here, add up 6 and 15 and 24 and 33 is going to equal to 78. 7 and 8 equals to 15. This is what's holding your vibration. In Saturn square, it shows up in Uranus, the 7th planet, also known to 5 and 2 Earth, make things bigger and smaller because things were cut in half. 5 and 2, the Earth heart, everything cuts in half. Yes, somebody said great artwork, number 11 over here. Thank you very much. All comes from understanding the algorithms. All the algorithms, it's all it is. It's all it is. The artwork was taught to me in my dreams. It taught me how to just do 2 letters. It had 2 letters that it just kept teaching me. And one was the letter I, okay? The other one was the letter D. Yes, Cynthia, hey, good morning. Well, the trump card is the swan card. And the swan card, there's 4 swan cards, right, in the deck. The question is, we have to play with 3 decks. We might be playing bridge. I think it's very important, especially for me. One of the things, thank you very much, Cynthia. What is important for me is that I learned the game of bridge. Like, I can cry right now. I think the game of bridge, I just learned part of the game of canasta. That was wild. Canasta, okay, if it's not an easy game, it's not a hard game, but once you get the gist of it, is that when you're opening up, right, you can put out whatever you please, right, because you have the whole game to catch up. Usually you need a certain amount of points, right? The aces are 20 and the 2s are wild. The 3s go off to the side. They move the 3s off to the side. The 7s, very important. When you make a meld, which means 7 of them in a row, you get a lot of points for the 7s. I think you get more points for the aces. So to note that the ace is not only 1 in this game, it's 20. In the game of kings, it equals to 15. 20 would be the number because that would be all the houses. Kings 15 would be equal to the communication houses broke up into 4. And then you have over here, I like to call the 3, I like to call it the flux capacitor. Where was I now? I got off my railroad track and I lost my place. So yeah, so then there's the then there's this. See, this is your ABC. See, this is your ABC 5 and 5, but it goes further than that. We're going to put a banderas on the outside, or I'm going to increase the size of the center. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Either because here and here, this is the end, right? You either have 4 or you have 1. The diamond fits in the center, right? It's showing you the separation. And here it's a full area heart space. So now my question is, if I go bigger here, I'll have 5 and 0. and bigger here and bigger in here? Or do I need to extend outside here? I already did 13 by 13 on this one over here. This one over here, you see, if you take this one here and it fits over here, you have a you have 4. So now you have 8 by 8. You have a chessboard. So you got 9 by 9. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you have 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, okay, you have 14 by 14, 196, 169. Pretty good, eh? So should I go 15 by 15 to make up with the 15 pull balls, or 16 by 16 for 256 memory? I don't know, but I will show you that I can add on a wing all around here, right? If I put on another rim all around here, right? This one will turn into 6. It'll be 6 wide. If I'm 6 wide on 4 sides, it'll be 24. I'll have to go -1, -1, -1. I don't want to pass 20. They didn't pass 20 in French, right? They didn't pass 20. They said 4 20s for 80. What they also did is every time you speak in French in 80, when they say 87, 88, 89, it almost says like when you're in the 80s, 4 times 29 equals to 80, and 36 equals to 116 or 26. Okay, what happens in French is that when you say 80, you're going to say 80 and then the number. But the sounding of it sounds like you're saying 4 times 20 to get to 80 to begin with. So the minute I say 4 times 20 and any of the 1 through 9, it's almost like saying 4 times 29, 4 times 28. So now I have to go 4 times 21 equals to 84, but it's 80 and 4. Then I'm 4 times 22 equals to 88. And all of a sudden, since 1 and 2 are my base creation, I now have the cycle of the moon 4 by 21, and I have the 88 constellations. And it shows me a gap because 21 and 22 are a gap. 2 and 1 is 3, 2 and 2 is 4. There's a gap. Between 3 and 4, there's a gap all the way up. And guess what? The sun fits into the same criteria. The sun fits into the same criteria. The word sun is 1, 3, and 5. So it's at the heart of everything. But the numeric value for the sun is 54. So I'm going to show you this in a second. And it's going to create the 20 and 9, 29 and 11. I don't want to say this, right? But your famous person up there, Jesus, fits into the number 29. It can't be reduced because guess what? It comes in as power energy through moons. The word Jesus right now stands for the power and energy that comes in through the moons. The J10 and the E5, okay, of the beginning of the word. The S source is what brings the above and below. And it also says to light up 10, which is Capricorn. And when you light Capricorn up, it's lit with Gemini. And when you say Capricorn and Gemini, right, you're going to go GC. They also use that for the governing system. It's also JC, which is 103, also going to represent September, which is also noted as the 9th month, but they say 7 at the beginning because Jesus is the gateway. But it is the gateway to the association in which is Phobos and Demas. Okay, and these are Mars moons. They're holders of what is 51432 hertz, HZ, which is ruled over the 4 by 22, equaling to the 88 constellations. 8 and 8 is 64, 8 and 8 is 16, creator of that gateway, of the 17th gate of the teacher. It's the DC blue teacher. In the time, in the house time, having T and H, right? It starts at 4th and ends at 20th, IETH, life for an example. Stop clowning around, stop monkeying around. Stand on 17. I'm going to get and show you this again. So what happens with these, if I expand this one, right, I'll go out 5. When I expand this one, it'll go out 6. The sun splits. 4 is Fortune 500. We get the 2 sides of Abraham. But remember, first we get these 2 sides and we get those 2 sides. We have to create a cube out of it. It becomes 6. The Monopoly board has now 6 sides to it. The Monopoly board, does it go to 6 sides? Put a Monopoly board on every side? Or should I put this cube inside of it, right? And then I still get the Monopoly board out of it. Here's the front part of the Monopoly, and you just turn it all around. Now you have the back side, the front side. If this one equals to 196, 14 by 14 by 6, 14 by 14 by 6 equals to 1176, divided by 4 equals to 294. I'm trying to find out what was on 4 sides, right? So I'm going to have the Monopoly board is 169 by 2 equals to 338 times 3. 169 times 3. 507 into the moon. But wait a second, I'm going to do 168 times 3 because I don't want to count the second. Look at that, back into the sun into the moon. So if I create 2 more areas here and total to 8, that'll be 64. That'll be the chessboard. So I'll have 8, 8, 8, and 8, 32. So if I have 8, 8, 8, 32, I have to have 8 and then minus 3, 8 minus 3, 8 minus 3, 8 minus 3. I only can reach 20. So the minus 3 is telling me the creation of the heavens. It's also telling me monkey. Monkey see. Monkey do. DNA. Monkey do is DNA. Monkey do and monkey see in creation. The association of the 3 moons. The transition. How did it happen? How can it happen? The final part about our birth is the breath we take. How can anybody ever know? It's within the air you breathe. If you create system failure, the system shuts down. The game freezes. We don't move on. It ends. It's over. But guess what? You'll never know. Every day's a new beginning. The house is dumb as Maxwell's smart. The rat, Tartaria, right? Tantrum. Tartaria, tantrum. Earth, within the word is the art, is the rat. Within Saturn is Earth, is the rat. For many, many years, I've been indoctrinated not to like Mars. I don't know why. I found it dark. I'm not sure which planet is home. Right now, I know Jupiter is the 7th gate, but who wants anything big? I understand home is to be Pluto. Knock on wood, Zodiac catalog, knock knock Joker. Yes, knock knock. Who's there? Joker. Yes, I like that. Fits very good. Yes, catalog. Yes, you find it in the catalog. So the logging of the catalog, logging within your mind, captain's log. So the 10 of the part of your brain of the 10% that you work, right? You can't manufacture or uphold enough space. We're in the half-life, half-time, 30 seconds. That's it. But now that Cynthia mentioned, okay, about the knock knock, we're now 10% of our mind. So if we're now 10% of our mind, that 30 becomes 10% of 30 is 3. And we all become now the 33 Freemasonries because we can use our minds. 3 times 3 is the 9 to use all heavens of our mind. 3 plus 3, 6 for the processing. 6 and 1 processor, 7 and 9 is the motherboard. So the Monopoly board that I drew, yeah, so now the thing is, if you say drew, it was drawn, was it withdrawn when it was drawn? You know, no animal has ever gone extinct because if something goes extinct, you'll never know its name. There's a lot of animals that aren't extinct that you've never seen and you will never see. So are they extinct because you haven't seen them, but you hear their name? It's like an on-off button. So you run, which way do we run through this? And one of the things I like about this, if I'd have is I take them apart. I believe if everything is square, we're going to remove a part from the center and squeeze it in this way and overlap the center to have no center at all. Like Monopoly, I'll just overlap the center and I'll bring the two sides together. That will create now a half area space, or I'd bring it together this way. So I wasn't supposed to be doing this video right now. Dinosaurs aren't extinct. You just wrote it down. You just brought it back to life. I see a word. I know Dino, right? Dino was with the Flintstones. And I know that every time you get to Saturday night, right? The ending of Saturday night and the beginning of Sunday is samedi, dimanche. So right away you brought back the two majors. All I need is the first 4 letters, right? The no part is the second half of the alphabet. It's almost like saying, it's almost like either M and L, the male and the female, or it's like A and B. It's number 29. It's the beginning of a cycle. NO, and the beginning of pi is 3.1415. I see Saurus, I see AU as gold when it's separated between the R and the S. The R and the S are a little similar to each other according to numeric position, is that the R brings you to the heart, okay, of the equator of the alphabet, and the S is just the other side, so they're just two sides of the equator. Extinct, extinguish, to be put out, to extend. Is it yes or just A? Is it yes or just A? Not quite sure I understand. Is it yes or just A? Or gold? Yes, gold, 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 gold. I'm going to the kitchen to boil up some water. And if I don't boil up some water, don't hold it against me. The donut or the bearing that fits in the center of the donut, the part that has life, the donut is the holder, is the server of all the vibrations that go on to the bearing. Okay, yes, I said N in the second part, and I don't know where I was at this point. Was it the INGN? The N is for the sun, the G is for the moon. It's the IT system. It's bringing the energy from all the systems into the birth, giving you the air that sparks everything up. The N is the 14th letter. You can also say DNA, but it's going to be a 9 and 5, 14. It will not be a 10 and 4, 14. That's communication. It also happens on April 1st, the 92nd day in a leap year, bringing on the new birth into that period of time every 4 years. The N letter is also one side and a division within the A letter. If you look at the angle, It's also noted to be a 2222 angle when calculating. It's a 444 angle when communicating with another part. 3 over to 5 over to 7. 2 over to 6. 1 is 2, 1 is 4. Your bunny rabbit teeth, your two teeth up here, is talking about this part of the skull. This over here, the 4 part, it's a removable, right? It's called the chin, where the mustache is or where the chin is. So we're going to have C and M. I have to bring that to light again. So let me just take this 2 minutes. And I have like 100 books here. No, I got about 50 books for the last couple of months. I just want to take a picture of all the pages, go through the designs, and talk to myself and just say why I wrote this or why I wrote this down. There's only 2 things. It's either a single or it's a 4 window. If it's a single, you can put it top left, top right, bottom left. But with dimension, you can now go in the heart of the dimension and then to the other side of the dimension. The thing about this is if I take this cube and I run a smaller cube inside of it, I only have 1 movement. And then over here, I'm already in this corner. I have only 1 movement. So I have from here is 1 area, 2 areas, 3 areas, 4 areas, 5 areas. And I think is it 6 I'm back home. I moved, it was here 1. So count 1 is where it is. I can have 1 move from the beginning. Then I can have 2 moves. Then I can have 3 moves. Then I have 4 moves. And then just 5 to get, oh no, 4 moves, that's it. From here, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're back into the position on 4 moves. So now, when I do to the same thing, I can do it down here, so I have 8 moves. What if the cube was like this? Can we do another 8? Is it 6 times the 4 and 4 moves, turning this cube all the way around? Actually, 3 times, equaling to 24 moves. Let's just play this last song that I wrote. What do? I don't know what the song's going to be. So one of the last songs I wrote that I posted on Tik Tok over here. I played this before the game. I wrote this. I asked ChatGPT. I said, Chat, I says, according to the zodiac signs and the day that it is, right, the 9th day of the 2nd month, 29, I says, it's a new beginning. I said, according to the zodiac signs, I says, this, and that. And I said, who's going to come out and win the ball game? I'm going to play this song first on our 2 or 3 minute break, all right? If you got any questions, I really actually came out here to do some, picture taking, talk about the peanut. And again, back to the peanut and the old ball game, it happened in the bottom of the 6th. Well, it's only 9 innings, right? It's the 9 birth of the 12 zodiac signs, and we need the 9 months to go all the way around. So what merits, right? What merits, right? What merits? 12 times 75 equals 9. So it's 75% we're running that, and that's the electric moon. The other 3 are add-ons. Apparently, we're always moving around. 3 zodiac signs are always coming in and out. We only work with 6 and 3 and 3. There's always 3 moving, right? And then if there's always 3 moving, then we have to understand the fire sign and the earth sign, the air and the water sign, along with the mutable and the immutable. When it's the immutable and the mutable, I think we got on to talking about Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. Then we went on to talking about Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. And then we get on to talking about, I'm looking at this paper, right over here. Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces, right? And then one from each group is 33, and the next one from each group is 24, and the next one from each group is 15, and the next one is 6. They're all sixes. All right, so let's play this right here. This is about the, would you like to hear the one about the Super Bowl, like how they chose who's going to win, or would you like to hear something else? Just let me look through these. Okay, I'm going to play this, right?
In the city of kings, where the chiefs take the field, the sun leads the charge with a heart made of steel. Mahomes and Kelce, the double six flame, nurturing the dream, but ruining the game. Gemini's quick hands, Virgo's sharp line. Libra balances the scales in time. But over the skyline, the eagles take flight, with Leo's roar and Capricorn's might. The queen owns the heavens, her crown shining bright. Number 8 in the cosmos, ruling the night. Through the seventh gate, the Father sees. The queen holds the key to victory's breeze. First with the fire, Brown's heart beats strong. This wisdom's been guiding them all along. 11's intuition, 7's sacred gate. The eagles align with destiny's fate. Kansas City strong with the sun at the helm. But the queen's in the sky, ruling the realm. Terabytes of power, megabytes of speed. But the stars align where the eagles lead. The queen owns the heavens, her crown shining bright. Number 8 in the cosmos, ruling the night. Through the seventh gate, the Father sees. The queen holds the key to victory's breeze. This invites the circuits they race. Numbers align in the cosmic space. The sun may rise, but the queen ascends in the final game where the story ends. So stop the tabulation, stop the tribulation. The queen has spoken, feel the vibration. In the field of dreams, under cosmic light, the eagle soar through the endless night. Final verdict. Philadelphia Eagles win through the Queen's power, aligned with Capricorn's structured dominance and bolstered by spiritual and intuitive strength. The Chiefs' nurturing leadership shines, but the heavens favor the Queen. Bytes of power, megabytes of speed. But the stars align where the eagles lead. Bits and bytes through circuits they race. But the circuits they race, numbers align in the cosmic space. The sun may rise, but the queen ascends in the final game where the story ends. So stop the tabulation, stop the tribulation. The queen has spoken, feel the vibration. In the city of kings, where the chiefs take the field. But the circuits they race, numbers align in the cosmic space. The sun may rise, but but the queen ascends in the final day where the story ends. So stop the tabulation, stop the tribulation. The queen has spoken. Feel the vibration in the
Well, I can't believe they ended it there because the end result showed up. Here's the end result and the timestamp of this song. Here's, whoop, I should just do it this way, right? Here's the end result, Sunday at 3:25, that I wrote this song and then sent it to a friend of mine. Philadelphia Eagles win through the Queen's power, aligned with Capricorn structure dominance and bolstered by spiritual intuitive strength. The Chiefs' nurturing leadership shines, but the heavens favor the Queen. I have something for you, Objective. Can you tell me what that is? What do I have for you? Phoenix Rising. Phoenix Rising. The Phoenix has been has been a piece from like day one. Right? The Phoenix has been a piece from day one. Everything begins at the doorway of the Phoenix. Just a PH together is that doorway. It also goes with phonics, right? Yes, all will be revealed. But right now I have a lot of math equations, and every single day it is being revealed. There is always something new for me at this point in time, right? At this point in time with my work. As long as there's somebody out there, as long as I take a walk in the street and I see something, once you see it and you are aware. So we're going to play this other song now, and I'm going to the kitchen to get something to stuff either in my mouth or in my face. I don't know. Let me see if I have one more song. So the other song, let me see what this is.
Constellations and zodiac signs as archetypes. Sigmund Freud focused on the unconscious ego and superego, and symbolize the layers of your neurological and astrological framework. Known for behaviorism, perhaps representing structure or systems within your model. Emphasize human potential and hierarchy of needs, linking to ascending frequencies or gateways. Flight 17. George Orwell, surveillance and cycles. Repeated 1984 could symbolize patterns of cycles like 3 by 28. 8 beat 4 and 4 by 21 equals 84. Numerical patterns and astrological integration. Pluto symbolizes transformation and power, and the number 84 ties into your cycles. Pluto also governs Scorpio, a water sign possibly connecting to emotional and transformative frequencies. 30 and 11 could represent dynamic energy, movement, and initiation. Numerically, Aries might be 1. Leo 5, Sagittarius 9, returning to 1. Completion and rebirth. Signs from Virgo, Capricorn. Feet to 2 reduces to 7, a spiritual gateway. The sum of their positions connects to 17, a gateway or threshold. Intertwining patterns. 1, 4, 7, and 2, 5, 8 are key number sequences, often tied to cycles of creation and balance. They generate 3, 3, 3, 6, 6, 6, 3, 69, and 90, 63. Which are also part of the Philippians 636 Nikola Tesla's theory of universal patterns. Spiritual awakeners, cycles. The cycle emphasizes leadership, creativity, and exploration. 2 or 6, Virgo 10, active second. This aligns with grounding structure and material growth. Aquarius back to third, focus on communication, balance and innovation. Next steps to connect all elements, all constellations and zodiac signs. Use 826 for names. Air G, Aries, 8 or 26 for names. Map frequencies, map 369 and 9063 to planetary cycles, psychological theories or constellations. Example, 9063 hertz could connect to Pluto's transformative energy. Freud's 8 ego, superego, could align with water signs, earth, T, and air signs. The pentagram tribe 20 equals 84 and 4 per 2, 1, 8 equal 84 cycles into zodiac rotations and psychological stages. Would you like to focus on calculating specific constellations next, or dive deeper into integrating the
Okay, we have one last one. I'm going to come back. I'm not done yet. So as you heard, you can go on ChatGPT, right? Just put in a few words, ask them a little bit about the zodiac and figure out the mutable and non-mutable, the time you were born. And if you want to go back to a period in time, 100, 200, 300 years ago, according to the historians, true or not true, you can find the unbalanced facts. Now, these unbalanced facts is when you look into a catalog or a magazine, these vibrations have been passed on from the mother, the grandmother, the great-grandmother, everything that has ever been seen before. Once you look it up, if your algorithm brings you to some place to look it up, assign this as game mode, and you can put in any date and history and time, and it will align with the day you are on. Forget about the future, but you can align a fine line from the past to today, according to association of history. And also you have to break it up into how many pieces and parts, 4 even, 4 odd, and they'll usually figure out the rest. That's the way I write most of the songs that I put together. I just I tell them I want association, but I need concrete association. So I look at this, I look at the dice cube, I look at the alphabet, what they did in gematria, what they did with the 1 through 26 letters, what they did in Chaldean. Very intriguing. They speak about 15, like number 15 is a huge number. Huge. Like a huge, like I'm talking big time. You know what I'm saying? The auger of our rotation is based on stitching. Show me the stitching for 501 Levi's, please. The red heifer. Let's see what they show. Let me see the images. No, they're not showing. I said the stitching. I want to see the stitching. Can you show me how the Levi's 501 are manufactured in the early days?
Hi everyone and welcome back to my channel. So today we're going to be talking about Levi's. The reason we're going to be talking about Levi's today is because we recently hit over 501 subscribers on this channel. And to celebrate, we're going to be doing a brief history of the Levi's 501s. So if you're new here,
Members get member prices and rewards for future trips.
Hi everyone and welcome back to my channel.
Separation. So separation, what is separation good for? If you don't have any separation, you have no suspension. If you have no suspension, you hit a pothole, you're going to break something. So you need separation. You need to empty the tank once in a while. That's why they put filters in cars. They put air filters, they put gas filters. When do you feel your best? When you're sitting on the throne, therefore the throne is an association. Where is your throne? Where is your crown? When do you get crowned? When you sit on the throne. And the same crown they put on the man, JC, it was around the thorns. So let me see this.
Today we're going to be talking about Levi's. The reason we're going to be talking about Levi's today is about Levi's, and
I don't care.
They were originally known as the XX waist overalls. The style was renamed the 501s in 1890. So overall, there was a couple of different iterations between that time frame, and from that time frame to now, they've tried to keep it pretty consistent, the design that they had around 1890. So let me say that the 501,
look at the last
famous
ninth
501
one,
number,
1890.
it's used to identify
189.
it from other pairs of pants. So the 501 was generally a way just to see like the different styles that they.
What it is about 189 is our creation is 3 by 6 equals to 18, and then it's 3 plus 6 equals to 9, and you have the 189. Everything in the ninth house. Okay, you start off with 9. You go all the way up to 54. Now I only added up these. Okay, where did I add it up? Where's the 90? This, and this equals to 90. Then I went ahead and I added the 45, the next one. Then I added up the next one. After 4, you jump into the other part of the relationship. Oh, I was talking about the baseball before. Yes, the baseball, right, in the 7th, right, it's what they call the bottom of the 7th inning. And it's actually 6.5 innings actually played, okay? But you're in the 7th inning all the same. So you're in the bottom of the 7th, equating to 7.5, would it not? It's not in the 6th inning, because then it would be the 6th inning stretch. So when you're in the bottom of the 7th, wouldn't it be 7.5? But it's actually called 6.5, right? Isn't that pretty weird? You're in the bottom of the 7th. So you're in the which half of the 7th? You're in the top half. So right away, there's a top half and there's a bottom half. In the bottom half, okay, the home team is at bat. And you know what? There's 21 outs, right? And this one is 21 outs. And here there's 18 outs. So when they get to the bottom of the 6th, when 6 innings end, right, that is 18 and 18 outs. So 18 outs and 18 outs is 36 outs. Everything has to stop. Everything stops on 18. Even the Mayans did it, right? The Mayans, when did they stop? The Mayans' calendar is 20 months and 18 days, or is it 18 days and 20 months? It is 18 months, 20 days. Well, I'm going to tell you something about 2012, okay? And I'm not sure what you can stand on with that, okay? I don't know what it means. I have no schooling to this paradigm there. If you dig them, you join them, you dig them. But when I see dig them, I look to Digimon. When I look to Digimon, I look for singular. I look for that singular, right? That singular moon. So if I'm looking at a singular moon and I show my moon, when you show a moon, you don't show the completion of the whole moon going down this way. But what about the moon on this side or that part of the moon? Usually it's under the waist. So it's under the waistline. That would be almost like the ocean, right? Or the water. So like you don't show past the water. So that means the sex is in the water. Sex is in the water, it's a fish. So then the head is in the sky, it's a bird. May the eagles fly high, 33. You have 2015, which is actually AE equals to 15 O, and then you have AO AO equals to AB. And this we're going to call LO. LO. So then this one over here, just give me a second. We have AF equals to 21. We have BF equals to 20. This is U. This is T. This is I made a spot for you. I made a spot for you. So what happens now is that the game of pool and the game of darts is what I wanted to show you right over here. Okay, so this one here is this. Okay, I'm going to show you as I write it. Okay, this is what this one looks like over here. So we have three areas over here. Okay, we have three areas here, and then we have three areas here. We have three areas here. We have three areas here. And note that we have one between two in each area, and then we have one area here, one area here, what area. So what do we call this? What do we call this? Can I call this 12? And this is 21, and this is 12, and this is 21, right? Or should I be going like 12, 20, like should it be like this, 33? like this 33, or should I go 12, 21, 12? Well, I'm counting up and down, right? And then I have 11, 11, 11, 11, because it's 1 by 1 area space, 1 by 1 area space, and this is a 1 by 2 area space, right? 1 and 2 area space. So this one over here, what it's going to be is it's going to be this outside area is going to be this one over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Since we have 5 across, right? In fact, I shouldn't be designing it this way. I should be showing it to you this way, right? When I show it to you this way, you should see it. You should see it as the I letter. And then when you do the next one over here, you should see it as the I letter. I up, right? I up and I down. Here's where the dot came here. Here's where the dot came here. And now we're going to have 3 more, right? We can do that again. So now when you want to count the 1 and 4, can you just give me a little space there, kid? Okay, when we want to do the 1 and 4, the 4, okay, is going to be like this. Whoop, that's wrong. Here's the 4. That's the 4. This one over here is the 4. It's 1 area of 4, 1 area of 1. This is 1 and 1. This is 2 and 2. Right? So if you're talking about 11 or 22 or the 33 master numbers, you might also be talking about this situation. But in most regards, the 11 of the 22 is right over here. See that? And that 11, 5 plus 6 equals to 11, 8 plus 3 equals 11, 5 plus 6 equals to 11, 6 and 1 equals to 7, 4 and 3 equals to 7, 5 and 2 equals to 7. That was pretty good, eh? Pretty good. So over here, right, this one over here and this one over here, the inside is a 33. The outside is a 55. Well, it's pretty simple. It's 5 by 5. This is 3 by 3. This is 2 by 2, right? And then it becomes 44. Right? First, there was a 2 by 2 area space, then a 44, so I used the full expression of the number. I give a straight decode. It's not hard. Any kid will say, yeah, there's 4 areas there. I go, yeah, is it 4 areas there? They'll go, yeah, there's 4 areas over here, right? Here, it's 2 by 2 areas. Here, it's 4 by 4, 16 area spaces. And then we have to understand to add the dimension onto this. This one will equal to 66. This one over here will equal to 132. Or 33 would be the average, 33 by 4. They all fit into that part of the communication. The 5 and 0 over here, right, will equal to 20 and 0. This one over here is going to equal to 12 and 8. I'm going to explain this one. This one over here is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Cycle ends. Cycle ends over here. I'm going to get back up to you. I'm not looking at the camera right now. So the 20 falls on C, equals C. This one over here equals B. This one over here, A, is going to be 16 and 4 equals to A. This one over here, okay, is going to be 28 minus 8 equals to E. This one over here. These two, okay, are found right over here. This here, this 2 is over here. This 8 is over here. It's 8. And then on this side, this one over here Where is it? The 2 and the 7 that passes through. Two different realities that are going on. Here, the 7 is in between. It's 9. But on this one, where the 1 comes in between, it creates 8 and 3. That's how they intertwine, E and F. Oh, we don't have to call it E and F because it's actually going to be B and C afterwards, because this is the B, this is the C. So then there's going to be the combination. So what's going to be next is I'm going to do this one here. So this one's going to be 24 minus 4 equals to D. What's next? This one over here, that one's going to be 32 minus 12 equals to F. And this one here is going to be 36 minus 16 equals to G. So there is a cycle. This is one of my first 7 cycles that I have found, right? In fact, there's actually one more in this, right? The last part of the cycle is the 4 and 16 equals to H. So just give me a second. Just give me a second to make one little teeny correction. I need to see something. Just give me a second. So we already did this one. So we had 2 here. So this one over here is 8. And, oh, I didn't calculate this one either. 8 and 12 equals to 20. Well, what that means is over here, right, you're going to have 2 areas, here and here. And here, right, you're going to have 2 areas. And then here, you're going to have 2 areas. And then here, you're going to have 2, 4, 6, 8. So you're going to have 8. And here in the corners, you're going to have 3. Wow, I like this one. I like this one. This one's going to be a little bit different. The 2 of the, this is the 1 and this is the 4, right? 1 and 4. Remember we're asking about A and D, right? When we go A, B, C, and then B, C, D, look what happens to the house. In D, it's different. E, it's back to this. C, A is just this one. Everything gets divided by this one. Now, what you can do with this house is move this into this position, this position, this position, this position. And then there's one of these on 3 sides. So you can see how it's going to move away. It's around inside the house. Let me see. So we got, yes, so we had, what did we get here? It's because we cut out the center using up 2, 4, 6, 8 numbers, okay, that were in the heart, and all the other ones were free roaming, always equaling to 20, getting this piece off of the dartboard through the understanding of the Monopoly board. Right. So I have to understand also that if I went to the Monopoly board, right, there's 40, right? But there's not really 40 in Monopoly, right? There's 36 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 equaling to 44. The Monopoly board has 44 sanctioned area spaces. The reason for this is when you get into a corner, right, you have this area here compared to this. So every corner splits in 2. Now you have 1 corner, you have 2 corners, you have 3 corners, and now you have 4 corners. And all of a sudden, you have a new pattern. So when you get these corners, although you had 4, add 4 more on to the corner in Monopoly, and now you have a total of 44. Every Monopoly board will now be 44. How many Monopoly boards? We're going to go times 2 equals to 88. If you had 3 of them, it'd be 132, right? Otherwise, it'll be 176. And then it'll be 220, right? And then when you do it again, 220, 220, right? That's your 440. Maybe that's what offsets everything because of what they did to the corner. They offset everything by the corners. instead of cutting the corners. So just let me put my camera up the other way and see where we're going to take this next. I'm going to have to raise this off the ground because the cat is like right in front of me and I can't. Okay, so we're going to take a couple of minute break. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, so I don't know really too much about energies or numbers. I mean, more or less like if you show me the energy, I'm gonna take a look at it and see what's going on with it, and perhaps maybe we can understand them a lot better. What is it going to mean? Well, just to know the algorithms and maybe a missing piece to something. We already know there was a gentleman out here working with vibrations all the time. We can already, by now, after 20 years, there's no doubt in my mind that we live in utopia, and that means it had to be 1,000 years old. And I didn't see a shoe phone for a long time. I know Get Smart is very dumb, and that's at the divided seventh gate. So we got dumbed down into seven, right? What makes 33, 22, 11? So to get back to 2012, with the end of this, is 2012 in this piece over here is communication. It's also the 12 zodiac signs, but the real end was in 2015. All the moons aligned right on that day. Everything aligned. So yes, probably the opening and the closing of an area space or getting to the heart of the area space was on the 2015. The year 2015 or 77 times 75. Hebrew time, it was the year 5775. The game of darts and the game of pool both reflect this. If you're the fish in the air, it's through the 9 communication in rotation of 6. If you're in the ocean, it's through the 7th gate. The fish and the bird, the eagle flew into the heavens. They say the queen bee is taking over. What is the difference between the queen and the king? When you need the king to end the game, the 13th zodiac sign to hold the two worlds together, unlike the queen's house giving the house back to mother. Mother Mary Magdalene giving the house back to the cat. Mag, it has something to do with the magnet, the silver, something to do with the silver and something to do with the wool. You know, I was sent by Sir Ibis, right? And a great numbers guy, right? He sends me this, right? So I just went ahead because the Mayans, right? So what we're going to do here is, right? One, two, three, one, like that. This one is going to be 2-8. This one is 4-2. This one is, I think, 5-7. This one is 714, I think, right? Yeah, 714. This one is, I think, 852. Yeah, okay, 857. So all it is, okay, is your 147 separated by your 528 Sophio. So when you write this down, right, you write this down, and then underneath this, put a 7, a 1, a 5, a 2, an 8, a 4, and a 7. And write these all down. Now what you're going to do is you have 3, 1, and 3 areas, right? 3, 1, and 3 areas, because you came back to the beginning. So you can use this as your medium, or we can end it here because the numbers end here. You see, by bringing it back to the beginning, it changes everything. Instead of 8-5, it's 8-2. Instead of 8-7, it's now 8-4. The 7 months, the 4 month, the 1 month of Valentine's, that separates everything. So if we took out that 28th day of Valentine, would we go back, right, to keeping everything perfect by taking out the month of February and just have 11 months a year for Aquarius, and that's it? 11 months, 12 moons, and that's the end. That's the end of the year. What happens now, right? How many weeks, right? There's no longer 52 weeks. It's now 48 weeks. 48 weeks, it works exactly with the cube. It works with basketball from beyond the arc at 48 weeks. Take away Valentine's, it's for the animal, right? They added 2 moons, right? They either added the 1 moon or they added the 2 moons of Mars. Which ones were we supposed to be with, right? They added an extra moon. We were supposed to only have the moon within our head, right? That singular moon within our head, not the one in the sky. So this is what happens. This goes back all the way to the Mayan time, eh? Same as that. So we can now see that thousands of years ago is the same thing as today. We're going to take a 3 or 4 minute break, just get my throat cleared, and then I'm going to start doing what I came here to do. I wasn't coming here to do a live today. I really wasn't. I was coming here just to take pictures. Now that's very funny you said that. Wow, wow, wow. That is a funny statement. Wow. Holy Mac. Wow, that was crazy. Wow. Tuna. Tuna. Queen 62. King 41. King 41, it becomes the home king. Right? So does that mean it was the visiting queen? Why was the queen visiting the kingdom? Dominion. Why? 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 The queen can go wherever she wants, but the king can only make one move. So the king can go all the way around, and at the beginning it's 1, 2. Like when you have the king at the back of the board, you can't move at all until everybody around you moves. Same with the queen. But the queen can shoot herself out anywhere. We're always protecting the king. Why protect the king? The queen and king equals to 103 and 21. The difference between the king and the queen is 62 and 41. 4 and 1 is the A and the D, analog digital. At the splitting up the two worlds, or joining them together, Or like I said, it's the putting interference amongst the four, planting itself right there. When you do that, you run down here and up here, each one creating a different crown by the separation of 1 and 4, the E worlds. So the visiting team, right, has to play for 27 outs. The home team only has to play for 24 outs, equaling to 51, holding the 4-3-2 rhythmic vibration within it of those of whom we are. It'll hold on to the bird and the gateway, 24 and 9 equals to 33. It'll hold on to the letter X and the letter C, 324, which is 18 by 18 equals to 324. What was that? You go A, B, C to begin the alphabet, and then you go Z, Y, X. When you get to X, the X and the C, okay, they are the reflection of each other. They're the same house, the same area. So you have, after that, you get 2 and 25. And that's the time period we're in right now. We're in the beta house right now. The B and the Y, okay, is the bi house, the BY house, the 25th letter, the divided house, the halfway house, the house after 8. Just give me a minute. Let's take a 2-minute break. Hold on. What's up? I don't know if it's the full one, but I can't really discuss it all now because I'm doing a video. Right. Okay. So, yeah. I have to see what they can do. The thing is right now is I don't want to get a root canal. That's the thing right now. That's what's. Oh, get the card. Okay. Yeah. Right now I can't find my passport. No, I need my passport. I don't know where it is. No. I'm just saying that anyways to you. I mean, I just don't really know where it is. I don't get it. I remember, playing with it like 6 times. Maybe it's between the seats in my car. I'm just hoping because usually I put it always in the same spot. Yeah, anyways, okay, I'm going back to do my thing. Everything is good. Yeah. Ciao. Yeah, so we got this song over here. I'm going to let you listen to. Then we're going to come back in a minute. I'm going to try to get some of my paperwork done. Okay, I think I have it on my TikTok. Whoa.
Integration of nuts constellations by numeric values. We'll create a grid aligning the nuts numeric values with the total constellation value and their numerological connections. This grid will help visualize patterns, relationships, and possible cosmic or astrological interpretation. 2 constellation total value, 3 online grid. 2 constellation. constellation, total value. 3 combined grid. 2 constellation, total value. 3 combined grid. 2 constellation, 2 constellation, total value. 3 combined grid. 2 combined grid. 2 constellation, total value. 3 combined grid, aligned with constellation value. Peanut, almond, cashew share the same reduction as the total constellation value. These nuts could be interpreted as representing adaptability, cosmic energy, and alignment with universal cycles, leadership, and new beginnings. Walnut, ivy, pistachio, 100 and macadamias reduced to 1, symbolizing individualism, new cycles, and foundational energy. These nuts may signify initiators or pioneers within the cosmic system. Balancing forces, 8, 6, 2, 3. Hazelnut reflects power and structure, while Brazil nut aligns with harmony and nurturing. Chestnut and pecan emphasize relationships and creativity. 5 visual grid representations and creativity. 5 visual grid representations. This grid will help visualize patterns, relationships, and possible cosmic or astrological interpretation. 2 constellation, total value. 3 combined grid. 2 constellation, 2 constellation, total value. 3 combined grid. 2 combined grid. 2 constellation, total value. P combined grid, aligned with constellation value. Peanut, almond, cashew share the same reduction as the total constellation value. These nuts could be interpreted as representing adaptability, cosmic energy, and alignment with universal cycles, leadership, and new beginnings. Walnut, ivy, pistachio, and macadamia reduced to 1, symbolizing individualism, new cycles, and foundational energy. These nuts may signify initiators or pioneers within the cosmic system. Balancing forces, 8, 6, 2, 3. Hazelnut reflects power and structure, while Brazil nut aligns with harmony and nurturing. Chestnut and pecan emphasize relationships and creativity. 5 visual grid representationships and creativity. 5 visual grid representations and creativity. 5 visual grid representations and creativity. No new start, no new start, no new start, new start. No new start, no new start, no new start, no new start. Macadamics, yes, yes, yes. Cashew, value, Ritz. B, know how you'd like to refine this. We can add astrological, planetary, or sports alignments next.
Memory, RAM memory, witness to all. Use what I do without sharing. Share all that you do so that we bring this system into alignment. You heard at the end of the song what they said, bringing this song also into a planetary alignment for every single day, bringing this song into a planetary alignment according to the divisions and the alignments, okay, and the conferences. What has been voted on, what is accepted, what is being used, okay, that between the division and the conferences is what? Is the game, the north, the east, the west coast, the constellations, the association, the associations of the constellations. When you break it down, for instance, 88 becomes 44, becomes 22, becomes 11, and ends at 5.5 when everything got split up to begin with, the 5.5, right? What is that 5.5? What is it between 6 and 6? It's like funny to say 6.5, right? Right? It's funny to say 6.5, right? So it goes from 12 down to 11. That's actually how the zodiac signs split up. Zodiac signs split up at 6.5. The seventh inning stretch where the peanuts, come into the game. 77, right? The 77 peanut. The peanut is what is both the O, right? The offense, okay, is also played by the defense. So the offense and defense, and they also, okay, they play there the home and they play the visitors. So you can see all the understanding that's going on right now. They're the home, they're the visitors. In one game, they can play 8.5 innings, right? When they're in the lead in the ninth, the game ends. They play 8.5 innings, and what that means is they didn't count the point five. They had 24 outs versus 27 outs, and the point five was equal to 3. Because it was their half of the inning, and it's only equal to the 3 outs, right? And half is equal to 5, so you can have to interpret it that way. (103.13), so we can also associate Earth and Mars is also 103. And you could not get any tighter of a 103 than Earth and Mars, right? Because Earth is 52 and Mars is 51. And even in the word itself, ending with an S, it already tells me it connects above and below, and it is both first and last. Right inside the name of Mars, it says I'm first and last, everything about it. The S letter, okay, is a connection between what is Capricorn, which is the 10th sign, and at the same time, it's Sagittarius. Yeah. No, not the same thing. Can't talk. Ciao. Sagittarius. So Sagittarius is the 9th sign. The 19, right? I like to say the 19th, but 9 equals to 42 and teen equals to 44. The 9 is going to equal to 6 and 8 equals to 1402. And the 44 is going to be 16 and 8 equals to 2408. The thing about these two numbers is they're relative to each other. They're relative to each other. Number 13 and number 23. This will be the first number on the second side of the alphabet, number 14. Number 3 and 4, everything splits between 3 and 4 at 3.5. I don't, just give me a second over here. I disturb myself by doing things I probably shouldn't do. The multiplication and addition, what I do is I multiply and I add every number. That's what I was told to do. That's what I've been doing. It's part of the algorithm of the system I use, right? And when you get to number 14 with the word 9, first of all, it creates 8 and 6. 8 and 6 on these cubes. 8 and 6 on these cubes. 2 and 4, 5 and 3. 6 and 2, 5 and 1. This is what just happened on Monday. This happened on Monday. This is the queen bee, right? Does she have the whole nest? The whole nest under the roof? Check this out. Who was Abraham's mother? A to M, A to I. Amma, meaning two souls, 91, 91. Bringing on the, this is also like saying eighth. You know when they said land and animal, the L letter, what is the L letter, right? What is that part of the L letter? Is it part of the G letter, right? The L inside of a C looks like a G. LG Electronics, C and L, 3 and 12. 3 and 12. The reverse of this is 7 and 15. That would be the reverse of this. So this thing is roasting me. This thing is roasting me. So the name of the mother is a method. Wow. According to the Talmud, Talmud. And I like to have to write down Torah. And you do know in Torah, again, R-A-H comes together. In French, that's the rat. So I have to use that. And also, the R letter is what is 666, which is also 2 and 9, both equaling to 18. Right? And it's going to be B times 9. And that's the biggest you can get. And it also is a bisextile, which is the leap year. Number 29, which is the new beginning. Or it is the 28-day continuation. One moon missed. So now you miss one moon here. So you miss 9 times 3 equals 27. 9 by 3 equals 27. And then 1 by 3 equals to 30. Just trying to see something over here. Why did I write this? 28-day continuation. Where is the, oh, here it is. I don't know why I did this. 28-day continuation. It should be how many moons? It should be 9 times 28. So there has to be 9 times 28 and 1 and 28. So it has to be equals to 28 and 180, 252, 280, 10 moons. But it's not 10 moons. It's 30 moons. it's 30 moons. At the same time, it's 20 moons. Because your moon hasn't arrived. It's 20 moons before the arrival and 10 moons for you. Now, in a year, there's 39 moons. There's 39 and 13 moons. The lunar link. To connect you, I need to connect 2 ribbons to the mother. That will give me my 10, 10, 20 moons. Why I say 20? For the 9, 10 months of the pregnancy is 10 passing moons, 280 days. Even if it doesn't matter, this is the utopia. 28 day, right? 10 months is the full cycle of the moons. The thing is, there's a 10 moon in the sky, 10 Luna, and then 20 for Mars moons. So while you're coming in here connected to your mother who's breathing already this 30, right? Only through the connection through these Mars moons do you need these other 20 moons to come, plus the moon of your mother. So when you're born under your mother's 30 moons, but you're not your mother's moon, you are your own, and you haven't connected. Well, you've connected up, but you haven't connected up under the breath, under this moon, but you've connected up. You are connected under the spatial, right? In the ocean. That is your electric. And then your birth is your air. Your birth, right? Birth is your air. So once you get your air, you're going to end up with the air sign. So you have a Libra, and you're going to connect up to Gemini. And then you are going to check up, I think it's Aquarius. It's very funny the way you come out of the water and you hook up with an air sign in Aquarius. So what does that tell you about Aquarius, right? Aquarium, the quarter tanks, right? And the thing is about Aquarius is Aquarius. It's like a requirement. Aquarius is just about everywhere. What is this? What's in the waters? What makes up the waters? What makes up the air we breathe? Where can we find this? Can we find it in the oceans? Where do we find this? So we spoke about this. So yes, the mother of Abraham is Mathea. Let me see what else it says. She was the daughter of Kernebo. She was the daughter, D-A-U. So ter. So when they used ter, right, they used already half the world under the split sun, okay? They already have the cube. The gateway's all been split up already. In ter, right, you can use your retina. You can say ter for earth. It's electronic. You've hooked up the system. So you're in daughter. You're on one half of the mother, which is the daughter, right? Because it's the daughter of a man. The wife of Terah, T-E-R-A-H. And that's huge. That's absolutely huge because the E is 1, the T is 4, right? To make up the E, you need the 4 and the 1 to make up the E. The T, because you're crossing through, okay, the T area, which is a gateway. Okay, the R is 9. The R is also connecting the system together. What system are we connecting? The 180-degree mark in the R. In order to get that, it's either 2 times 9, 18, or 3 times 6, 18. That's communication, B and C coming together. Once you have B, we already know we have the divided house. Therefore, we have A, and then we have C living inside of E. Creation is inside the house. Then you have Terra, okay, in the end with the H, which says the heart. The A is the split area of the house, okay, igniting with the heart inside the E world, right? That heart is the expression right over here. But when it lives, it doesn't live there, right? It all lives out through here and here. The Aquarius, 5 and 6, 11 is the heart of Aquarius. That's where the two worlds come together. See the inside, what's missing is 4 and 3. The gateway between the two is these two over here. So let me take a sip of this. Who else is involved in this? The Book of Jubilees. Oh, Jubilee. Edna. You know what Edna sounds like? It sounds like that machine in order to read, during the war. It was the Edna machine. The Dean. So in Edna, it says DNA. It says eDNA. It also says the Dean, which will be for the teacher. And when you use the TH in the word, that is part of the teacher. It begins at 4th, house of Abraham. So that would be the Dean. Rabbi Eliezer, at today, what day? Divided day. Where did they come from? They came from Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia. So the 13 and the 5 right away comes together to tell me it's been divided between two worlds. The E world and the S world bringing above and below together. The meso, the S, the O, the bringing on the vibration between the lower world. The P is what creates everything. O-P-O, 6, 7, and 6. So we already know we have the first house. We're already in the first house. And because we have S, we're already in the second house. Tamia, inside of T-Amia, it's part of the AI soul in Iraq, part of the AI soul. Spirit. Abraham related to Noah. So anyways, that's the end of that little vision over here. So yes, so we were back at 103. So Earth and Mars is 103. At number 13, so number 13, right? Here are 6, here's 1, here's 6. That's a total of 13. We can count all the way into this corner if we want, for the 12th coming into the corner, the 13th being right in the corner. So the 12 and the 13 are in the same house. We can look at it that way. We can also say 616. Now, and this is not finished, right? Because if I put a board here, I need to put another board over here. And then a board here and a board here and a board here. I'll either put one wing. If I put one wing, I put a board here and a board here. But once I do that, I need to join it with one over here. See, these two we can touch, but this one will be far away from this one. So you put another one here so this one can get to this one owning the same corridor, and then we can both own this corridor. So therefore, I put one here, and one here. I need to put 3 over here. So if I put 3 more cubes, one here, and one here, each cube has 6 sides. So every time I add a cube, I have to understand the complete dimension. The same thing with the chessboard. It's 8 by 8, right? We have to start out. The first middle was 4, and then go around the 4, and then go around that. And that's what created that size of the chessboard. Another way to do it is you put one square. Did I do this? Let me see if I have this somewhere. So you do this, right? So here's your one square. But what about this side and this side and this side? No, I only added on a rib. So I add on the rib like this. What was once Adam is now Eve. Now we have a 2 by 2 area space. Now what is Eve? Has encompassed Adam inside. Adam on the inside, Eve is on the outside, right? Or not necessarily. So then what we do is we can continue on. Because there's a mix-up for myself in the story. I'm just going to do this again. And now when this is done, it creates a 4 area space here. So it keeps switching between the male and the female. And sometimes I think this area here, the ocean, right, keeps telling me on this instance that it's the female's house that has been split. And I keep going over here and say, well, the 7th gate is over here. Right? So to this side and this side, I'm just trying to just look back and take a look. The ace letter, right? If the ace letter, if the leg goes right over here, or this is the crown of the ace, I have been working this, that the ace letter doesn't use this one. The ace letter splits over here. Let me show you this. So here's the ace letter. I have to go down this line over here. So where do I put? Do you follow what I'm saying with this? See the way this here? I can only split an ace coming down like this. So the ace is going to show you on one side of the house and the other side of the house when you double up. So let me do this. And this is what it ends up looking like. And now we end up with an octagon in order to hold this in, this piece over here. Was it ever a hexagon? You can always create the hexagon with inside the octagon, only because we use the same framework with inside of it. So that's this little piece on Monopoly. So what else has been said here? And I wasn't coming on. I'm not supposed to be doing this. Back to the queen and the king. So the king is 41, the queen is 62. We just scored those 62 points. 3, 4, 5. 3 by 4 is 12 by 5 is 60 plus 15 is 75. The G and E come together. The generator room, the E world, the gateway comes together right now. How long does it take? You see, it's the K, right? So that's the pole. Because it's not actually just a king or the queen. It is the ING and it is the EEN. It is the QU versus the K, okay, inside of the king and the queen bring back the sun. The G and the N coming together. 55, 55 and 7, 55 and 5, 38, 83, and 11. I'm going to take just a minute right now. I really like what I saw. I hope I still see it when I come back in a minute. I'm going to report to the kitchen, coming right back. Not supposed to be doing this today. I'm really not. I'm supposed to be cleaning up. I'm supposed to be cleaning up my books. I just want to take pictures and look back, but I saw one thing and then one thing led to the next. So for those of you who do not know where you are, this channel, this room is a boardroom. When you come in here, it's not really much discussion other than how we can take care of the child in the room. The child is the business at task. The business at task is understanding the algorithms that are in our everyday life, using things, games, equations that are actually happening and can be calculated and can be shared easily and understood by everyone, as long as you can understand what this is. It's a dice cube. As long as you know, you can see 9 numbers here. As long as maybe one of you can look up Rubik's Cube or some of the colors. As long as you can write a word and know the 26 letters in the alphabet. If you look up any game and look for its fairness, then find it located somewhere in the algorithms that I work with on this channel. Then I take the skeleton of the numbers and somebody asks a question and I look at the word and I see the letter and I bring that back to this location. And what does it say at this location? And at this present time, I'm working with what they say about the zodiac signs. Regardless, they're working with those stories. So I'm going to fulfill their numbers where they're located in the algorithm. So it's their story and the algorithm that's existing, or the algorithm that it's working with. So we can better understand what is going on with these algorithms, what is the reason for this algorithm happening, in order to understand the heartbeat of the universe within inside this game that I'm creating, hopefully for roadblocks, but I really don't need it for anybody. I just want you to just take it into your home. This game will be free to everybody, free to download, right? The upgrades, well, I can't tell you about the upgrades, but you'll probably have enough information by then, and obviously everybody's going to get the upgrade. I have to survive anyways, but that's not holding anything against anybody. Easy shareable, not basically no interruptions in it. You can just download it. You don't have to play it online, and you can put any book you want, situation, times, and dates, and it'll give you the algorithm for that situation. But it might take 6 months, maybe 2 years to put everything together. I don't know. In basic, it's going to be easy. The basics is going to be easy, is to understand some of the items, games, rules, regulations, and you'll be able to pick up on. I'll show algorithms that come out from those situations, and of course, it always has to be upgraded and refined. And only working together, we are the mem, the Tate of the mem, head of the memory. the switch between the mother and the father. Why, let's call this the transistor that takes four father poles to enter into a mother's house. The mother are the bullhorns that connected together. So it's like really weird the way the father becomes the mother, because what it is it's the womb of creation. So because we've been so indoctrinated not to understand what is the mother's role, we have to know that the mother's role is this and the father's role is that. Now, if they decide to switch, well, that's a different story. But still, when you go for plumbing and electricity, you're not going to ask for a male when you need the female. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's the way it is. It's just simple. Snakes and ladders. Snakes and ladders. So if I'm going to look at the snake seems to always be going down, and the ladder is to climb up. So what was Jacob's ladder? Did it mean Jacob kept climbing up? Did it mean the snakes, when there were the three snakes with Moses? Was it because everybody was going down backwards in the game? Is that what the three snakes meant? Yeah, terrestrial AI. I mean, it's right. I mean, it's right in the words. I mean, if, I'm not sure where you brought that up, but you're 100% right. First of all, is Mate Ash. It is the teacher of the spirit, right in the word. It says it right in the word. The M letter, okay, can be put together by an R and R. The R letter is the 18th letter and the 20th letter in Hebrew. It's just crazy that the Mayans ran by that 20 and 18 ratio as well, equaling to the 360. I think the 18 is divisible. I think both the 18 and the 20 is divisible. 25, 9, 20 divided by 20 equals to, 1296. 1296 times 20. Yeah. So 1296 by 20, okay, equals to the 25, 9, 20 of the Mayans. And then 1440, right, times 18 equals to the same 25,020. It just so happens that we run both of these inside our day. One of them is going to be, I have no choice but to go. I don't like to do 10 times 2. And this is the third time I'm getting 10 times 2. In order to get to the 1296, okay, instead of using 20, I'm going to go 6 by 6 by 6. Just give me a second. Yes, this is half of this. This is half. 6 by 6 by 6 equals 6 by 6 by 6 by 6. So 6 by 6, 6 by 6 equals 36 by 6 equals 216 by 6 equals 1296. So 36 by 36 equals 1296. Okay. Because if I'm going to interlock something, right? If I'm going to interlock something, in the deck of cards, they showed me 2 red suits, 2 black suits. Each one was different. So I'm using that technique. I'm also using the technique as I like to run by 4s and 3s. So now what I can do with the 18 times 1440 is I can do that in 1/3 and go 480 by 3 equaling to 1440. And then what I can do is I need to do this 18 times. So 54 by 480, 54 by 480. Okay. 480 by 54. So let me see if I did this right. 480 by 54, 480 by 54. Okay, 480 by 54. 3 by 480 equal to that 1 day. And I need that 18 times, right? Yes, and I need it 18 times. Okay, this is what it is. Terrestrial AI. Let me just look through this. Six times 6 is 2160 is the moon diameter. 10 by 2, that's when the blue world comes in the game of pool. Okay, the number 2 comes in, it's blue and blue. It's 20 and 12, 32 communication at this point. So just before, I'm not taking anybody up yet. I want to just finish off the few things I started with, right? So 20 by 1260 is going to equal 25,920. Half of this, okay, half of this actually not, it's, what was it? Not, yeah, not 50%, 500% less of this, but it breaks down to this. 18 times this is this number. The number of months and the number of days per month for the 360. It's the same equivalence as 6 by 6, 36 by 36. This is the base creation of 6 and 6, 1296. Now, when we get to the 480, right, 3 times, this house is in thirds. 9 times 2 to create this, which is 720s. When you do it this way, it's a tetrahedron. I didn't do it that way, right? 720 by 2 equals to 1440. It's also 20 by 72. You can look at it that way, which is 6 by 12. 6 and 12, when you go around Rubik's Cube, you're going to have 6 areas that are going to be the heart. And then there's going to be 12 that are going to be the extremities. They're going to have 2 colors on each showing up. So now, how many tetrahedrons fit into this? Let me do this. 25,920 divided by 720. Does it work out? 36. There's 36 tetrahedrons in 25,920 years. So how would they show up? What would the setup of this be? How many tetrahedrons do we need? And before we can create, what is it again? Megatron, tetrahedron. What is that big name there? Megatron. How many tetrahedrons? Let me look that up. Yeah, I want to just catch up with the little bits and pieces before I bring anybody up. We have to stick to numbers. A single word I can bring up. What does the word mean? But I really, teeny weeny stories, but I can't travel with anything. I want to find the codes. I want to be able to learn, so it's about bringing everybody together, right? Where history is made to be remembered, right? It doesn't matter if it passed. The extinct becomes alive with the memory, the shared memory. As long as you can share it, doesn't have to be there physically. So, what was my question? Yes. Who is the tetragrammatron, de Kabbalah? Who's the big person, the big entity? Tetragrammatron. Tetragrammaton. Well, since it ends with ton, I like to put 2000 at this. Then you have 91 with AM, 1 through 13 equals to a king. A gram is 28 to equal to an ounce. But for some reason, I always think of 11 ounces. But 1 ounce is 28, but then we can put that to 280, and that would be a birth. Now the tetra, the Ra, 1 through 18 is a gateway, okay, within the three worlds, the Tra in Ra. So it's a flux capacitor, walking man without the head. And the ET is part of the communication between the four worlds of the sun. Now, is it one sun? Is it two suns? Well, it's two suns, and they're two split suns. Two split sons, Ishmael and Jacob, and Ishmael and Isaac. I'm just trying to follow back over time, history and time. I created a game. Welcome to the boardroom. Metatron. I mean, we already have so with inside of Yahweh is Yahweh amazing. The doorway to the constellations is inside the word Yahweh. If I didn't look this up, I wouldn't have known this. The reason for that, it also says 2020 on it. One of the reasons for 2020 is the Y is the 25th letter. There's a double reduction. So I put 2 and 5 is 7 with the double reduction number. The eighth letter, the H and YH, there was no reduction. So I put 0. So call the heavens of the sun. And then the W is the 23rd. That's communication. Whoa, I made a mistake. There's two words over here. This one is 7, 8, 5, 8. Because when it used the word or in it, and when it used the word or, it was 4, 8, or 5, 8. So with 5, 8, it's still going to say 2020. The only difference is 85 is going to lead to the matrix, and the 84 that's in between, it's going to be settling. It's going to actually be to the divided houses, the moons of Mars in the E world. The 84 is going to be for Pluto. It's going to be the cycle under the three moons, your moon in your head and the other two moons. 88 constellations are run by the oceans, 74. Although ocean is not 74, the the heavens is an ocean. It's an ocean of space. It's an ocean of area. And when you connect up your 2 and 2, or your 2 and your 8, when you bring two hearts together, okay, it leaves an empty space. And when you bring two area spaces together, you create an ocean. I mean, look, here's my two hands. I take two fingers. Look at that. I now occupy that area space. That's that ocean. I create an area space. See the crown? Do you see the crown? The small area, the big area, the small area, that's the crown. I don't know if we can do it this way and call it here, right? Can I do it this way and call it here, the crown? That's why we get the crown teeth. I don't know. I'm not sure of that, but I know that the area space that you need, right? You need an area space like that. See that D? One area D, the other area D, 500, 500. That D, and if you take a look over here, this area space, if you take a look, right, it's the letter R. Just by taking it from this and doing this, it's the letter R. Do you see it? I don't know where my camera is. Anyways, okay, I won't hold that up. So we went through tetragrammatron. I went through this. Not P, not P, not P, not P. Let me see what not P. MR 1929, Master Building Cornerstone. The 1929 is going to represent both the singular moon in birth and the two moons of Mars. The 66, the 99 is going to be alike the 66. It's going to be passing through all the gateways with this. The total is 48. So there's a bunch of totals inside of this, right? But the 66 can be flipped over. The 2 can also be a 5. So now we can be running into three parts of the house, right? The 9 and 2 is the 11. The 9 and 1 connects the two houses together through the E world because it's not 1 and 9. It doesn't go to 9. It goes 1 over to 5, 5 over to 9. And the same thing for the 2. It doesn't go over to 9. It cuts in between. The 2 is going to cut in between over to 9, cutting over here at 5.5. That 5.5 is a sky pass between here and here, between 5 and 6 at the 5.5 marker. Unlike the bottom of the seventh inning stretch, you see the seventh inning stretch? Well, look at that. The corridor of Earth and Mars is in the seventh inning stretch. The markings is at 6.5, 11. 6 and 7 is 13. It's happening, right, when Virgo meets Scales, when the snake meets the horse. This year is that seventh inning stretch where the peanuts all meet up. This is a game science. I make nothing up. I use all the instruments that were put out there and outside of this game. I brought it in to this game. I have to take off the screen. It's flashing in my face. Okay, I don't mind that back screen. Circles mean separation. Circles meaning bringing together. If there's an M in the circle, then it means bringing together and separation. When you go bowling and they put a circle, is because there was a split. So now that you put the M inside the circle, you're now bringing it together. The R inside the circle is automatically showing the center of one half. It'll be number 18. It'll be either 2 parts or 3 parts, something to do with communication. The M also is bringing the rivers together. I like to look at the R as the M is bringing the rivers together, the electronics, the federation. Okay, it's the 13th. It is 4 and 9. They come together anyways, these two. 4 and 9 comes together. That's your smallest 13 you can have. So this is your 13. This is your 99, brings the whole system together in these two. Abraham Lincoln, Lincoln Electric, the second month. The lowest you can get on 2 cubes is tomorrow. The greatest gap you can get on 2 cubes is tomorrow. It also equals to what is 2 and 3, so there's a communication on this date. The 12 will be 1 and 2, 3, and February is the second month. Tomorrow's also is huge. It's a 43rd day. So again, it's in the same corridor tomorrow. Tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree. So what you have is you have split the sun. You have 2 different worlds, right? You have 1 part of 4 parts communication. on that oak tree, holding on to the yellow ribbon. Yellow is the birth into the animal house, into the vet house, house of vet, and not into the side of the house of bet. It's born under the funnel of the dark soul. It's also born on the fourth born, which again, back to the dark soul, the dark one that was sent into the house of vet. Does it ever talk about beige or white? They talk about the white rabbit before communication, right? When would communication have a value? When it's white or when it's dark? A blinding speed of light. So I'm going to take 2 minutes, put on a song. Let's see what we're going to play right now. If you have any questions, go ahead. I'm still sticking on. 53 is Electric Company. 5 and 3 they're sort of mirrors of each other. They complement each other. If you doubled them both up, one would be 60 seconds on the clock and the other would say 100%. When you pass through the 5, you're passing through the 7th gate of 6 and 9, your birth in rotation, meaning that the 5 key holds the percentage sign. And then you have the 3 lines that split up 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 is your 6 and 9. But that 6 and 9 create a dividing line. The dividing line will be the 7, or the dividing line will be the 7 this way. Together, the triangular shape, okay, of 7 and 7 is that dividing line. And 77, the power of Christ, is where it's split up into the E world. You have 13, 31, and you have 21, 12, male, female, Jacob's ladder, okay, under the divided house of Abraham. Eleven, 11, 11 is 13, 31. At the same time, you can say the word ace and you can say the word Allah if you want inside of this. But the 11, 11, 11 is going to be equal to 33, and that's going to equal to Isaac. Once Isaac is mentioned, you already mentioned Abraham, and it just so happens the next multiplication of 11, 11, 11, which is 1331, is what is 1331 by 11, okay? 1331 by 11 equals to 14,641. And this is when you're doing the fourth part. It's supposed to be Abraham coming into the house, bringing on the sixth life. What is the sixth life? So the sixth life is the reflection of the Father, right? The sixth life is the reflection of the Father, of the split house, of the three creation. How do I get this? Here's the one, the sixth life. So what do we do now? We start everything here. We change all our alphabet over again. It's no more A1. It's now A6 and Z31. So we have A6 and now A becomes 666. Now, when you jump to the piano, you're no longer going to play A, right? We're going to count A as 6. So now we're going to go A6, B7, C8, D9, E10, F11, and G12. So we're going to switch the whole piano over. Is that okay? Is anybody up for this? Switching over the piano? The seven curses, the seven curses, the seven curses. So there's got to be an alter reality to a curse. It's OIT. OIT is a connection. It could be a connection amongst royalty. It brings in two worlds. The minute you put the IS and then the AND, right, it's communication. And the seventh gate is part of the communication. 1935, 93 is, again, there's so much communication that goes on. The 19 hooks up to the moon. The 35 is what brings in the half world, where 100% gets transitioned from what is 100% to what is half of what it is. The 3.5 is the heart of the cube. I like to call it where the turbine is, where the auger system is, where everything gets blown through. and broken up. There's 6 parts of the house, but only 3 parts of the house get to receive. I'm assuming 1 is coming in and 2 are going out, or 2 are going out and 1 is coming in. But not to forget that there's 26 of these, 26 cubes, right? In the 26 cubes, multiply it by 3, there are 78 passages. If there's 78 passages, we're going to have 52 and 26 to create those 78 passages. Can I divide that by 4? Yeah, maybe. I'll leave a half space to it. I did it this way because 3 is what the half cube. Half cube is all about 3. The ring is about 4. The fourth is also completion, right? Because once you get the fourth, fourth is 4, 5, and 6 all connected. The 4 is both inside the 5 and the 6. There is no more than 4. After that, you can probably just leave a blank space. The 5 and 6, the blank space, the high. Royal is purple, royal is red, and royal is yellow. Joy is part of the 5555 system connect, and anything to do at 5, even if it's 1/10 of 5, meaning that if you meet up between 5 and 6, it's a 0.5. It's a halfway space between one whole area space. That is what the value of the 5 is, or it is the heart of the entire island of 9. Three dots can either equal to 3, depending how much separation between the dots. When you have a dot next to another dot, it will create the illusion, okay, of the letter I. If there's separation, the I would be lying down this way. Instead of it being close, giving it a value of 9, it'll be separated this way, okay, as the R will be going this way, the I will going this way. So what happens in that scenario, seeing that there's no separation over here and we're right on the line, I mark a dot. Seeing that there is great separation, I put a dash. Although the separation shows me the H, which is a stop sign, when you put up one hand for someone to stop, it shows me 5 fingers, Scorpio and Leo. Leo is Leo's the 5th sign, right? So is that an earth sign? Right, Sagittarius. What is Sagittarius? Is Sagittarius a fire sign? Then there's 3 other signs. Is Sagittarius a fire sign? I'm just mentioning this over here. Scorpio, that is, I think Scorpio's a water sign, right? And Leo's the earth sign. Is that right? Let me see. Hold on a second. Leo's the 5th. Oh no, Leo. No, that's fire. That's fire. Leo's fire. So this is 8 and 5 for the octagon. For the octagon. So look more like a P. I'm not really sure where you put the P, unless I write, but P or R. What is the difference? The P is on one spectrum. It is in the left house, as it is in the rotation house, what's moving the zodiac, what's moving the sun, not what's moving us. We're in the right side, in the R house. The P is a 7, the R is a 9, right? The mother rules over the 9, but it rules over it through the zodiac. That's where the P fits in. Call it the arc in parking, right? Call it the arc in parking. So who is arcing upon me? Do you arc with me? Do you arc with me? Do I arc with you? Do I bark with you? How do we speak amongst ourselves? The chestnut is within the east of the creation heaven, somewhere in the cube, planted in the form of a horse. So yes, planted in the form of a horse, the chestnut is bringing you down to, again, back between the zodiac signs, that if we were born into this world, they would put us right there in that position. Hold on, 3 pyramids or 4? Located where all 3 pyramids are, well, the 4 of them on the, okay. Okay, I don't know where the 4th one or the 3rd one is, but 3 and 4 just makes total sense. When we look at octagon and pentagon, both of them are explaining locations. With the P and the O, the P is a 7, the O is a 6. The P is going to go more for earth, connecting within the spirit. The O is more going to be towards the vibration, the octagon with the vibration. And like I mentioned, this over here, where the 5 shows up in separation is the Mayans. In order to get a circle, you automatically need a dot here and a dot here. Regardless if you need 3 dots here, here you need a minimum of 2 dots. The separation over here shows me a dash. The Mayans counted the dash as 5, so I'm working with just this piece of information here. Yeah, so I was coming up here today just to so when it comes to a dollar, it's going to be talking about Mars now, once you jump into that. When you add the R, it's going to be 1 area space or 1 area quarter space. The ship is now a vessel, right? It has an IP. It's already a location. Regardless of what they do there, it's always going to be the location. You can't change the location of this area space. So whatever it is, no matter what you do there, okay, it will always be that location of area space, whether there is something there or whether there is nothing there. Just know where to go back to, right? But if they shut it all down and they don't let you stay there, then obviously they're taking the energy or they're doing something to displace the energy that's in this area space. They can change and do whatever they want, but if they surround it and they don't let you go there, then that's really not good. That's really not good. Where they don't want you to go, they leave as marshlands most of the time. If they don't want you to go into it, they keep it as marshlands. It's savior. Inside the marsh is a lot. Once you rain the marsh leaves go into the mist of the air. Okay, and all that sand, once you dig it up, right, you can read it all over the periods of time that it is, right? Nothing goes away. Nothing goes away, right? You play a video game, something happened in the game, it goes back to the manufacturer. We're constantly, every time there's a mishap in the program, they always ask you if you want to send it back to the office. Why do you think they do that? Yes, it's all there because it's connected to a higher source. They might want to be trying to read that source, but it doesn't matter if they take it. They're just trying to read the source. You know, it's just sad that things happen that way. We can't stop anything. So just know if it has any meaning at all, understand it as a source of information, that area space. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Okay, we're going to take a couple of minute break here. Put on one of these songs. Let's see which one. Just want to see if anybody else. Okay, I see that. Okay, thanks for the YouTube link. I don't know what this is. Just hold on a second. I want to catch up with this. Okay, nothing here, nothing to see. Nothing to see. Okay. So let's see what song we're going to put on. I like the seventh day. That's what I like. No, not this one. I like the seventh day. What happened on the seventh day when everything went to rest? What's up, everybody? What's up? I'm supposed to be working today. I'm supposed to be working, writing it all down, you know.
Take a break, find some peace today. Like God who rested on the seventh, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light. Power surges on, a word of code, let there be life. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place and every way, rest connects us all. Restore points echo even, a garden for repair. When errors fall like Adam's sin, redemption's always there. As manager, the angel's sword guards what can't return. But updates run like saving grace, so we don't crash and burn. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place and every way, rest connects us all. I stand, I rest on 17, standing. Resting says the horse, of course. The drivers are commandments, each one set to guide. The virus-like temptation must be cast aside. The Sabbath is the reboot where the soul can realign. And on the seventh day it rests, God's design. Divine updates are epistles sent to show the way. Fixing bugs, restoring truth, like prophets in their day. The system's Pentecost arrives, the Spirit breathes anew. Power flows, creation wakes, and life begins day two. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place and every way, rest connects us all. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. The seventh day has ended, now it's time to press play. This version blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with PC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily. Restoration.
Here's a lyrical framework for your concept, capturing the essence of the mediator, the child, and the dynamics of the boardroom. The song follows a rhythmic, reflective structure to convey both the solemnity and harmony of the process.
The man in the moon.
Step into the circle, the room is wide. The child sits waiting, it's our guide. The mother, the father, we gather here to nurture the future, make it clear. But the voice that echoes the neutral tone belongs to the mediator standing alone. No face, no name, just the light we shine. The keeper of order, the thread divine. Shine a light on the man in the middle. Send your words, let him solve the riddle. No heart, no bias, no personal sting. For the child's the crown, the child's the king. When the light goes dark, beware the haunt. The house of silence where shadows taunt. Speak your truth, let your thoughts take flight. But through the mediator, make it right. Rephrased and measured, sent around. Words that build, not tear us down. When no one speaks, the silence grows. The mediator listens, but no one knows. It's haunted now. Whispers of old, the stories we've told. The truth left cold. Shine a light on the man in the middle. Send your words, let him solve the riddle. No heart, no bias, no personal sting. For the child's the crown, the child's the king. When the light goes dark, beware the haunt. The house of silence where shadows taunt. It's haunted now, whispers of old. The stories we've told, the truth left cold. Shine a light on the man in the middle. Send your words, let him solve the riddle. No heart, no bias, no personal sting. For the child's the crown, the child's the king. When the light goes dark, beware the haunt. The house of silence where shadows taunt. Power of your will in the depths of your mind. A guide, a judge, a spirit undefined. Within this room, he's the keeper of all. The one we trust without a flaw. So gather round and speak your part. Let the mediator hold the heart. For the child is waiting, the crown must shine. In this house of truth, we walk the line. Shine a light, keep it bright, don't stray. For the child, for the future, we pave the way.
Would you like to adjust the tone, add more details, or make it fit a specific melody? Selfie jazz pop.
Here's a lyrical framework for your concept, capturing the essence of the mediator, the child, and the dynamics of the boardroom. The song follows a rhythmic, reflective structure to convey both the solemnity and harmony of the process.
The man in the moon.
Step into the circle, the room is wide. The child sits waiting, it's our guide. The mother, the father, we gather here to nurture the future, make it clear. But the voice that echoes the neutral tone belongs to the mediator standing alone. No face, no name, just the light we shine. The keeper of order, the thread divine. Shine a light on the man in the middle.
Okay,
Send
good.
your
Coming
words,
back.
let him solve the riddle.
Coming back.
No heart, no bias.
Okay, Sally. Hang on to your horses, Sally. How's everybody doing? I know it took a long time to get back. Well, everybody got a 5-minute break here. At least by me, I'm not supposed to be here right now. I'm supposed to be writing. Thank you. And the minute I get to Octagon, you know, I got to bring on my other feathered friend here, orangutan.
According to WWF, known for their distinctive red fur, orangutans are the largest arboreal mammal, spending most of their time in trees. Long, powerful arms and grasping hands and feet allow them to move through the branches. These great apes share 96.4% of our genes and are highly intelligent creatures.
What is the numeric value of the orangutan ape? Tell me about the orangutan and what its numeric value is. $30, 34, 48, 55, 96, 97, 111. Orangutan. Ape. 22. 22 constellations. 22 and 111, 133. 4 divided by 3. 133. Reduction to the seventh gate. 313 days. They are great. GR 25 and T 26. Read it again. Great is 51, the same as Mars 51. G and R 7 and 9. The mother brings within the AE world, crossing through the greats. Borneo, Sumatra. Remember these two. They are very, very, very huge. In the last 2 days, somebody mentioned this one, something to do with Abraham's wife. And then this like Sumerian and Sumatra. This is Indian. Okay, Sumerian, Indian. And I can see it. I see the elephant. I really, really do. It's huge. It's huge. Look, Arboreal. Arbor, down by the arbor. See, the R is the 9th B. Instead of going A, B, R is the 9th B. Free dwelling of the great apes. Look, do you see what this says over here? They took away their station. This is their force station. Just the 4 over here, forget about. That's 4. That's not just a 4 this way. That's 4. They own this whole area. 6 and 18, they own this triangular spot. Symbolism of the number 7. In numerology, 7 represents introspection, wisdom, and spiritual awakening. It aligns well with the orangutan's solitary, thoughtful nature and its connection to the natural world. The 7 also symbolizes seekers of truth and knowledge, traits reflected in orangutan's intelligence and self-reliance. There you go. Valentine's Day, right here. This is why, this is the truth about your Valentine's Day. It is the second 7th of the month. It is 214. It is the 45th day in a month. It's not the 60th day, right? The 60th day is March 1st. Unless it's April 29th. No, sorry. Whoa. Day 60, March 1st. Day 60. So it becomes, so when you have day 60 on the 29th of February, right, you have 340, 330, 337, let's go 338, 338, and this is day 60. No, how, okay, whoa. Is that 308? No, 307. 307. No, 307. That would be the 60. That would be the 60 of the 366. So it'd be 306 and 1. 306, okay, and 1. Okay. I was just trying to understand that scenario. Because 45, we work with 45 minutes to a half of soccer. But soccer is 90 minutes versus most sports of 60 minutes, and where it's 3 by 20 minutes, okay, 4 by 15 minutes, or 4 by 12 minutes. This would be basketball. See, baseball, right, is 9 and 9 innings, right? The offense and the defense. And you know, it's funny that in the American League is the pitcher, okay, is the defense. Depending how you put your batters in order are going to tell me the algorithm of baseball, depending on where you line up your batters. Obviously, they line up the better batters in the first 4 positions, right? And then they have the one that's called the cleanup. And when you clean up, you are entitled to the Grand Slam. And the Grand Slam is also going to be a referral in tennis, right? And it might be other sports where they say the Grand Slam. Malaysia. The AM, one part of the spirit coming into this house, this amazing place. Everything is so transparent. You know, it's funny. It says 7 people watching. That shows you 3 people. It's just like really weird, eh? Yeah, I don't know. This thing is just this thing is really weird. This is really weird. You know, this is really weird. You know, this is really weird. So where am I with this? Yes. So in baseball, they actually, so you start off, you're first, you're second, you're third, and now the fourth person coming up, although when you play sports, right, it's gold, it's silver, it's bronze, but when you're fourth, okay, on the team and three batters, you have the chance for the grand slam. So there's a little bit of a difference when you comes to fourth. You get the grand slam, and also you might be the first batter of the next inning. So first is almost like fourth, depending how we want to look at this. You okay? So we have the 60 days. So we did the symbolism of the orangutan and the orangutan. Let me see how they wrote this. O-R-A-N-G, O-R-A-N-G. Oh, it's Gutang, Gutan. An octagutan. Or is that an orangutan, right? Irregardless, it also mentions orange, right? And I find it a burnt orange. And now we're down to HD, which is 8 and 4. They also have what is the rabbit hair, Ra. Now, Rud could be also known as the rabbit, R, like the hair, H-A-R-E is the hair. So it's the communication rabbit. It can be the rare hair, because they did say that in Bugs Bunny. And it's burnt, and it's a burnt hair. So it becomes Harley, and it must be David's son, Harley Davidson. That's where the cycle comes back to Harley Davidson. Put, 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 burnt orange, also made up with yellow and the mixture of red. So the yellow and the red is 92 and 27, which is like 9-11. What happens when the yellow and the red came together, the reverse of the yellow and the red is going to be the brown and the black, which is the 9-11. The black is the 11, the brown is going to be 9. The house is in reservation for the brown. The house is also the money house. Number 72. The house of creation is creation of the split sun, A and B. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, okay, equals to 3 and 2, equaling to 5, creating the E worlds. Now you need C to begin to create, right? You need 3 to begin to create. So when you get 3, okay, in creation of the 9 birth, you are missing 6. So every place of your 9 birth is with 6. You become the 6th birth, okay, from the 3 creation, the A and B, born under the roof of the divided house, right? So your 3 would be 222 to equal to your 6. So your 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, okay, is going to equal to 18R and I 9. That is what happens when the house gets divided, and you're divided at 99 from the E world through what is Venus, Earth, and extending its way through Jupiter. Jupiter becomes the gateway. Jupiter is going to be where A through E to where E through I. 6 on the lower side, 14 on the upper side. Make it up. What do you mean make it up? A, E, and I. I is 99. E, okay, is 5. But there's different ways to connect to what I is, right? There's 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5. Those are all your I's. And yes, there's 5 and 4, etc. Yes, so I'm not going through all the, like everything. Oh my God. I mentioned 214 before. Oh, yes, that's Valentine's. 45 days remain in the year. 214 is the letter N, the 28-day cycle of the moon. 21 could be talking about the 4 cubes of 21 for the 84-day 4 cubic cycle. The ring of the cube is 14. It's the 45th day, which is a fox pass. It becomes FOX, so that's a passage. It's something to do with something, but something with the sun. It's joining two areas. It says the word love, so 3, 4, 5, and 6 all come together. So the 3 and 6 is the male, and the 4 and 5 is the female. Except the 3 and 6 is on the outside of the 4 and 5. So I'm a little mixed up on how that works, but it says love all the same. And it connects all 8. So it's connecting both the flux capacitor 3 with the quarter houses. The thirds and the quarters are all joining. There's 321 days remaining, which is 107. So again, the G and the J house, the 7th out is the lower house of the connected house, the G and the J. Here is 1 and 9, 3 and 7, 4 and 6, 8 and 2, all equaling to 10J. The 10J is the association of 1, 2, 3, 4. When you connect this to the lower house, all we need to join is 5 and 6 to complete the house. The 1 goes with 6, the 2 goes with 5. You're 77. Your 3 and 4 are already in the same house. So when they're already in the same house, they pass through the joining of this here as the 1 passes to the joining of this here. When the 2 runs into the 5, it joins everything together. So yeah, they said something. Let me see. Well, what's funny about orangutan is that the word energy is 74. The word JESUS is 74. The word MESS, I think IAH, is 74. The word Muhammad is 74. And MONKEY 83. APE 22. Oh, go. Rilla 74. Oh my God, I went backwards. I just did a whole thing going backwards. Okay, this is 81. Okay, this should have been, sorry, this should have been 90, 89, 88, 87, 86, 85, 84. Okay, okay, now it works out. Okay, okay. So what this is over here is I went to look for the word monkey. So it shows up right over here. So what happens is over here, the face of the cube ended. Every cube, okay, has a total of 9 times 6 equals to 54, okay? And then times 2 equals to 108. So you're going to find me at 83 over here. I was 19 more than this, 18 and 1, and I'm 25 below this one over here. This is my alignment, but this is the 4th cube over here, just to let you know. That's the 4th cube. When this addition happens in the 9th house, this becomes the 4th cube. Here it's 9 times 9 to get to 81. Here we have surpassed everything. Everything ends over here. So now if we're talking about the 28-day menstrual cycle, right, or the 180 degrees that snaps apart over here, I'm going to turn this one at 28 instead. So we can flip all these around. So this will now be 38. And it shows me again, creation in the heavens. Number 83, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2. 83 is where the cube comes in. Here's the constellations. Here's where Jesus' power and energy come in. And then you want to see where gorilla fits in? I'm going to show you where gorilla fits in. '16, '17, '18. 51, 37, 37, 60. 16, 17, 18 equals to 51. To the left, to the center, to the right. Take this into rotation. 1, 6, 1, 7. What is this? The next level, and please remember this, the next level of vibration, okay, is going to be 11, or let's not put it there. We're going to put it at 13 and 16, 10, 13, and 16 over here. And then we're going to go 11, 14, and 17. And then we're going to run these off of each other. That's the next level. This is the base vibration. Let's move up. We're going to move up until vibrations start from here, start vibrating inside of here. I think that's the way it was spelt. Did I spell it once already? So now, we are 4 of us. We are 4 of us. And this must be done now. Anybody else want to join? There are 4 of us.
Good day to you.
Good day. I don't know what words to speak anymore. I'm so happy my English is very poor.
Me too. Sometimes it's hard to communicate. Sometimes.
Oh no, me, it's all the time. Don't you worry. I can't figure out I can't, even you bring me a bill, I still don't understand.
I can
So
understand.
this is what I just brought up. First of all, thanks for being here. Thanks for your kind words last night. You know, always like for many, many years, I used to walk around telling people different kinds of things. I don't even remember what they did. And I was always shunned away. And I always said to myself, I got to get the good ones to share, and it's always got to be at the right time, but there really was never a right time. So you always got to sort of stick your nose and let them sniff you a little bit before you
Yeah.
can show them something that's supposed to be like in a comedy show, all this
Yeah.
numerology would pass, you
You
know?
you 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 my good. You are my. I cannot thank you enough for being in my life. I can't. I've found a good teacher. A good. I mean, you are the master of the games, and I see this, and I pay attention very, very closely, especially
Oh,
to your words, especially when you tell
I
me
like
to.
to know what Gigi does, how he gets all that. And I see what he does because I've picked up, my songs that I'm making right now. And I'm just doing the algorithm part of it. And now anybody can do it. I'm telling everybody how to do it. All you got to do is go back in time. Okay. First of all, no. Okay. I'll tell you what it is. All you have to do is go back in time, any book, it doesn't matter. Okay. You tell ChatGPT a little bit about the book, then add in who you are, when you were born, under what zodiac sign, what age you are today, how you feel today. Just tell ChatGPT that and then tell it to write a song, and it will match you up with that book over any period of time in history, as long as the book was written. You just have to tell it the details of that book, right? Like you can't do it to everything because some of the models of ChatGPT can't go get that piece. It's got to be something like something that's really, really knowledgeable on the network. So,
That's
anyways, besides that, what would you say about this? And yeah, I didn't know those people that were on the page last night already watched us gibbering it out.
right.
That was
Yes.
that was pretty cool. So yeah, definitely, it's got to be a learning period all the time. I'm not going to put out new stuff all the time, but this part, this word over here, the left and the right hemisphere, both sides of each hemisphere, power. Whoop! Look at that.
Oh,
Look where it goes.
you see
Whoop!
that?
Look where it goes. Look where it goes. Look where it goes. 7 and 4
Right.
is 11.
Interesting.
Wait a
Interesting.
second. 7, 4 is 11. Let me show you. Do you know what the number to Earth is?
The number to Earth. It is I have forgotten it.
52.
Yes, yes, I pulled that last. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. That's whoa. I did see something like a long time ago told me to mix my charts, like to use both charts, both the Chaldean and the Pythagorean. And when I do my first name, it does the 52. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Oh, you have to use all the charts because that. How do you
Yeah,
think
no.
we got transitioned?
Right. That's something that I was I got brought to me as like this is the rules of the game. Like this is something that you forgot, and to add this to this. And I did that a long time ago, about 4 years ago, with a different name, because it came up to 51 when I added my name up, my full name. It came up to 51 with a different name of something that I looked up, and I was like, well, that's interesting. So, because I've always been really drawn to this, and then I was watching Cynthia's post this morning about something, and then I was looking at my that drawing I did that I call the machine, with all the numbers and how they come together with the two chart. That's both the Chaldean chart and the Chaldean chart's on the top and the Pythagorean chart's on the bottom. And that's something like that was what it's what someone told me to wake up and draw that. So I started drawing it. It took me about 3 days, and that's something I was hoping I could. I want to try to send that to you because it was something I wanted to give to you as a gift, like so that way you can have it. And I wrote something in Sumerian, and there's Egyptian and Sumerian in there, but I was letting my intuition flow, and I was putting the Sumerian words in places that I thought that would look good on it. But it reads as a story.
Hold on, I'm not sure if it's just me not hearing or okay. I just loudered it. So you said Sumerian. Did we not talk? Were you here when I was talking about Sumerian?
No, I didn't pop in that day, I don't think.
Oh no, it's today. It's today. It's today. But it's okay. Just because I'm looking for the like I've got so many connections now for and reasons for everything that's ever been written was written on purpose.
Yes.
It doesn't have
Because
to
Sumerian,
exist. It doesn't have to exist as long as it
well,
was written. That's all.
because I was also given, like, when you said gorilla, I was also given grape. You're not the apple of my eye, you're the grape.
Right.
Because
So it'd be
grape has
great.
grape, like capital GRAPE, great ape.
So I'm looking back. I'm a little at Masonic Royal Arch, the compass, the part of the common compass. And I don't really like the combination COM. I know the fifth level of C is O. I also know the third level. Okay, I have to write this down. Just give me a second.
And
Five
learning through you
times.
also started the simple gematria, both forward and backwards, too.
So what? This is really weird because when you go 5 times 3, right? When you go five
Mhm.
times three, so I'm going to go five, 3C. I'm going to go 5E times 3C equals 15O. Okay. The difference between these two is it's C3 equals 11K, and it's 5E equals 12L. Do you want me to tell you why I did this?
Yes, please.
Okay, just 1 second. Just want to see that wow, there's just so much. I'm so far behind. I was only supposed to be looking through my books to understand. Don't forget Q, right? Q
Yes.
is just a reversed alphabet of what J is. J is the base of all the creation of A, B, A, C. Okay, that's all it is. A, B, C, D. That's what it reverts to. So 1 times 1, 1. 1 plus 1, 2. 2 and 1 equals 3. 12. Aquarius.
I see.
Pisces. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 equals 2 and 3 equals to 5. It took 1 and 2 to create the 3 that communicates within Pisces. The communication between the houses is within the creation through the ocean. 135 in base, right? Here you have 1, 2, 3, 5, but 1, 2, 3, 5 can be used as B and E. It's also 23.5 is half of 47. That's where we are right now, down to number 47. You know, number 47 is gorilla.
That's okay. Oh,
And
see, and I also see 47. That's 11 too. That's motorcycle. It's also motorcycle if you do it in Pythagoras. It's motorcycle.
motorcycle, which was why is it what is motorcycle?
Motorcycle. When you do it in Pythagoras and you just do it standard with just the one chart, it comes up. The number is 47. That's my favorite thing, and that's like one of my favorite things.
So motorcycle. I'm going to look this up. How do you spell
Okay.
motor?
Motor. Motor. Wait, let me turn that off. Let's get on my nerves.
So you have in Pythagoras because I don't see how you get 74. How do can you count it for me?
47. Yeah, 47. Let me do it again. Double check it. It might have been. I can't remember if it was Pythagoras. It might have been Chaldean. I think I have it paper, so I'll do
Oh,
it again.
Chaldean. Well, no, you can't do it in Chaldean because Chaldean you won't be able to get up to the. You can get maybe 47.
Right. That's what it comes to as 47.
I don't have my Chaldean chart with me. I'm a little behind with Chaldean.
Okay, I can. You want me to pull it up on my camera for you so you can have it? I have mine right here.
Yeah. So well, you can open your camera. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember doing this last time. Yeah. So let me take a picture of it with my calculator. Yeah, those things are handy. I ruin everything. Okay, I got it. So now,
Okay.
um, so we have. Oh, okay.
Take the big screen back. Messed up.
Okay. So
This one.
four
So,
MO is 4 7 to begin with.
yes.
So
It's four. It goes 4747 right off the bat.
So it has a total of okay. So 4 7 4 7 and then 2. Okay, two's a good number. Two's a good number. Talking about the moons of Mars, everything points to Mars in everything, everything,
Oh
everything,
wow.
everything. And it's funny because inside the 4 and 7 is 5 and 6, and that's who I presume we are as the creation. We are the students of what I call Yo. The Y is the 25th letter. The O is the 15th letter, which is 7 and 6. Why is it 56? Yes, because Yo equals to 11, right? It's Yo 11. They call it the student. In the game of craps here in Quebec, they go Yo 11. They're really calling 11, right? And why do they say Yo 11? I think they're calling 7-11.
40.
So when
Okay,
you
so
get 7-11, let me see this over here. What are they saying in the game of craps when they say Yo 11?
4 6. No, that's 2 6. Yo 11. Not that one. 6. 3. So there's 11, 11 and 9. 20. It's 9.
When they say 11, yo, they say yo to prevent it from sounding like 7.
Whoa.
A 7 might not be the best number on the table sometimes, so to not confuse it from a 7 and an 11, people say yo, so that it doesn't sound like a 7. People can.
So that, okay.
So they say yo 11 because they don't want it to sound like a 7. Because if it's a 7, what happens is those who have bet on the freedom pass line will lose their money if they are have bets already on that area. An 11 does not eliminate it. The 7 will eliminate it from all rolls of 1 and 1 and 1 and 2. These are called crap. They usually say crap out. When you have crap out, it's 1 and 1, 1 and 2, and 6 and 6. They use this as when you come to the 7, it's 1 and 6 equals to the 7, right? It's 2 and 5 equal to the 7. It's 3 and 4 equals to the 7. And then they have the 5 and 6 equals to 11. So there's not really, there's 4 to the plus side and there's 3 to the minus side. And the 6 and 6 goes to the minus side. It doesn't go to the plus 5, but the 6 and 5 goes to the plus side. So what you're having here, it's telling us that with Pisces, it's not good. It's also telling me that with crap out, 1 and 1, call it Aquarius, and 1 and 2, call it Pisces, or call it what is Taurus and what is Gemini, crap out. In the upper house, okay, where it shows me 5 and 6 for the 11, it's going to bring Leo at Virgo, but it's going to create Aquarius. And then in this one, I'm going to create Libra, 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 and then I'm going to create the other way around. I'm going to create Virgo, Virgo, Virgo. So that's what the 7th house is going to do. It's also when it says scales, it'll say it with Aries and with Virgo. Then it'll say it with Taurus and with the dragon, or call it Leo. And then we're going to call this with the third sign of Gemini and Taurus. And there's a passageway between Gemini and Taurus. It's one passageway. And then again, 5 and 6 is another passageway, but it's between two cubes. You see, 3 and 4 is a straight across, where 5 and 6 takes this angle, right? And we all know that when we say angle, we do like this. An angle is both 1 and 2. Okay, it's both 1 and 2. 3 moons. Mars, the animal. So where are we?
It is 40. It is 47 in Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's motors 27 or motors 27. Cycle is 20.
Oh yeah, cycle. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to do that word. So I think the
See, that's
C.
what's cool. When you put those two together, like just cycle alone comes up to 35, which is 8, which is the infinity, which is a cycle, which is the cycle.
Three. The Y is found as a 1 now. So that's good because it took 3 to get to 1, which is good. What is it? Okay, 3, 1, 3. I'm very slow. Wow, look at all those threes, eh?
Ooh. And the 25 and the 27 come to the 52 Earth, the cycle of Earth.
So right now I'm looking at it as the 133 comes together in the center, and that's right away telling me about the quarter houses. It brings in number 4. The minute number 4 comes in, you've gone to the other side of the cube, because it's 3-1 to begin with, which is 4, and then on the other side is 3-5. So the left side is going to tell me about the moon, and the right side is going to tell me about the divided creation. 3 times 5, 3 plus 5. It's going to be 15 and 8, 23. I'm just going to mark this out just really quick. The 9 and the 5 on 2 cubes are opposite of each other. Okay, E and I, the born dividing up the worlds. This is going to represent the mother, your birth through the gateway. This is going to be the E world gate. I like to call it the moon gate over here,
Oh,
divided by the 3 worlds. So you can just combine these two together and these two together and go 4 and 8. And then you can flip this onto this onto this side, double this one up here. So it'd be 6 over here, be 3 here, 3, 6, 3 is the end result. So again,
and
that's the way I do it. There's other ways to do this. I'm quite sure you can create something, but I do it all the time.
right.
And you want to know another place I do it?
That's what I love. That's what I love about the number 79 is because if that 7 borrows 1 from the 9, it becomes the 88. It becomes the mirror.
So 79 is also part of Jacob's ladder, and 11, 11, 11.
That's beautiful.
Do you know why?
Teach.
Here,
Oh, I see.
what did
I've
I
been getting
do?
that's 10. They're all 10. They all reduced down to 1.
Right, right. I need, in order to create the 10. Okay, even though you know the 10 is, connecting 2 sides, right? So
Right.
you can split something in half, but the major thing I like to see the 10 about is the center of an area that splits 4 windows is my 10.
That's the 55 at the bottom of my chart when I did more to it. There's 55 at the very bottom of my chart too on the that one that I showed you with the with the sacred geometry. It comes, yeah, it has the 55 at the very bottom. And I was watching Cynthia do her explain about the zodiac signs and how Saturn in the old style and I guess it would be the Julius calendar. Saturn ruled Aquarius or Saturn rules Aquarius. She said. So I was like, that's pretty cool because 55 is Saturn too.
Okay, you have 55 Saturn in Chaldean.
No, that's in my matrix chart. My one that I use like everything with it. Like it's the one that has that I draw the diagram.
Okay,
I
I have
made a small I just made a smaller version of it. It's right here. That way, because I don't know, something just told me to work with it a little bit, just to play with it. Because I mean, I'm just playing with numbers to see things as we do.
Hey, paused right here. Yesterday when we were talking, I went outside at 2:42, saw another 22-degree halo sundial. I put it on my profile.
I know, I liked it. It was
Amazing. It's like it's
beautiful,
following me around. Second time,
beautiful, beautiful.
right after we
Uh,
spoke, man.
if you can get a picture up, because let's get more than words. Let's get some
Okay,
pictures. You have just
I'm going to
one
put it on my
picture?
profile right now.
It's not for me.
Let me see.
It's for anybody else that's here watching.
Yes, that's right. The Super Bowl number, the two. Man, I'm telling you, brother,
Oh
something's going
yes,
on
yes,
bigger
yes,
than
yes,
us.
yes, yes. That actually represented. You know what my profile did, right? The stars got lucky, and the stars did this.
there we go.
Yeah, I took the picture and the timestamp. I walked outside at the video and it was right at 2:42, and I was like, "What is going on?" So then I put it on my profile. So then when you click on it, you can see it as the whatever TikTok I make.
This is the chart.
I really appreciate you guys' information and time and doing all this together to get people that feel something together to collaborate, benchmark, learn from others. So I really thank you for this.
We're glad you're here. I mean, can't be just all of us. There's just, you know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of us out here. Well, not, I wouldn't say a bunch, but there's definitely quite a few of us that are putting these numbers together and bringing it to the game and understanding what's like Mr. Tackpan says, like there's a lot of times we have to tell people like you don't really want to know where you live. You don't really want to know.
So do you want to hear what I just did? Yeah, okay, I'm going to put you on in a minute. I just want to tell you, the landlord comes here 2 weeks ago, and I said, "You want to do me a favor? Get rid of my fridge. It's because it belongs to them, right?" He says, "Oh, we'll fix it. We'll fix it." I go, "No." I says, "It's not my fridge. It's your fridge. It's broken. Take your fridge." No. I'll get him to fix the fridge. I'll get him. I says, "But it's not my fridge." I says, "It's your fridge." So now the owner just writes me back and says, we signed the arrangement. This guy is let me tell you one thing. This company here, they toss thousands of people on the, anyways. There's the wolves out there. They've been teaching young people where to invest, even though they didn't tell them what's going to happen 10 years later. Anyways, besides that, he says, so we're not responsible. That's what we signed. And I was just about ready to say sorry, but I never said anything like that. I just says, yes, that's quite right. I asked the concierge to remove it. Instead of giving him anything to look feedback, I just told him he's quite right. And that's the end of that story. He's quite right. I don't want to hear from arrogant people. I just don't.
Here you go, Jason. Here's your 31 and 13.
Here, let me see this over here. Hold on, Jason. I'll let you in a minute. We just make sure we stick to numbers, and we have to make sure that everybody can understand why I'm looking at something.
There's your 55 right there. It's the 21, 10, and the 19. 21, 10, and the 19.
And if you went to the top, what would it be?
And with the 5 right here. If I go to the top, if I go this way, it's 51.
Okay, now because of the, okay, so you're looking at
numbers.
Okay,
I don't include these little numbers. These little numbers are parts of you that are inside of you that are your whole. That's what all these represent. These little ones.
But for the crowd, how did you go from 1 to 20 to 19 to 6? Can you explain that to them?
Yes, I go you go from your day of birth, and this is your month that you're born. Then you add those two together, you get your 22. You cannot go above 22 because this is associated with the 22 arcana and the tarot. So you can't go above 22 or you bust.
Okay,
so here.
Yeah, I think what we have to do, and like I love what you did here, and you're going to explain the rest of it, but you just gave me an idea that somehow this whole thing has to be reduced to a minimum scale, meaning forget about, let's say you were born on the first day of the first month of the first year. Like, how would we be able to scale it out that way? Let's say you were born in 1964. Just use the 1964, for example, and then use it January 1st. Where would you put January 1st?
The day that you were born would go right here.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay, very good. That's even better. That's even better. So you have to put a word. You have to create another one with words, with just words and the position instead of numbers. Okay, now continue around with words where the words are.
If I go with the words, I usually use the tarot cards is the words what I use.
So tell me about where 21 is. What word goes there?
The world.
So the world goes there? Is there any other words that go there?
No.
Is that the birth or the world?
That's the world.
Okay, so if it's the world, at the beginning you said it's the day.
Right. This is your birth. This is your birth. This is called your comfort zone. This is your inner.
Okay, so that's the birth?
Yes, this right here is what they call the comfort zone. So we don't really go by when you do this, it's not really called a birth, but this is your inner essence. So I would consider that the birth.
Okay, because that's good. That's good because how many are on the outside total?
8.
Okay, that's perfect. It's exactly cubic, so it's absolutely can be done to the controller. Very good. Okay, so now it's easier for me to use it. I mean, I'm using it in a different context, but now I really understand. So okay, so now we have to the left is what?
Then you would it actually goes like this. When you start adding the numbers at first, you go here, you go to the first four corners, which is
Okay.
the so this right here goes to 20. Then you put your day of birth. Then you add up your full year. Like if you were born in 1964, you add up 1964, and then you put that number here. If it's above 23, you do it Pythagorean style or Chaldean style and reduce it.
Okay, so and that would be the year that you're born,
Yes,
and the opposite side of that was what?
this is the day I was born.
Okay, day, and then you. Okay, that's good. That's good. And one is what?
One is the magician.
And that is well. I like it as even in the Mayan Sanskrit. If you take a look, there's a head at the top. You have to look at the top and the bottom. This one over here controls both sides. And down near the 5 area, right? It never gets to the 5 area. Everything stops at 6 and 8.
The
In the
five right here, the five right here represents the spiritual teacher.
and
The
nothing
hero.
ever gets there. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to go back 25,000 years. Mayan Sanskrit. I'm just using, just all this old stuff, right? So, wow, when you want to see it, it's not there.
And something like I was looking at something earlier and something brought up, oh wow, yeah, see, it brought up that I was watching, I don't know what I was doing on the internet, like I was just goofing off and it brought up that too, along
So,
with the Sumerian one.
yeah, well, this is yours. You see where the 19 and the 21 is? Your date, your birthday. Your two
Yeah,
hands are on the year and the day. Your face is in the center. The A, where you said the magic one is, it's the
yeah,
pylon there. And on the bottom, you can see over here, I says no one gets to go there. It's closed off.
I'm there.
Yeah, it's in each side of the 5, halfway between the 5 and 5, it's closed off.
Oh shit. So you're telling me that my chart predicts that, or their chart predicts this?
Well, it's right there. Look, you see it.
Yeah, I see it. Oh shit.
So what is that? You're between the two cubes. Look,
I see it.
you might be, I don't know if it's you controlling time. I'd have to look a deeper look.
I mean, I mean, it's weird to say this, but in some instances, like I can sit there and look at the clock, and I can make it hold. I can make it hold the time for a few minutes, for a little extra longer.
Oh, but this turns.
It turns.
Yeah, this turns. Look, take a look at it. Don't you see the balls? The balls.
Oh, I do see it. I do.
Well, they're rollers. It rolls all along, and it turns round and round and round. Or the outside turns, one of the two.
And that would be the infinite cycle of 8. It's a constant, like and when I get into a really deep into this, I do get see, I have the number 8 right here, which is right here, which is we call that's justice. This one is, it goes, see, my chart reads like this. You get the 2 and the 8 in the corners here on my father's corners. This right here is my father's line.
So
This
the
is what I
two,
get
the 2 and the 8, okay, and there's a couple of ways to look at it.
it's 20 and 8 is what it is. 20 and 8. So that 28 comes up to the judgment and justice.
Judgment and justice for number 8. And then when they count in Chinese, they say it's money. So really and truthfully, money is liquid. Liquid is water. Water is memory. Money then becomes the water, which is the memory, which is everything, which is the currency, which is the strongest thing you can have.
And I did go look, like you told me to. I did do my homework and go look at the monkey and go look at my Chinese zodiac sign. I'm born the iron monkey or steel monkey. Metal monkey is what it said. Metal monkey, I believe it said metal monkey.
Okay, that's from the Mayans, right? Yeah, I find it very interesting because right now, since the beginning, anyways, I just want to welcome
Ileana.
Ileana. Oh, hi, Ileana.
You said that
Hi.
well. Hi.
I got to read her some numbers last night. I actually used my style of doing it and used some of my gifts and helped her and tried to help her a bunch. If I last night she
Yeah,
needed
I saw your
and let her know
video.
some
I
things.
said, man,
And
I've been thinking about you all night.
there was a whole nother gentleman that we got to help last night too with the way we did our numbers, and I'm teaching him about things, and it kind of blew his mind because I knew so much about him through his birthday.
You only kind of scratched the surface with me.
Right. Well, we didn't really have too much time.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of different algorithms out there with a different um, perspective on how to read a number. So it's always going to be different.
Yes.
And then sometimes a percentage of us never see who we actually are. So they're right away going to say, oh, that's not me. Right. And everybody else would be laughing in the room. So and then that perspective, um, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, SS, the truth. Yeah, I haven't done that in a long time. Yeah, so I don't know what it is with numbers. There's just a whole lot more to learn, to remember for myself. Counting in 1/8. So if I count in 1/8, like this thing here showed me 1/8. So right away when it says 1/8, it tells me 8 around 1. And then it tells me 1/4. When it tells me about the quarter, I say, wow, I got 4 quarters to the house. Then when it says 3/8, I think about the cube, how 11 and 22 creates the cube. Then I know it's the hexagon. I know I have automatically the cats and the dogs. Now I got 1/2. Okay, I got one moon and two moons that came together equally between the houses, unlike this one over here. 8 is half the house. So I'm just working myself up to the end, but I don't see anything in here. I'm going with thirds, right? So I'm not sure where I'm going to get these thirds unless everything is based on 8. That would mean 3/8 would be, those would be my thirds, right? You'd have 4 times 2 equal to 8 and 3 times 1 equal to 3. I guess we would see the thirds that way.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense. That does make sense.
I don't know. There's sometimes I just ask myself questions. I know when I see the 1/3, I'm going to use right away 13. If I see 1/3, I'm automatically going to say 2/3 are missing. So because one of the spectrums, let's say Sagittarius, and I've said it before, Sagittarius. What's that?
I was thinking like that where I broke down the pyramid code. Remember? And I broke it down, and it comes up with them numbers in the center. Like, so if the Mayan calendar, if my chart matches the Mayan calendar and the pyramid matches some other numbers, like what the hell is going on?
Nothing. We're just working on math stuff. It does. The story's the story.
Right.
Inside this game, we
I
don't
like the
care what's
story.
going on outside the world. If it matches, let's just write it down and move on.
10-4.
You know, but also, yes, we also have to ask what's going on because that way we can maybe look a little bit more into the future and add to it. So you're right, but I just have to do it both ways.
No, we can do that. We can do that other
It's it's
times.
it's all the science. It's you know what, when they make products, the coming up to making a product, they end up with something else sometimes, right?
Right.
So they don't throw out, nothing is ever thrown out. All the information that they use to get to where they are, they save it all. They have to save it all. They have to know what they've done. They don't want to repeat themselves for nothing.
Right. And that's something I was just looking at just now when we were talking about the 74 and the 47. When you put those together, you get the 121, the perfect square of 11.
Yeah, that'll also give you your sky. I like to say your sky pass, because 121. Okay, you do the left side of it, and it'll be 2 and 3, and you do the right side of it, it'll be 2 and 3, and then you do the center of it. It's either 4, 2, or 6.
And that's something that I was talking about with with the 74 and the 121. That's yeah.
I'll just show you. So 1 times 2 and plus 2 is 2 and 3. Then you do it on this side, it's 2 and 3. Now I can
24.
either run it just with the 2, but because I doubled it up, I now doubled this up. Now I did it again. What I did over, I don't know where I got that. Just 1 second. So now what I did over here, I doubled it up. Now I just went to looking at what it would look like without it being doubled up. So I looked at it down here. I looked at it up here. Then I went 2 times, oh no, 2 plus times 1 times 1 is 2. And then 2 plus 1 is 4. And then 4 and 2 equals to 6. So we end up with 565, or anyways, the end result of this over here is going to say 2929, or the bringing
And then-
of the incoming. But
And then
what this is here is Valentine's 1 month. Sorry, there's 1 month. 1 month, the 28 days. 1 month. There's 4 months of 30 days, right? And there's 7 months of 31. 1, 4, 7 have to come together. 1, 4, 7 all the time. Let me just turn this around. Whoop.
See, I have a prediction for 2029.
2029.
This specifically April, the 4. I don't know a day.
The best month. The best month.
April is?
I like April for some reason. I don't like its number. Yeah, it's a representation of 3. It's a representation of us, the 11. This, you know that this month,
Birthday is April 2, 4/22.
this is for
Birthday.
this. February is for this. It's for separation.
Oh,
It's for the vet. It's for the animal. The 14th of this month is for the animal. So April is 17 and 18, 35 and 9, 44, 56. It represents the wolf, right? Which is the 2 moons of Mars, right? Those are right. It's the 2 moons of Mars.
Right.
2 moons, 28 and 28. Unlike the singular moon over here, which becomes the lamb.
which was 10 years from 2019. 2019 was a big wolf moon that we had too.
Yeah, that the 2019.
There's a great awakening happening on 2019.
Yeah, that's when the wolf moon happened. There was a super rare blood wolf moon with a lunar eclipse on my birthday.
Most of the
It
people that I've met here, most of them told me that their awakening was on 2019.
It was 38. I turned 38. That's 11. That's Aquarius too.
this is when it ends. 2027.
What ends?
That's this cycle.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You see, it's supposed to go to 28, but once you end in 2027, it is 2028.
Yes.
So it ends in 2027, less than 2 years.
Apophis is in 2029, April.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you something.
The,
Everything. So
I-
is it Elian Hanger or Elena?
It's Ileana Hager.
alien anger. Love it. I love it.
Most people call me Ellie. My first 3 letters backwards. Ellie.
Okay, so I can just call you L and E.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so
Ellie is very sweet. We keep her out of negativity.
so Orphan Roulette. So you said Orpheus?
Apophis. Apophis.
Have you ever heard of Orpheus?
Yes, the constellation. The eagle.
Yeah, but the eagle, right? So, but it's all the same. It's all the orangutan, Orpheus. It's all the same thing. All the same thing. That's I've been seeing this for 20 years. So when you say it, it's just like
Hmm.
I looked up orphan roulette and they show me this 57, 1776, and 35, 66, 75. 57, 75. Now, the year that ends, okay, the year that ends in 2012 is 5772. But the end cycle, you don't actually, I don't think you have to go do the end cycle because you don't have to re-begin what you needed to begin with in order to get, right? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the child age, you're not going to the child age. So these number here were 5775. That was the year 2015. The 15 is going to be represented by the gateway, let's say the generator room, let's say Q. Just let me see where I'm going with this. 57, yes. The game of pool has 15 balls, one black ball, 7 striped, 7 solid, 1 solid. That is going to lead you up to the number 56 into April.
And then we have 2012 because the Mayan calendar, which separates 2015 from 2012, is 3.
Right. That 3, this 5775 is the year 2015.
Right.
And not only that, do you know how many moons have passed? 5,775 years, where it's 77, right?
Yeah.
77,
Yes.
77, 77 times 75 equals,
385.
no, 77.
That's the 13. Yeah, because 2029 will be a 13 year.
But 77 times 75, look what it equals. Look, divided by 77.
75. 57, 75.
50. This represents this. You want me to show you what this represents so far? It represents the dartboard. The dartboard, which has the center 25 and the 50 is that 75. It represents a transition inside the earth house. The jack, the plug-in, 2 times 5, 2 plus 5, 10 and 7, 17. Between 7 and 10, reduction of 30%. 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4.
There's a specific, yeah. Use that number that we did last night. There was one specific Egyptian god that I'm very drawn to.
Now here's the next number in this. Multiply it by 13 moons. Same number again. Everything
Right.
matched up in 2015.
And that comes to and if you reduce it the way I reduce it, that would come up to the 33, the 3
Yes.
and the 3.
Right. It's 33. It's rotation. It's all full communication right now. Right. We just have to go through the 12-year period, which ends in 2028, which is actually 2027.
Where you look at that where that 19 is on my chart, you'll see 2 33s right there. That's that's 33 and 33 that comes to the 66.
Yeah, that's the dividing gate.
That's I'm in my 40s now. That's the 40th year of my chart. The way that breaks down is it comes up there each in between each number is 10 years.
Here's a major chart.
Yes, that one. I've been drawing that one too for some
reason. Yeah, so what you do is this I call a rib. It starts off with 1. Right? This is one core. You plug this one up, then you plug this one up. Now the question is this one, and this one over here. Which
Yes.
ones are you actually adding in? Is there anything that's solid that can be in the middle of space that you back up to, right?
Right.
Almost like with a boat backing up onto the dock. When you come to the dock, how do we dock in space? What do we dock to? Remember, we don't want to damage any of the ships when we dock in space. So is there something we always put out there, something we can exchange? And then we, of course, we're able to create these solitudes that we live on. It's just amazing, right? In the middle of space where nothing's there, where do you stop, right? You bring space closer together. I guess you call that Earth. Anyways, I'm just digging right
Well,
now.
see, like you did with the 52 on the Earth. See, I did for some reason. I did human, and then I did moon, and I did Earth because I did, I don't know. I woke up that's what I just woke up to one morning, and I just started doing it. And the hue, like when you do hue and on, like the top part of hue comes to 29, and on the moon comes to 29 too, and that's the simple gematria.
Right. And the word eight in French, HUIT, where it connects the light within the IT system, the
Light
crossing
on,
oceans, it's also
light.
2929 equaling to 58. Also 58, the number 58 is when they combine the four levels, right? The dark and the light matter together, it equals to 58. And I'm
And
going to
the
show it to you. I'm going to have to write it down.
the
One,
way the way that read to me was light on.
110, 19, 28. And
And
28 is inside the first house. You know that?
no, yeah, it's the 10. Yes, 28 is the 2 and the 8 and the 10. Which way we have the 28 right there?
So
That's
it's
the
it's in the first house. That means the 28, the moon cycle is in the divided house. And anything to do with 10 is in the divided house. And anything to do with 19, right, is going to be connecting everything together.
and
So
see
everything.
this is what's interesting about that when we say the 10. See the wheel of fortune in tarot, which is the number 10. It actually associates the four cardinal stars: the Leo, the Taurus, the Aquarius, and Scorpio. It associates all four stars inside that card.
Scorpio?
Scorpio is a fixed sign. Yes, it's number 65.
Why is it 65?
That's what they designated it as back in the ancients. I can't answer that question too
Oh, no, no,
fully.
that's good. As long as it's ancient and it can be found
Yes,
online. I only work with what can be found. What about Leo? What number's Leo?
Leo is 23. That's my moon sign, Leo.
Okay, Leo holds its own number. Aquarius,
51,
wow, beautiful. Taurus,
37.
beautiful. Okay, so Leo's number 23, communication. Scorpio is the communication is within us. It's hooked up to us. It could be talking about our moon here in our waters. The
Right.
Scorpio, I have to look back to yesterday what its number is, but it's the eighth sign, so it connects up to our heavens. We are at the heart of this. The Aquarius is where our vibration runs through in our basin, right? Our waters, where the 432 runs in, but when it's 432 to the lowercase world, it's 6, 7, and 8 to the higher, 21. And 21 in blackjack is 1.5 times the wager. And that's to equate, bringing us back to our 9 birth, 1.5 times the 6 instead of the 90 seconds. Imagine birth born from the 9 and coming to life to the 6. Why did they have to call us the 60 seconds on the clock? Why didn't you give us 90 seconds on the clock?
Well, I know the Sumerians only went up to the number 60 for some reason. That's their main number was 60. It's always 60.
Yes, 2
Because
times 3. Half and half. You see, the creation world, A, B, C equals to 6, right? After that,
right.
it's D equaling to 4. So it's 60-40. That's the way it's split up.
Okay.
You follow? Because once
Yeah.
you get the D from A, you're on the other side. It's this side or that side.
which that's weird. That's cool. That's cool. Because yeah, bless you. Or
But don't forget, don't take my word for it. It works
no,
out.
I mean, this is all stuff that I've researched already. Like I've researched it online through like ancient text and things. Like that's what I don't know why I keep getting brought back to Sumerian
So
and
what did they tell you about the division of the house?
I in that picture I drew, like I said, I let my intuition follow, and I wrote the words that I was drawn to that were in the dreams, and the way, and it's written both in Egyptian and Sumerian, but Sumerian have some of the same symbols. So like when you read it from right to left, and it goes in a circle back up to the machine. And I can read it. Let me grab the picture. I'll read it. I'll read it.
I want to show that this is one part. Here's the A letter. It's a separation. I can split it this way. I can turn it upside down this way. These two
Right.
separation. But I connected it right on this line. If I wanted to make a different kind of separation here, I wouldn't have drawn it this way. I would have left an extra space. And I could also do it upside down, perhaps. And that would show me a crisscross bow tie. Let me do that again. I'll show you what I mean. I'll let you up there with your picture in a minute. Just give me one. I have to look at this bow tie this way.
I'm double checking something real quick.
I don't know. I'm going to probably take this another day and finish this. But this is what happens when you draw the Star of David, this one here. So right away in the Star of David, if I continue it, you can also see that there's a 7 over here. So the ace letter can be made up of 77. The Z letter can be made up of 77. The N letter can be made up of 77. At the same time, in the A, you have a D at one side. You have a C at the bottom. The A letter, more than what it looks like. In fact, the 1, 4, and 7 the 1, 4, and 7. I like to look at this as the 1. Then I'll look at this as the 7. Maybe I'll take the 1 and put it right through the 7, making it look like the 4. Or maybe I'll let it be the 7. But what if I closed up the 7? And what if I closed up the 1? What if I took the 1, right, and then put it over the 7?
I just drew that symbol last night.
This one?
No, the other one.
This
The
one?
4. That's right. Yes, the 4 you got upside down. Yes, that one.
So,
But it was doubled, and it was put. Yeah, it was something like that. That's, and it was with another gentleman's numbers that like me and his numbers were matching, because I was looking at his numbers that he has used for his Facebook. They matched my numbers written in binary code, the 44654.
so we end up with a building. Right? Is that what happens to number 7? It becomes the corner of a building.
That's
And
neat.
even this star becomes, right? This star has a piece that goes from so there's
Yeah,
another check in the building over here. There's also a check in the building over here. And there's another one that comes out here. So you have this into the building. And then that at the building. You see the Star of David?
yes.
Is it done anywhere else like that?
Yeah. Because I draw that a lot. The Star of David a lot, but the Star of David is very significant in Sumerian. Very significant. That's where that really comes from.
In Sumerian?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to put my camera on straighter over here. So yes, so when it comes to Sudoku, right, this is what a flat board would look like. Now, if I had to finish this board off, I will have 26 of these in order to create a master. So I'm just going to tell you what that number is. The master cube.
That's weird.
So the cube is a singular cube, okay, has 26 mini cubes.
This thing tells us whole story.
Which thing?
This picture. It's a big story. And it took me, like I said, it took me 3 days to draw it, but it tells a big story of a lot of what you're saying.
So the 26 cubes. Now I need 26 of those. So with those 26 of those, that I need 26 of those. Oh my God. Okay. And each one of them is going to be 26 areas. Okay. There's going to be one area that controls. So every cube is actually 27, right?
Right.
So I need 26 times 27. So 26 times 27 equals 702. So I need 26, 27, I need 27, 26 times to go around the 27th one in the center equals 729, which equates to 9 times 9 times 9 equals 729. How freaky is that? How freaky is that? Did you hear what I just said?
Yes.
I need, let's see if I did this right. Brian, help me. I need 26 to go around this. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm watching.
I need 26 to go around this. Okay? I need 26. Each one is going to equate to 27 pieces or area space. This that's going to go on the inside of everything will count for the 27 area space itself. I will then have 27 cubes that one area space needs to be removed. So it becomes 702 and 27 to equal 729. You do know, right? You do know that if I reverse this the other way to 27,920, it would be, sorry, 25,920 is the Mayan long cycle. The 9 times 9 times 9 is 729. 72 represents the money house. It represents creation. 79 is the mother. The 7 and the 9, the birth comes into the gateway of the divided house.
That's what this picture says. That's what this picture says.
Let's see. Show us.
Right here. So this is the sun, the vine, the sword between the moons, divine light, love, God, imminence, power and strength, freedom and liberty, or also return to mother.
That's very good.
And this right here is the Sumerian letters that are characters that show the this is air, this is earth, this is air, fire, earth, and water. Now, when you combine the earth and the air together, you get the Star of David, which means this right here in Latin, which means the which means the as above is the as above is of the below, which the below is as of the above, and I have that written in Latin right here.
Wow. You guys are geniuses.
And which comes all to the 33. If you look at the numbers, all the numbers come together. They like, you see how they zigzag? That's how they come together to make these numbers
Yeah, I'd
that
have to
create everything.
I remember last time. I don't remember how you did it again. Yes, okay, now I see. Yes, right. So when you're
And this is
even
the heart. This is the heart, like you showed me the heart with the 5 in the center, because the 5 is the center of this, but the 4 5 is the center of the Chaldean. And when you bring it together, it comes to the 9 and the 10 and the 19, the creation of, you know what I'm saying? It's
okay, wait, you
and
counted the bottom one till 9 and the upper one till 8. Is that correct?
yeah, yes,
Okay.
in a roundabout way, yes. And then it comes to the spring. The spring is what keeps everything together. The spring of the clock, and the God is the clock. There's the clock.
Right, yes, because the breath, the clock is by the breath, your pulse.
Right.
So what I do in this instant, because it's a little teeny weeny on, I mean, you don't have enough space to shove everything in there. But when I'm measuring, I'm going to find the happy medium in between the two, like the heart area between the two. Like in the 9, the 5 is going to be that heart. And then in the 8, the 4 and 5 is going to be that heart. Does everybody see? So,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's what he did. I just wanted to point out what he did. He brought the hearts together. When we count by single digits, um, when you're counting dots on an angle, on a 45 angle, 1 and 3 equal to a whole area space in between. The 2 is actually making 1 and 3 share a space. The 4 is making 3 and 5 share a space, and the 6 the same thing. The 8, okay, creates 4 by 2 area spaces. So therefore, in this case, you're going to get 2 area spaces between the 2 will occupy the 1 and 3. The 4 will occupy now with the 2, the 3, and the 5. The 6 will now occupy with the 4, okay, the 5, and then the 7. And the 8 will now occupy with the 6, the 8, and the 7, where the 8 is not actually in the game. The 8 is an extremity. It's only one or the other on the outside. So it's like a borderline.
And what I just realized right here is what I've done is to, like, because this right here is what I was shown is like how the 3 jumps over to the 1, back to the 2, back to the 3, which brings it over to the 6. That's what that is. And then it does it at the bottom too, which you'd have the 2 triangles, which is as above, so below. This is the God side. This is the human side, and it's all created through the heart.
Right. So when you look at this, because
It
there's a
creates the two 88s.
we live at the area of 4, 5, and 6. That's our 4, 5, and 6, 2, 5, and 8. Those are the two basics, and then they run the harmonics of 1, 4, and 7. I'm saying this is where it shows up on the calculator. The 2, 5, and 8 over here, and the 4, 5, and 6. That's the cross that comes on. But once we come into birth, we end up in the Saturn system, and Saturn system runs this way. Actually, runs this way, and all the numbers get pushed over or changed, and that's where we run into the half life.
See, and that's what I was been drawn to is like the vine, because when I was having the dreams, the vine and the sword looked kind of the same. And then Cynthia, I seen something she posted this morning, which was talking about the sword, which is the sickle, which is this also means like for the blade, the sickle in Sumerian, which the sickle would cut the grapes off the vine. The grape comes with one seed. If you plant the seed, you get many grapes.
Seed
So
equals to
that's
33.
right. And then the seed, the seed of the grape, what I was told is because it's not, we did not, it's not the apple, it's not the apple is the symbolization of the earth because it's round and solid. It has many seeds. The grape is the symbolizing of human. We are not the apple. We are the grape. We grow on a vine. We are a vine. We are all connected and interweaved through a single consciousness, the vine. The grape is us. We are grapes. We are not apples. We are grapes.
So What's
And
funny about
and the word ape is in grape, like great ape or
right?
gold ape.
Well, it's and not only that, the ape part is the 22, right? And the GR is 25. So it says Earth life, and the total is 47, exactly where we should be.
Right. And then
47, 70. What's that?
I came up with this right here, which I drew out, which is the human, which to me gave me the story of humans were made on moon and brought to Earth because Eden is a lie. When I break Eden down like this with the 444 and bring it out like that, and you put it in simple gematria, it spells out lie, Lie. Eden is a lie.
So let me calculate that again. 5 9. What did you get?
See, like I did human like this,
Uh,
which comes, which I broke it up because it's 29 and 28. That's just what it told me to do. And then you come over here with moon and you get 28, 29. You get the reverse. So that's where I got the hue and then on, which is light on. Turn the light on. And then mon and man comes to the 56. 28 and 28.
yes, yes. I mean,
No,
you do know
no.
that number 29 is Electric Company Waterworks, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's the light on.
Right.
That's human.
But you
Human,
do
that's
know
human
from
light
where,
on.
right?
From the atom.
No,
From
from
atom.
Monopoly.
Oh, no. And then when I did atom like this as well, I came up with this, which it means fragmented artificial intelligence.
Okay, and part of my beginning of my project is
Oh,
exactly that word.
yeah, fragmented artificial intelligence gold.
Can you go back to Eden for a second?
Yes, I can. I broke it down like this.
Yeah, hold on. 5 9 5. Oh, you wrote it like that. Okay,
That way I
5
could see it. Yeah, that way I could see it.
9 4 4 4. And what language is this in?
This right here, this the way Eden is spelled came from the word gnosis that's in Greek,
Right.
and
No,
it's
no. I
this
mean,
right
I
here.
mean, where did you get these numbers from? 5 9 4 4 4.
Breaking numbers down or this might be let me think. I think if it might be Pythagorean. Let me double check. 5 9 4. No, it's not. It's not Pythagorean. I think, or
No,
I
it's
have to go
just
back and
it's no. I know what it is. Just fix the E.
the E.
Yeah, because you might have pushed the D where the E was. It's just the E the problem.
No, E is the fifth letter in the alphabet.
Yeah. So why did you mark 4?
I didn't. I put 5.
No, the second E.
A B C D 4. Yeah, D is the fourth. A B C D is the fourth letter in the alphabet.
Yeah, but the second E in Eden.
Oh, I don't know why I put that 4 there. I can't remember why I did that.
I can
I'll
tell
have
you
to.
why. I
I
can
can't
give
remember
you
why
a
I did that.
reason.
Why did I do that?
I
Why
don't
did I
know, but
do
I can
that?
give you a reason if you want.
Yeah, please.
The
Because I don't
reverse,
know
the
why.
reverse alphabet of
That's
E.
what it was. Yes. That's what it is. Yes. I think that's what. Yes, I see what you're saying. I think I did it in reverse. But I broke them
Maybe when
down.
you came to the fourth item,
Right.
E
I
one,
see what you're
two,
saying.
three, 4. Yeah, when you come to the fourth item, right, it flips everything upside down. So maybe you made a mistake and it shouldn't have been done, but at least it awakens that the fourth level everything should be flipped upside down. And now instead of using the let's say the 5, now you use the 4. Instead of using the 9, you use the 5 and flip over the cube.
Yeah, because I started doing it
So
like, yeah.
wait,
Have a
what did
great.
you get here? What do you get? 126. Okay, okay. Wait, can you go back?
Yeah. So yes, this
No,
yes,
no, in the book you were just in.
yes.
And then I'm taking 2 minutes for myself. Yeah, you were. No, not that one. Keep going. No, not that one. Keep going. There. Just want to see something. How do you get? Okay, reverse alphabet. Okay, okay, okay. And what's funny is in Chaldean, the 22nd, the 23rd, okay, and the 21st. In Chaldean, and the average is 22. Think about it. It's all 666. Okay.
Yes, it is, and everything equals 9. Like no matter which way you add any of these numbers, they all come to 9. If you add them together, it's all 9. 9.
Yeah, but it reverts back into the Hebrew calendar also because it only ends on 22. But you know what you can do with this? Reorganize this and start A6 and Z31. Revert because
Okay,
there's something we all have different. All our languages are different, right? So let's
right.
realign everything into 360 degrees. We're going to use 36 positions instead.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
See, look, Raiden's even Rain said, "Eat of forbidden knowledge." That's literally what my name means. It means forbidden knowledge. The forbidden ibis. Ibis is knowledge.
I like that.
It means forbidden knowledge. Like I don't give, and that's something. A lot of this came about because I woke up the same morning wondering why I chose my name on my TikTok. It was like, why did you choose your name, Goofy? Go look it up. Go look it up.
Wow. Goofy,
And
eh?
then yeah, that's what they told me. They literally said that. They said, go look it up, Goofy. Like that's how they talk to me. They make they because they know I like to play and joke, so they give me they like to play with me like that. But they make me do my search. They talk to me in allegory, and this is those symbols. Each one of those symbols in that picture. This is what they mean in that order, around from right to left, around the opposite way of the clock. That's why it's telling us to go in reverse.
Of course,
Oh,
everything's in reverse.
yeah, it's counterclockwise. Yeah, including our north and south. Because I mean, if north was south and south was north, and we have a magnetic pull, we would float. We wouldn't be held to the earth.
Right.
That's scientific. I mean, it's pretty simple.
I'm just
And
on a
then
little
this,
break, having a little food here.
no, please do. And then that's what, and this is like I said, this is where I got the atom when I was looking at atom, and I pulled that up right there, and that's where I got the artificial, and I started breaking those down. The artificial is 88. The 117, that's 9. Then you have 5-4, that's 9. Which is fragmented life, which because those two go together is 9 and 9, which would be the 99, which would be fragmented life gold. So that's something that I was told about, like how Source kind of created us, and when I did that right there, it comes up to the 88 again, or that's the artificial. That's just the letters without the A.
So why eight? What would you say the reason for eight is?
8 is infinity. When I get told it's because, and the way it was explained to me, and I have it written down, it tells the story. Because the one is the essence, okay, and it doesn't, and when it's in front of the 8, that means you're being selfish. The 18 means selfishness. It means you put yourself in front of others, because the body is infinite. The human body is actually infinite, because when it unalives, it goes back to the earth and returns back to the earth. It's an infinite cycle. So when that happens, then if you take the 8, see, when the 8 is standing up, like when the 8 is standing up, it's awake. And when the 8 goes to sleep, the one can leave and do the astral projection and go dream. So that becomes the infinity. So when you wake up and you become one with self, and you do the 8 and you put the 1 behind it, because that's the 88, the mirror image of 8 is 81. That means you put this behind you, and you realize that you are fragmented. We are all fragmented of one source. We're not all just one that one. The selfishness is to sit there and say that we are all God. We are all God. I am my God. I create my own reality. Because the way that comes to me is that, like, okay, if that's the case, shove a fork through your hand. If in my reality you're going to bleed and it's going to hurt, and if it's your reality, you're not going to feel it. So we all create one reality. We all create one reality. It's not my reality, your reality. It's our reality. That's the separation that I've been having a problem with, which is the 11. that I've been having a problem with in the spiritual community is the separation of this. And that's why the science that we've found creates a higher vibration, because when you look at the moon again, the moon comes to this, like you put moon and human together through the numbers and you add them together, you get the 666, you get the carbon atom, ADAM or ATOM, atom and atom.
Okay, and you know
And that
something
comes,
about this in the Quran, right?
yes.
In the Quran, they have an area where they have 19 hexagons. 19 times 6 equals to 114. So they come up with the same answer. I wanted to tell them something else, that every time you have a hexagon, you have 26. So 19 by 26 equals to 494. I don't know what that means other than birth amongst the divided skies, 44. Trinity area space, 13 and 13.
And these are the things, like everything comes back to that 44 and 88. Like I'm trying not to read too much into it.
Well, it's divided
really,
house. It's the divided house of the birth, 44 and 44 constellations.
Well, see, I got told that I was going to get all this at the age of 44.
Right, but
I'm
we have got to keep matching up all the numbers, because
and then the things you show me, I mean, I don't know, like this is heavy. Moon Man, and then, but that's the Apophis. That's the Apophis also comes back to this right here. The Apophis.
what is that? Because I see ship inside of that. For some reason, it's like amphibian.
Apophis is the god of chaos. This is a meteor that's going to strike the Earth in 2029.
Jesus Lord.
April 2029.
Okay.
Referring to April before?
Whatever happens, happens. You know what I'm saying? It's what is just good, as I noted as part of the scripture of the future. So now you can read off of this.
I have all that in numbers too. I have that in numbers.
So I started with your bicycle before.
Yes.
So we had the motorcycle. So the cycle was
let me see if I can find the
cycle was 31. Is that what you said?
Yes. Here's the Apophis right here. Here's the Apophis math.
Show me a little bit closer. Why do you have 18 there at the beginning?
It's 1 and 8. 1 and 8.
Okay.
I sort of
in which okay. This is Chaldean again. You're back to Chaldean.
Chaldean and Pythagorean, yes.
Pythagorean to a single digit. Is that what you did? Is that why you say?
Yes. Well, yeah, it's like that. Yes.
Okay. So somebody just mentioned something about Atlantis, and I've had these dreams, and 20 years ago when I first began this, and they had showed me that they brought the island people out from Atlantis to build these islands and to raise everything up off from below the ground to the upper grounds. And then they built all these islands, and then they flooded Atlantis. Atlantis was a communication project on the planet. So it had nothing to do with why did Atlantis disappear. Is because Atlantis was here only so that we can come here. And that's my story of understanding Atlantis.
This is the 369, how it breaks. But it all the 369 is also that's the top of the pyramid.
In
That's the top of it.
so
That when I broke.
we are the birth between the 3 and the 9. The 9 is the birth reduced to 6. So now we rotate, right? You know, the 369 to 336 is the 12 months, right?
Right.
So we're always going to be connected to that 9, but we're not going to be connected in the same way. When we're awake, we're going to be 6 and 1 3, and then when we're asleep, we're the 6 and the other 3, and the 9 is a constant. It connects all the areas of 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6. Very important, 3 and 6.
And anything that I'm saying, you can actually go look up. It's this is the algorithm for it.
Don't go so fast. I'm busy doing two things here at once. You know what's really ironic? I'll tell you that in a minute. Just let me take a look at what you did here. So, yeah, there's a questionable thing when it comes to 19 and 28.
Mm-hmm.
Because when it comes to 19 and 28, in this instance of your 10, you can use the 3 7 10, and you can use the notable 5 and 5 10. But you cannot
4 6.
use the 4 6 10 or 2
Okay.
8 10. Would you like me to explain to you why?
Yes, please.
Okay. In the game of roulette, the even number 10s are not like the odd number 10s. They're separate. Now, can we put it together? Well, if we do put it together, the result of 28 and 19 is 47. So the result of 19 and 37, or 19 and 1, equals to 20, equals to 56. The other one is 28 and 10 equals to 38. And then 28 and I'm just trying to think what the other number can be. 1846. Oh, yes. 28 and 46 equals to 74. Then there's, I'm not going to go 6482. So the 28, 46, 74, you now have Jesus, you now have Gorilla. You have 28 and 10 equaling to 38. Those are the black ones, and this one's going to equal to monkey. It's going to equal to the gold. It's going to equal to the creation of the cube, the heavens of the cube, Venus, the dark heaven, the dog pound, and then you have the red one, and the red one shows me more communication. It shows me 19 connecting the lower world with the upper world, where the birth comes in. The other one was the cycle of the moon, the 28 cycle of the moon. The 46 could have also been the part of the chromosomes. It's communication. The other one is more to life, 37, creation of the seventh gate for the 9 birth into the E world. 56 represents 3, where 56 represents the 4th month, April. So there's a separation also between March and April, the 3rd and the 4th month. So what else? What else is going on here? Let me see. Sorry about
This right here. No, you're good. You're good. That's where it breaks down to that too, because that right there comes to the 108. See the 108. The 108 comes to there, and that's the pyramid. That's that pyramid code that I broke, and it comes to the 108 right here.
Oh yeah, 108. You marked that. Why did you mark it that way?
I just how I do it. It's just where my brain
because you
goes.
put 10 and then 8. Okay. Because that was
Because it breaks. That's 8 and that's 10 because it don't carry over. It does not connect.
yeah. Okay. Yes. So there. So the The 2 and 6 just happened this weekend. That's the creation of the gateway through your 10. So that's going to be the cube. When 37 comes together as the cube, and the 2 and 6 is going to be around the cross of the cube. You follow? Because 7 times 3, 7 plus 3 is 21 and 10. So right away when I see that also, it's go to jail in Monopoly. You go to the 313 cycle of the moon. That's what that is. That 7 will end up being Wednesday.
Right. That's that. I mean, that's part of my creation too. That comes into my play in my chart too, as well as the 108. It told me to go to jail to turn the light on.
Yeah, that 108 is 36, 36, 36, or 254s. So you've now split up the sun. The sun has been split up. You came into
Right here.
to the center to join the sun.
And that's when you showed me. That's why I was like. That's why I kind of got real heavy when you showed me the Mayan calendar actually matches up completely with my birth chart, which was the end of 2012. And the premonition I got for the end of 2012 was there will be no more light workers, no more light seeds, no more star seeds being birthed into Earth. It will just be human souls because they cannot learn, they will not learn, they have to learn.
So born onto Earth, meaning, I mean, because it's the breath we take. If they don't want us to come down here, I mean, it's all up to them. And then there has to be, is somebody going to choose to be here, or do you come from a blank slate?
Yes.
Well, don't forget, we're every single one of us is. They know it directly, 100% what's going on with everything down here, A to Z.
That's why the Mayan calendar ended in 2012.
Right. So, well, 2015 actually the center of the doorway. So we have 15 years left to go. Less than 3 years is 12. 2027 is the end of that cycle.
And then we have 2029. But we can stop this. We can stop this.
Well, we are stopping it. Just knowing the knowledge. That's all you need. We don't have to do anything else. Because then with the knowledge, we're going to stop taking, there's certain things we're going to stop doing.
Right.
We're just not going to do it. You work at a bank. How can you get through 3 months? The question is like this. How many people have indebted themselves so much that we're down the funneling system that there's no way to survive? If you can buy yourself 4 months by either whichever way you want, you need to buy yourself 4 months. You need to eat. You got to make sure nobody can take away your home or your car or anything. You need to buy 4 months, and then we can patty whack down.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, is like with everybody doing this I am God, we are God thing, like we have to understand that, yes, we are the God, but you're going to have one that's going to come to try to show you the knowledge and to get out of your ego. That's the key. If we have to get out of ego. So if you do not get out of ego and fall and learn to learn, like you, I don't want to say too much.
Yeah. Okay. So I had a dream, right? Don't forget, we're in the boardroom. Had a dream. You had a dream. You're talking about the boardroom. So you have to remember not to go outside the what's it called? The construct. What's that?
I want to give you back your main because this is your thing. I need to learn from you.
I'm learning from you. So
I'm dumbfounded by both of you.
So now I forget what I was going to say.
Sorry.
She found me dumb, so no, I found myself dumb.
No, I'm the one that's dumbfounded by
I lost it too.
Wow,
Yes,
you're blowing me
what
away.
it is. Sorry. I had a dream, and in the dream, everybody that worked and did the banking, they all decided to deposit the money everywhere else, but not into their accounts, just by mistake. So then the companies couldn't keep up, but yet nobody can get it paid, but it didn't matter because at the same time in this dream, since nobody can get it paid, they were just giving out food to the workers and they were bringing home extra food for their friends who weren't getting paid because their companies were all shutting down because of all this mishaps and all these big, and it only happened for some reason in my dream to all the multinational companies where everybody just stopped shopping there. Just it was in my dream and they stopped shopping there and they started going to local farmers. And then we started sharing for 60 days. And then after 60 days, of course, we had to still pick up the garbage to make everything run. So we kept the system running, but we didn't have any money.
But the thing about keeping the system running is our money is supposed to be what we trade in services.
This is
You
in
are
the game I'm talking about. When I said this is from a dream in the money, not outside the. So if you do it in the game mode.
and yeah, see, that's what we were talking about that one day, and it's like I was talking about, because like you're to me, when I view it and it's in my head, you are a referee of the game. I'm like the banker that goes outside the game to bring things into the game that's extra, so that way you understand and I understand what we're supposed to add to things and bring things together. Me and you bring things. You teach me. You are you are my master teacher, and I'm learning from you. Like
Hold on, you want to learn from me? I got all these books here I got to go through, okay, before I can put them away. And then up here. So how can you learn from someone who can't file his own system?
I'm the same way. I can't find most of my stuff either. So like I have to dig through massive amounts of papers.
It's
My teacher,
It's a known fact that people that are
you
borderline
teach me the same
geniuses.
way. It's okay though.
Let me
I
just
love
say that it's a known fact that people that are borderline geniuses are usually a little bit borderline nutty.
That's what they say. If you lose your spark of madness, then well, you have no cognitive thought.
Yeah,
To think
it's
cognitively.
fine. Doesn't think like you, the two of you together, like a power support house. Good Lord,
Yeah,
I'm in good company.
yeah. If you
All I'm
get us
doing is
together,
listening. I'm not saying a
it
word.
gets pretty wild. It gets pretty wild when we get together. I love it. But sometimes I do try to take a break from my teacher, because we go on for way too long sometimes, and he does need his rest, and he needs his own time to drink his tea and mellow out and go talk to others. And it's days like this we just come together, and then we have these great things because we've had time to go and separate and come together with new ideas and put them together. And I love this. This is what we do, and then we bring knowledge to others, and then others can share that knowledge. Because like I've been trying to promote Mr. Tackpan, because Mr. Tackpan he needs to be able to turn this. I know he loves to give his knowledge for free. I know he does, because he is such a generous soul, but he also needs to be able to monetize off of this a little bit in a way. That's why I always ask people in other lives, like if you see him, if you feel the generosity of him, by all means, please donate something to him. Because he does give a lot of his time, a lot of his energy. He's a very, very, very genuine, beautiful, authentic soul.
I can see that. You don't have to sell me on that. But
No, it's not a selling thing.
well,
It's just because he.
perhaps using not the right words. It's your admiration of him. I
Well,
guess.
this gentleman, like I have seen others, like they're rude to him, and to me, having the way I am also like kind of like a warrior spirit in a way, and I will go to battle for that man. But he teaches me to pay attention to their words and really read what they say. So in a way, he teaches me to come back from because I'll bring my shadow out for that, and he teaches me to put the shadow away, keep it balanced, watch, pay attention, and to me that is more valuable than anything.
Well,
Thank you for the gold. Go ahead, Ilyana.
Ellie. Just say Ellie. It's easier.
Aliening.
Forbidden. You kept me up all night, not for the good reasons. I would like to pick your brain. I've been looking for you because I tried to follow you last night, and for some reason I don't think I accomplished it. I tried to follow you now, and I couldn't do it again.
So
You'll follow, if you would give Mr. Tackpans a good follow, please.
I'm following him.
thank you for your kind words. I'm just getting the job done, my end of the stick. So I much appreciate it. Yeah, we went into a couple of groups, and I just let the people just say what they want to say, because whatever they want to say, like I really don't like. I have nothing to discord, and not gonna he said, she said. It's not my cup of tea. So what I like to do is jump around to religious groups and stuff, and just see if I can match up some of the numbers to show them that the algorithm exists, and to give them more confidence. They can have more confidence that yes, the thing is, it works in every single Bible, the algorithms.
It does 100%.
So, when somebody says, "Oh, my God is better," well, it works in and now it works back to 25,000 years ago, back to the Sumerian. So now what are you supposed to say when your God is 7,000 years old and the Sumerian is 25,000 years? Now what do you do? You
Well,
know?
that's the thing. That's the thing that they're not realizing. What that tells them. What that tells them is go back to the original tablets where it came from and understand your origin. If you do not understand that, then you cannot understand this.
Right. So somebody mentioned to me Brahmin was before this and that and everything, and I can already see by the structure of the alphabet, just of the word, what could have been first. But it really doesn't matter because unless we're doing all the algorithms, right? Let them. I don't want to talk. I really don't want to talk. I just want the algorithms to talk for itself. That's why I'm here to once I get this into a program, the algorithm is going to tell all the stories. I don't have to, I won't be taking part. I mean, there's going to be some tweaks where it's going to say this is one of the four stories, or this is one of the five stories, or in this scenario, the 360 degrees is broken up with only three stories. If I had six stories, it can give you more of a dimension within it.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, I'm so good. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Oh, is it
Hi,
morning?
beautiful Ray.
Because it's 12:53 a.m. in
Wow.
Abu Dhabi. Hi, Forbidden.
How are you? I am. It's so good to see you.
Yeah, that's why I saw you. You all are both amazing. It's so like wow. Wow, they get it. Like they know, like they get the point. They get the truth. Why I relate because it's I mean, I don't know number, but why I relate because this is what I studied too, but different style, but the answer is same. Like
The
the
answers
numbers,
are
like
always,
different ways, yeah, the answer is same, the result is same.
yeah, the answers, I mean, an algorithm is an algorithm, and it's just math numbers. Something has to match. If you go 1 to 10,000, we're going to hit one of the numbers.
That's why I also try to put into that equation with us when we're trying to learn this stuff. Is there's no such thing as coincidence in numbers. They only synchronize. They never coincide.
Like,
There's no
Yeah,
synchronicity.
I just only like relating what I study about the life. Then when I saw like, oh, when we make it rotate, still any number they use, it means it's the belief. I
If
relate to
anybody,
it. Yeah, I related what I study and but to use number but me like everything like you labeling by number, I labeling by the words of the belief. And then when you make it the study, if you could look at same also what I'm studying. But only like I told you, you are the number and I label like example like one t-shirt, one factory spread in all of the company. They put labeling the name only, just like that. So, but it's still the same. It's like from the factory. This is what I understand in what you're, even I don't know, but this is like, I relate, I mean, because everything is one, everything's same. Like what you said, like then when you said like everything is one, everything you can even rotate up and down like this, it's still same.
right. So,
So, but what I said is that, yeah, I go this way, this belief, same. I go this belief, the same. I go this belief, the same. All kinds of beliefs, the same. But they do not notice it
we
because
still
we are
have,
focusing on the belief. That's why have separation. So to have unity, they need to have collaboration. To have
so
collaboration, combine. Like when you say combine, yes, because this is also my theory. To combine it, to have an answer, to become one.
that's how come everybody, whatever they're reading for whatever books they're reading, if they would learn the scary part, is a lot of religions in my game, they tell them don't read the instructions, so they stop them from the truth. Why would any good God want to stop anybody from knowing something that doesn't hurt anybody? Why? They scare them and tell them it's evil. They don't see there's evil. What can it be worse by you reading and understanding the difference? If you were my child, you
Yeah.
have to read everything to know the difference.
The other thing that they sold is that we are very imperfect. Well,
Yeah, we are perfectly imperfect.
yeah.
That's literally the translation is we are perfectly imperfect.
Remove the
doesn't
fear, the ego, and confusion. Because be a kid. You know the kid is only to keep the curious. Curious. They don't know fear. They want to know
We have to
everything more. Be a kid.
we have to see
Yeah.
the we have,
Then if you
we have to
speak
see the
to
positive in
knowing him,
fear.
you will surprise. Oh my God, it's so easy, so simple, like a kid. And even kid can understand.
In,
Because
in
it's
order
so easy.
in order to move forward, somebody has to step on somebody else's foot. Otherwise, there's
Yes,
no moving forward. So it's born into us to be able to take that chance. So
yes.
now it's being over time with manipulation and someone cheating more than the other. Others have learned all these bad traits, and they rather muddle up with the evil rather than with the goodness. You know, they got that vibration. It's the vibration.
And the vibration of that is the fact that free will is chosen over a divine path. When the divine path is a lot harder
Then you can see
than free will.
everything very simple. Like they are ready to listen, very simple. Like you can understand God than yourself. I swear. Sometimes we think it's difficult to know ourselves, but to know when God is so easy than ourselves.
Out,
Very easy.
out. In the
Like
game, in the
very
game.
logic, very acceptable, very accessible, very accommodating, no manipulation, no judgment. Very easy. People can judge you, but
Right, but
God can.
in
Fear. Go ahead, Mr. I'm
no, go
sorry.
ahead, speak.
Fear is an acronym. It's simply an acronym. It's either face everything and rise or f everything and run.
say that
Fear
again,
is
please.
good. Fear is yin and yang.
Okay.
You either face it and you rise above it, or you run from it and stay below it.
Yeah.
It's as the above is so the below. That's what fear is. Fear is good. Even in psychology of the human mind, anything that you're afraid of, you should move towards because it's going to create a catalyst in you that's going to cause you to have growth. It's going to cause you knowledge. It's going to gain wisdom because you turn an understanding into comprehension, comprehension into knowledge. Knowledge then becomes wisdom when knowledge is put into motion. Or wisdom, and that's when knowledge becomes wisdom. Is wisdom and knowledge is not emotion.
Yeah, just emotional intelligence. Just
Right,
Yes,
emotional.
emotional intelligence is very important.
But they need to accept that one because they need to open because everything. If
right,
they
but
if they, if they listen to this knowledge, maybe they will surprise. Oh my God! Like become unity, become you accept everything, no question, no blaming, no judgment, everything. That's why we can bring the God of the heavens and earth. That's why we can reset the world. The mindset of like wrong lies belief. Everything is a lie, so we need to reset that lies. Because of fear, of confusion, of that ego, that because they think about religion, they don't know how to listen.
right. So
That's
but no, in the work I do, it's nothing to do with anybody outside in this world. It has. I'm working on the numbers, and when the main thing about what you just said is why am I working on these numbers? What is it? It's part of the game. I also believe that it'll give relief to people to be able to read deeper into their own zodiac signs for those who believe and understand zodiac signs. And then the numbers will give the algorithms within the numbers that all these people who worked in, it doesn't matter what it is, tarot cards, the zodiac,
yes.
astrology, it'll
You're right.
explain words a little bit more. And then when
Mm-hmm.
people see that this can go back, this algorithm goes right back to the Mayans, they're going to start to believe, hey, took a computer to do this, therefore there is a creator. And we all breathe the divine air of breath upon the birth. So this is the main thing, to know all the major things that we're living with, and always try to, I mean, like to stick closest to the numbers. So if I jumped into any religious group or zodiac group, I just like to just throw my 2 cents in there and show them that this is the ninth planet or the seventh planet, and this is the algorithm. So that's basically what I do here.
That's why I like the
Seven is
math.
heaven.
Math you cannot lie, you cannot cheat.
Right.
Because
You
So,
but
cannot lie.
other belief you
You
can
cannot lie.
manipulate, but the math you cannot manipulate.
well,
That's
you
why
could,
And that's the
I
thing.
like the math.
That's the thing
Any
about
like
math.
still, but other beliefs can manipulate, but math cannot.
What
Cannot.
Mr. Tackman is
Always
really
the
doing
answer
is
is right.
what Mr. Tackman is really doing is when he goes into these groups, he's showing, because like if you understand what you're reading when you read the good books, all of them have good absolutely good positive things to say. And if you read them and you realize that astrology, numbers, and that book, all three coincide together. The Trinity, they all three coincide together. To me, when I read these and I understand what I'm saying, if you want to understand the absolute most divine language, you have to understand numbers. Numbers cannot lie, like you said. They can only tell the truth. The 2 and 2 is always 4. 5 and 5 is always 10. No matter where you go, it's always the
Yes.
truth.
Why I
It
like
is the most divine language there is. We just associate the symbols that we call letters with numbers. So therefore we
why
can speak the divine language and bring it to the people so they can understand what they're reading and understand what they're knowing. Because these books are only three things. They're a lineage, an allegory, and a parable. If you cannot read an allegory, you cannot understand what you're reading.
yes, that's why like I know why I relate on him, even I don't know that because the math you cannot manipulate. It's I mean, even like what you still the same answer. Still same answer. So but other can you can change the words, you can change the belief, you can change the mindset, but the math you cannot change the answer. Always the answer is same. You can rotate and up and down still the answer is always like you cannot manipulate like 1 plus 1 you cannot be say 3. Always 2, right? But other belief they can say this is belief you can manipulate but the math cannot.
and so right now I'm still have a lot of things to put together. There's so many things to put together. Like, even you've
Okay.
seen this before. This
The
one,
Ankh,
this one, this one. Are there differences in any of this?
no, because I was drawing that earlier. I drew because it was the 6 and the 9. I think I was looking at that, and if you do the Ankh upside down and right side up side by side together,
It's
that's
just
something I drew. I drew that earlier this week, and I was still studying on that. I haven't figured out why I
Can I
did that.
still take this one and shove it over here with this one and be the same one?
yeah, can be. They combine only like a mix it.
See, because
They
this one
combine
and
them.
this one fit here, but I don't know how to do this. I'm just trying to see if maybe I should have just drawn a little bit better.
What happens is that line on the one that is backwards on the key, right? It sits inside of the other O, right? But that line right there comes across and makes the Ankh.
So what's the meaning of the first one? I want to understand. The first and the second, what is the
No,
meaning?
well, it's because two systems come together, two systems join together. That's what the meaning of both of them are. One of the systems is 2 times the value of the other system, and then when you
Yes.
join
Yeah,
them
yeah, yeah.
together, you go ahead.
When you join it together, it become one.
Yeah, when it joins together,
Become all.
it's two that become one.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, like because everything is you. Everything is like what I am. Like, okay.
What do you think about this?
That's
Okay, give me.
I see the
Yes.
88, the mirrors.
Right. So actually, what this is this design is the 9 and the 6.
I see. Yes, I see that now. I
So
see that.
this is number 33. 3 plus 3 creates 9 and 6. Now I
That's
just
that.
went out and I just designed it, and that's the end result.
That's the symbol that's that symbol you made when we were making that one for the X with the B's in the center.
Oh, most likely, yes.
Yes, that.
So this is your hexagon center. When you create the octagon out of the center, right? You see this line here, and this line here. Don't count this line here. Do you see what this fourth line does? It locks up the lower world with the upper world. The separation between here and here, between here and here. So remember, there's how much of a separation? Here and here, it's the same. Here and here, it's the same. This is 100% of its side. Here's 100% of its side. So you can see if I just created a box all the way around, I'd have the house here, a way to play. They play together over here. So just look at this as 360 degrees. Take away one part, they have their home, And if you take a look, you see the B letter. And then on this side, you can see the P letter. So it's
what I understanding now, I heard like I read you are your mother and father Trinity, everything that it is started in the real of thought. Yes, everything is the mind, everything is the thought. So that's why we need the math, we need the science, we need this one, we need this one, we need this one. All the bullet we need to combine. So then we need to like collaborate and have a meeting if this one is same. So to become one.
Yeah, so
combine it.
When you take the 360 and you multiply it by 6, you get 2160. 2160 is also the pixel vision of 4K.
Okay, let me write that down. Hold on a second. Say that again.
360. Can you hold on a second, Ring? 360 times 6 equals 2160. 2160 is like if you buy a movie that is 4K definition on your TV, that is 4K definition.
So you went to let me go over here. Yeah, we're done at 4:30. I might come back on later, but I have to. Okay, the platonic solids.
Which is 3 and 6, which is the 369 too. 2160. When I break it down my way, comes up to the 369.
Yeah, you have all the platonic solids are in there. I just want to see what I wanted to have one number I was looking for.
And the 4K would be 411, which would be 16.
411.
Yeah, which with the K is the number 11, or the 11th letter in the alphabet. So
right.
The 4 and the K would come together as the 15, making the 6.
Or how about 44 and 15?
We can do 44 because 44 and 15.
So I have the tetrahedron.
That is 59.
Then we have the hexahedron.
16. Just only like I need all the beliefs together and then give one like give the knowledge that in the one on the table. So if they not if all they agree in that it's not knowledge, it means this is the knowledge.
Yes, this is absolutely dodeca.
And see, this is how I also read the numbers too. Like it's almost about to be 4:11 p.m. here. My phone is at 21% battery charge. So I read the numbers right there, which tells me that I'm on the right path with Mr. TechPen.
So this is what we have. We have the tetra at 720, the hexa at 1440, the octa at 2160, the dodeca at 3600, and the isocosa at 6480. We all know that this all drives into the Mayan time, right?
Yes. Which drives into my calendar. Because the 21's the day I was born.
So we need to bring all the beliefs, all religion, science, math, everything.
There's
chakras, cards, everything, because everything is same. Everything is.
And as I was told, the word religion is to just really just celebrate everybody coming to a unity under one understanding.
Well, this knowledge, if they listen to all. They
Yes,
will
but
love it.
hold on a second, Rain. Let's wait until one person speaks until another person speaks. Is that possible?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Okay.
Who's that?
you were talking this at the church. The church.
Me?
No, Forbidden was talking about what religion was.
Yes. No, it's religion for all. It's in within you. You say the God. It's within you all. Because one creator we have.
So this is what it is: 36 times 720. Okay, this is how it works. Here's our platonic solids. We have 36 tetrahedrons. 36 is the same numeric value we need to create and duplicate the chromosomes. We live inside the house of Bay. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 equals to that 27. The 1440 is the day where 8 surround 1 inside of 1.5. Sorry, it's 1.5 days it actually represents. Look at that. 360 goes twice here.
I
4
see that.
times 360. There's 4 circles inside of this one. There's 6 circles inside of this one. There's 10 circles. So here we have 2 circles. And over here we have 4 circles. And then over here we have 6 circles. And over here we have 10 circles. And in this one over here, we have, I think, 18 circles. Let me see this. Yeah.
What does that go into the 144,000?
Which one?
Like that. I don't know which one, but that's the number that came into my head.
1800.
1800.
3600. 1200.
Let's see.
Which number are you looking for again?
I'm not sure. It just came into my head. Something was. I'm working with it right now. It just came out.
Well,
when
this
I
is
said
18 circles. Every circle is 360. Right? So every circle, it takes 9 of these in here. So I'm going to go
144 is 9.
5 times 720 is 6480.
144 is like the people like need to spread this
That's the
knowledge.
44 for 1. That's the 44 for 1 is all. One is all. 1 is all.
Yes.
Well, the icosa is not. Let me see what this is again.
It's the 1 and the 8. That's all. It's the infinity and the 1. It's the 9. That's the bottom. That's also the 666. And when I drew that atomic structure of the 666, that was when we found the tetrahedron in the middle of it. We found all those shapes in the middle of it, in the perfect squares and everything.
Oh yeah, of course you're going to find. Anytime you have area space, you can build within if you're using the squares, right?
Right. Which brings that to that one piece of paper I have drawn where the circle goes inside the square. The circle has to go inside the square because the circle represents essence, the soul.
Yeah, well, everything wouldn't it be simple to? I mean, I don't know which way you want to do this, but you already know. You showed me that when you create a circle and then you square it off and then you draw a line through it, you can automatically create another circle and then through these circles create a square. So now you can have coordinate space.
Yes.
Right?
How many countries we have?
How many what?
Countries.
Countries?
In this. Yes, how many?
Countries, I don't know. I'd have to calculate it. 176? How many countries? And where's, can you,
That's 15.5. That's 5 is the
That's,
heart. So
that's the representation of one country.
what's that?
yeah,
We need the representation of one in one county, one representative.
Oh, so
yes,
now
that.
what we do is we're going to create the second circle. Well, actually, I can do it even easier. I'm going to just go to,
I've got that right here. I've got that right here. Already drawn like this, and it's drawn in different fields.
How many countries we have in this world?
in this world,
How many?
all of them.
How many?
I only can say all of them because I
How
don't
many
know
want
all of them. All that is, I mean, because I don't know I don't know. So
So at least I can know, like I can relate the 144. Maybe this is
144?
maybe this is the country.
No, there's more than 144.
Maybe now it's additional. So, but it's I think because we need one representative in one country to say and implement this knowledge in one country to become same mindset, same like
Yes, same understanding that. Well, listen,
yes,
once we all know that it was created by an outside source. I mean, just look at these pieces of art. What you can do now is we understand how this all comes together. So you can start building from here.
yes,
This,
that's why we need the math, the science, all the beliefs, like all the kinds of ways of belief in
What
this
they call
life.
what they
Then
call
when they get like meeting together, and then they said, yeah, it's like, yes, this one, same. So why we're fighting? Why do have the division? Just only let respect and believe as long as have love. Because God is love. Any ways of kind of love. God is not judgmental.
right,
Not,
but we're trying to just we're not talking about religion. We're trying to
no, this
do
is not religion.
no, but
Actually, this is
math.
not a
I
religion.
know, but math. We're doing math equations. We know, but we know what you know. What I'm saying we're just trying to do the math. I just want to do the math.
Yes, yes.
I don't want to.
I understand.
You know,
Okay, that's all.
we know we all we understand. I understand you. We have to, but I wanted to concentrate. I don't want to go over. And we know this. I mean, I'm 100% with you. That's why I'm doing this. Right?
Right.
I'm
Yes,
doing
I
this
don't
for
like to
that
talk
reason.
about you. Yes, you're right. I agree. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
No,
Because
no,
if we
I'm
talk
just
about
telling you. That's why we're doing this. I
yes,
should put a sign at the top.
May I interrupt a minute, please? I would like to speak to Forbidden privately. So if I can give you my number, I don't care if the world hears.
Well, I don't know if you can do that. They might ban me.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't do
don't do
that.
that. They can cut me because of that.
okay.
So what you can do is you can type it.
Okay. I'm gonna put it right
Just
here.
just send it to me. Just put it in my inbox. Just whenever you leave,
The
if you
thing is,
follow
I
me.
tried to follow you and it can't.
That's weird.
Okay, so let me look on my phone. Let me look on my phone. Let me check this out. I'll check. I have to look for.
Yeah, don't make it. Yeah, mistype
Just
it.
wrote it in the box.
Okay, I got you here. Okay, do you see me?
What do you mean? Do I see you?
I sent you an HHH.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Haven't done anything.
No?
that's okay.
Mm.
Here, I can maybe I can follow you,
Well,
and then you.
I just put my phone number in the I wrote it out.
Oh, yeah, you
Okay.
followed you. You did follow me.
I did.
Yeah,
I'm really
it
not
says
very savvy.
it's telling me to follow you back. So yeah, you definitely followed me. That's why you can't follow me again.
Oh. The older I
I know
get,
you
the
were
more
already following me.
computer illiterate I become.
Listen, I'm no better when it comes to the computers. It's just
Me too.
so we know that
I used to be good at it.
so we can look at just one second. Where did I do this here? 25,920 divided by 6480 equals 2. So this is times 4 equals 25,920, and this is 12 times 2160. And this is 5 times, hold on, 720 divided by 20, 25,920 divided by 720 equals to 36. 36 times 720. 36 by 720 equals, okay, 12 times 2160. Okay. 18 times 1440. Okay. Okay. Let me show you this number over here. So in the five platonic solids, we have 36 that equate to the tetrahedron. This is your base creation before the house gets divided. When the house gets divided, we go with 18 times the 1440 minutes in a day. So is this the 18 months we're looking at? The 18 days, 20 months of the Mayan. Now over here, 12 and 18, 12 times this is 25. This is going to be the left side. This is going to be the right side. The left side of numbers, the 147, the 3, 6, and 9. That's where we're going to pick this one up over here. This will be left. This will be right. This will be the day. This is going to equate to the moon. This is going to equate to the zodiac signs. This is going to equate to the half-life of who we are. And these are all going to fit into the tetra, hetra, octa, dodeca, and isoquadrons. Each one of them dividable. And this 720, that's our base creation. Now, how perfect can it be? Not only that, everything is a division of 7. And the cube that we run by in the story I tell, everything is a division of 7. The other part about that is how many things? I think I said yes. 26 by 20 on 26 by 27 equals to even the number, okay, of faces. Did I get that right? 26. No, even the number, there's 27 cubes times 26 or 702. So on the 702 cubes that there are, did I do this right? 26. 27 by 26. Yes, on the 702 cubes that they are, multiply that by 54 equals to 37,908. On the 702, multiply them by 21 equals to 14,742. I don't know the answer yet to this. This
is a key.
What's that?
21. The number 21 seems to be a key.
Okay, yes. The number 21 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how the binary code works.
Well, and see, that's what and that's the thing. Yeah, because the 121 is a perfect square. 81 is a perfect square. 21 is a prime number. 23 is a prime number.
It equals to 441. It's a 1 for 4 exchange.
Yes, that's the 40. There it is. 21 is the key.
And here's another thing. When you run with the circles, okay, this one over here, first I begin with 4 and 1. What this is 1 dot in the center. Okay, going around that is 3 dots. Okay, 3 dots here, 3 dots here, 3 dots here, 3 dots here. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 16. This is the beginning. Starts like this, 4 and 16. Then I go to this one over here. Then I go to this one over here. No, let's go to this one. It's 2 areas. Then here it's 2 areas. I get here, 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 and here. I mark off 2, 2, 2, 2. I got 8 and 12 equals to 20. Then I come down over here. I got 3 areas, 3 areas, 3 areas, 3 areas, 12. And then I'm going to have 2 in between. Each one of these are going to equal to 20. When I get up to this one, I've reached Jupiter. Here I reach Saturn. When I'm at Saturn, I'm -1. When I'm at Uranus, I'm -2. When I'm at Neptune, I'm -3. And when I'm at Pluto, I'm -4. Why is it doing that? I don't know. Here is my 13. Here is my 11. Here is my 9. I have to figure out that relationship. This one and this one, okay, is the beginning of your Abraham and Isaac coming together. Communication in the lower world between A and D and B and C. It's A, B, C with B, C, D. So it starts out here. And then the reflection of this one is going to fit, I think, with this 8. And this 3 is going to be with this 4. So I'm just trying, I have to figure out the rest of this with sitting up here and looking at the camera that way. My eye is, just give me a second. Do you see where I am with this? My eyes are like falling out of my head.
Yes, I do. Take your break. It's 2 minutes till you need to take your break. Take
Yeah,
your break.
I'm just going to show you this one piece before. We do know that the patterns I'm going to be working on are over here. So I said, everything I need to do has already been put out there. So these are some of the algorithms and patterns. And then here's the same thing. See the 3, 2,
Yes.
3. So it's what it's talking about is it's like the dartboard, the bullseye, the 20 in darts. Darts is 20, and the other one is 15. And then this way, wait, is it this way? Yeah, this way here. So no, not that way here. So this one here, right, has the 4 checkerboard, but the other one is the communication between the lower and the upper world. Abraham, right? The house is split. These are the 2 basics. So I'm going to put on one song, then I'll let you guys, if you want to go up there and talk with everybody. I need to take a little break.
Get your PP, rest your mind, come back refreshed.
Yeah, I'm going to just put up this one little song, and I'm just trying to see which one it's going to be. Not the rest your mind. I like the mushroom song.
Mushroom song, that sounds awesome. I love this song.
Hallucinations carve his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz pulsing through sacred lines. Ram up the soul, hard drive of time. Spinning in the deacon zodiac mind. Feed the planet, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data flows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing of cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams in psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal blue. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Einstein wired to the cosmic code. Young map dreams where the rivers flow. Darwin tricked through nature's frame. Hallucinations carved his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz flows through sacred lines. Ram of the soul, hard drive of time. Spinning in the deacon zodiac mind. Ping of planets, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal bloom. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young archetypes process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The cosmos codes where the circuit flies. Einstein born, they remembered. The deacon zodiac mind, always online. The song fuses the mystical with the digital, blending the flow of consciousness with the mechanics of technology. It's designed to feel like a trip through both inner space and cyberspace, where hallucinogen psychology, evolution, and the universe's data streams are all part of the same system. This isn't a download, it's an upload from the roots to the spine to the cloud of the divine. Ping, ping, fingers, it's always been online. DNA strands like fiber optic light, chromosomes coded in cosmic bytes. Breathe the modem, mind the screen, visions pixelate in a lucid dream. RAM reboots, thoughts realigned, crashing through the firewalls of time. Every heartbeat syncs with the stars, we've always been connected from afar. Upload the stars, download the signs, megabytes marching through ancient.
There you go. That's that song.
I love that song. I wish I
I'm
could
gonna
have.
get two more. I brought
Eventually.
somebody else up. How's everybody going? I'll be back.
How you doing?
A lot of time people try to come up and either it's their system or it's ours. Just going to just go through these comments. Pizza is a circle that comes in a square box cut into triangles.
Yeah, it's the wheel. Yeah, I love pizza. It's good.
So then all the corners are owned by the alliance. Does that make any sense?
It does in a way because like I said, the square represents the body, the circle represents, because it's an infinite loop, the circle represents the essence, and the triangle represents mass into well, it's two triangles. It becomes the Star of David, which is as above so below, which the human body is created of all elements: earth, air, fire, and water. So when you combine those, you put the two triangles together. The triangle is mass turned into structure, and I have it all written down.
So this come, these words you speak, they come from where? You read them somewhere? How do you know them?
I know them through going outside the game again. Sorry.
So no, it's okay. It's no. When we go, no, we're not. You're telling me how you know them. So that's inside the game, so others can understand. So can I.
Okay. I got it right here on paper. I got it right here drawn on paper. I had to. I have it. I have it right here. Let me get it real quick. I made sure I put that in paper so that way.
Because you know what, the only thing I see with that, right, is when I see a lower triangle, I can see that I can open my mouth towards the upward to one side or the other. When I see the opposite triangle, I'm going just the opposite way.
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a different focal point of direction. So that's why I'm asking. So I want to know what you see or what your numbers are. That's why I put you up.
I got you. Give me 1 second. I'm coming right now here in just a second. Give me 1 second. Wrong button. This button. I need this button. That button. This right here. Save. It's right here. And then it comes to this, like this.
Okay, go back to the left for a second. Like leave it there for like at least a minute. So I want to write down so I can see it.
Okay.
Right before anything, there's an empty space that's occupied by the pure energy. Is that a good way to say it?
Yeah, that's how I say it too. I just tried to put it in words for others to understand.
Empty space occupied by energy.
Yes. And you'll see that in
Now,
just one.
when I say this occupied by energy,
That's right here.
what
Look.
it's doing to me, right? What it's making me design is it's making me show a star, and
Yeah, it's right
through
here.
each. Okay, this one. Okay, so now you're telling me the octopus that has 8 arms is going to be controlled by something that has only 6 arms,
Yes.
or is
Because
this
this is this when we come here, my understanding is when we come here, we are bound by we are bound by a physical material laws that only animals obey now because we have the consciousness of a divine source. That's why we're able to create and manipulate the land like we do, but we overdo it. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's what I'm saying.
trying to?
This is the formation. I mean, I understand what you guys are saying by it's occupied, but you have to really expand your mind to understand because then it becomes occupied and becomes the source and becomes consciousness. This is the body. This is everything put in together.
Yeah, because this requires consciousness.
Then it comes to here. This is the 4D. This is where most everybody is right now. Like nobody. Like this is literally where most everybody is. Even the ones that think they're on 5D. This is about where you're at. Your eye is opening. It's not opened yet fully. That's my personal opinion. That's how I speak. I apologize. I don't mean to offend anybody, and it's for entertainment purposes only.
What'd he say? What'd he say? This is TV land. This is TV land. We
And
on
then
TV. We all
you
be
can
on
come,
TV.
when you come to the 5D, you see how this line has disappeared. That means this eye is fully opened. And when you go beyond that, you come to a higher realm. And well, that's I'm just gonna leave it at that.
So I didn't do my piece as good as I wanted to. So when it's an area space that's unoccupied and occupied, so when it means 8, it doesn't have to be 8 as from the inside. It might be 8 from the outside. And that 8 might be talking about the tetrahedron, which is 3, but it's not 3. It's just 1 second. I'm going to just switch this around a bit.
Yes, thank you.
So we have the mini tetrahedron, right? We have the mini tetrahedron. I know it's hard to see up against the ceiling. I know, right? And then we have the larger one, which, unless I'm cuckoo, this is the exact same thing. Did I do that right? One, hold on a second. Where is it? No, I think I made a mistake with this one. See the inside of this, 1, 2, 3 areas, right? That was the whole thing. But then once I finished it, I ended up to see with the 1, 2, 3 areas, right? But there's one area here, one area here, one area here. There's 3 areas here. There's 3 areas here. But there's a bottom to this area here, and there's a bottom to this area here. So if you look on the outside, I have two, right? What is it? 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So we have two here, and two here is 4, and one here is 5. But in all actuality, you have one window here, one window here, one window here. You have 4. But when you hold it up this way, right, you only have one window here, one window here, one window here is 3. But when you hold it this way, you have one window here, one window here. You know, here you have 4, but when you hold it this way, it's 3.
What's the half of this one?
So 4, when you have the 4 over here, you have this side over here split 2 and 2, 4. But you hold up this way, there's only 3 and 3. So how's that possible?
Maybe this one is like did the half.
It's so beautiful.
Would you like half? I need the half to become full.
And as it spins, it creates the circle. It would create energy. It's infinite.
See, it's on the outside. You see, know the way I see this? See this? Everything outside here would be spinning. These might be having energy that pulsates through it. What is Earth? It's a communication center. That's all it is. So we all, for those who are new here and don't know what's going on, right? See this cube over here? I'm going to see if I never seem to have color when I want it. Oh, I already marked this up. I'm going to have to make this darker because you can see right through it. For those who are new here, and because I was ending this, maybe I'll stay on a little bit longer. I'm going to see what I wanted to share. We spoke about, so the Star of David, right? Which, can you still follow the Star of David in this picture? Let me just see if I can do this again.
I'm going to hold that for a minute. I like 444.
444.
That's what time it is here where I'm at. It's 444, 18% battery charge, 13 watchers.
So 444 is also 4 times 71 minutes.
I'm holding it. There it is, 445. Bless you.
Bless us.
Bless us, yes.
Wow, big strong sun coming in.
Yes, I love it.
And never mind, I'm doing orange. So you were here at the beginning when we were in with the orangutan.
Yes.
Isn't it crazy? Monkey. You know, orangutan is 111. You want me to show you 111? I'm going to show you 111.
I love that sunlight hitting you. That's awesome.
111 was where the cube is.
Yes. That's the 4. I got 4 ones in my birthday as well. That's yes.
This is where, but it's right in here in this cube.
Right, I see that. That's beautiful. It's so, and it's got the heart in it. It's got the heart in it. That's what I love about it. It's beautiful.
So do you know what area this is?
This is
The number to the, what number did we speak about with the orangutan?
111.
That's it. 16, 17, 18, 51, 19, 20, 21, 51, and 60, 111. You know what's here?
Which one is that?
Over here, that is AD. The AD, look the way the AD splits up. This
Yeah, I
number
see it.
14. The house splits up at 14. And then it
I
goes
see
in
that.
and creates 3 different areas
And the one in
inside the
four makes
house.
the
And you know where it
yeah.
comes back to? Right over here. You know what number that is? 23. Remember the dartboard I
Uh,
showed before with the Monopoly? The
so the one fourth.
ABCD is right here. Abraham, Isaac, Ishmael, Hagar, and Sarah are right here between the two sides. Right now, every single day of our life, this is where they
Well,
are.
that's literally it. Literally says the 111 is the combination of one, which the one in four splits the five, which becomes the 2 3, which reaches the masses, which brings the heart back together as five as a whole. Because five is the center of one through nine. It's the heart, like you said.
Right.
That's how I read it. That's how I read it.
But when you read it that way, because we're like 13 of us, what do you think everybody understood that because you read it? You're reading it like, where's the, like, and I don't do this to put anybody down. I mean, I'm trying to know myself, like the reference is you, fine and dandy. I know you do great numbers, but I know you also study everything. So help us out. Help!
I I um I would hope they would. I don't know if they can they understand, because they would have to really, well, okay, the best understanding to understand that would be to understand that the heart, like, is the middle of 1 through 9, five.
Right.
It's dead center. And the 23, and I associate all the numbers that you do to my birthday, and that's how I look at it. And when I look at it and I see the 23, which is my life path, the 23, which is also the heart of the star of Leo, which is also courage. The lion is courage. It's the heart of the lion. So with the courage, it says the 23 it brings the five together, brings the heart together, it brings the love, the understanding. It's supposed to be the communicator, the one that teaches and says, hey, look, this is what we do. Because the five in the tarot cards comes back to the Hierophant, the spiritual teacher, and that's the one that's going to unify all. And when I look more at the chart of mine, like you said, in the Mayan calendar, and I look at the 20 and the 20 and the 8 on the one side, which is the right hand side, which is judgment and justice, it says if this is not unified, then judgment and justice will come, which is the 10, which is the 10, which is the source of all. And the other side is 22, uh is 22 and 6, which is also again 28, which is 10. So the X comes the 10 and 10 and 10. And then the 44 sits over on the side of my 19, which is the sun. And the sun, which is I am a son of my parents. I am a son. And then I come over to the world across from that, which says I am the son of the world. And I'm brought into the world to like, and we give, we are to give an understanding. When I come back to the five, and you come back to the one, you get the six. The six is the lover's card in tarot as well. Sixes comes right after the five. So first you have to learn it, live it, and then you come to the six, which gives it from the heart to the love of everybody to teach it. And that's where the six fundamentals I have that I've learned through the dreams that I get are the building blocks and all actions of the word love. And that's where the heart is based, is love. And to bring that into science, we have to understand that inside your heart you have neurons that are inside of your heart that create the same cognitive processes as the brain. The Egyptians believed that you thought with your heart, and the thoughts that come through your heart come through your brain to process through your mouth. So that's why they believe that spelling and the vibrations of what you say harm others. So through this, everybody thinking that they are the one, they are the God, is actually egotistical and wrong. We are all part of one whole. You are a fragment of one source. You are an experience. You are in a game of experience, and it has been taken to another level through the wrongness of others' hearts, which is the upside down heart. The upside down heart would be 60 or 41, and and
Oh, and
and
say the
that's
thing from one side to the other side. What heart would be what heart?
the good heart, the good of heart would be the one. Well, to me, 4 is unity because 4 brings you to the heart. So I believe the 41 would actually be the better of the heart. The 14 is the bad of heart, which brings you to the 55, and that's the 10. That's the one. That's the divided half of 1 point. That's the half. That's the divided half of a circle. 0.5, and that's how I come to understand the numbers, because the numbers all tell the story. That's why I look at my time, my battery percentage. I look at the people that are watching. I look at I look at the hearts that you have, and it tells me a story. It tells me the story of that either people are listening or they're not listening. And if they're listening, then we have a way to go. And that's the thing that we have. And as I got one vision as I was taking, because I believe as they learn, that they say that water is sentient, that water, when we sit in the water, and it says go to the water, because the water will because you absorb, even if you are dehydrated and you cannot drink the water, you can sit in water and your skin will absorb the water. And when you absorb the water, because you are 70% water, you are then the sponge. When you become the sponge, you can absorb what the water knows. The water is also very electroconductive. And when you put electricity in water, it leaps through it and bounds through it. So your body is also electroconductive, so it can actually match with the water and intermingle with the water. So when you become the water, you can then understand and get more great cognitive thought. That's one reason why I add salt to my bath. Mercury is salt, I believe. I'm not sure. But when I add the water to my bath, it gives me more of a greater understanding of things. And when I get this understanding, I understand that there is a division in our spiritual community that is going to cause a divide, because they're not understanding that there are laws you cannot escape from in our universe. You simply cannot. It's part of the existence. It's part of the life. And to understand that means to understand what we are in the game and what the real rules of the game are. And when we come to this understanding, then we can move as a whole. Because through the heart, if you look at certain pieces of certain aspects of battles that there have been fought, where men have laid down arms and joined and played soccer with each other in World War II and things of that, you start seeing this is the heart, this is the heart, this is the 41. The four to me represents unification, because if you connect the 4 with the top and make the triangle like you do the 4 and make that, you have 5 points. You have one at the side, one at the bottom, one at the right, one at the top, and then one in the center. That's your 5. Or the one where they connect all. You can consider that to connect all when you draw that 4 that way, which is also the half of a star. If you put a 5-point star together and you draw another reverse 4, you get a 5-point star, which is the 4.
If we would take Rubik's Cube and want to look at the cube in the center, what number would we give that cube?
Is that not the 19? Or
Yes, but I want to give it another number. I'm going to just give you a little. Here is the center of Rubik's Cube. What number can we actually give it?
without the center of the Rubik cubes is nothing. So
Right, but it's an area space. What would you call that area space?
I would
There's a bunch of numbers you can give to it, so
you could give it 1 0, because 0 is the center of all things, which is the center. It could be 14, it could be the half, 41, it could be the heart. 1 and 9, which is 10 2.
You just said something and you answered it before when you said the same words. Right, number 5.
Yes, the 5. It would be the 5. Yeah, the heart.
So you already said it. That's why I said when you said it, that's why I got and grabbed this, because that's exactly what you understand. It's 4
Yeah.
and 1, and then it's
Yes.
the 4 corners and 1.
Right.
It's 144.
There it is.
And then it's on 3 levels, but on the third level, it's not the controller of it, right? On the first level, it's 4 around 1, but it's not the controlling pin. So it's like 404 error on the outside. Like, the computer, it shows 404 error. I like to say the O is like an area space. I like the O better than the 1. The 1 is like the center of an area space, where the O is the outside of that area space. You know what I'm saying? Like the cube will be actually the circle, and the 1 would be the center of the circle, making it, obviously, if it was a triangle, I'd call it 3, but if it's a square, I'm going to call it 4. 4 by 90 instead of 3 by 120.
Correct. I like that because, and then and then it can become a 6 as well, because the 6 leads you to the rest of the outside to give.
But
The
then you're
6
cutting
is,
the 6 cuts everything in half, because
yeah, the 4 and the 6. That's where well, that's where you say you don't like to put the 4 and the 6 together, because but the 4 to me, it shows that unity, like we were talking about with the 5.
yeah,
We
the
have to
4 is
have
the
the 4
four
to give to the,
four
we have to have
corners.
the 4. Yeah, we have to have the 4 to give to the 6. That's how the story tells to me to come to the 10, because it's those, both of those two numbers on the outside of 5. And if you split 10, if you split the 10, you get the outside, the halves. And if you go 5 on one side and 5 on the other, you get 6, you get 9 and 10.
Right. This
Or
this
9 and
is
11, excuse me, 9 and 11, 9 and 11, excuse me, you get 9 and 11.
well. You know that this and this is the same, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
So
You taught me that.
when I look at this, anything that's in between is a half of something else. In between 1 and 7 is 6, 2 and 8 is 6, 3 and 9 is 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
But it's 5 numbers: 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's really 5 in between here, 5 in between here, 5 in between here.
5
Just
creates
these
all.
numbers are the center of those numbers. That's all.
And 5 creates all, because if you go back, take the 5 from the, like you take the 5 and go all the way back to the 1, you get the 6. You take the 5 and go all the way back to the 9, you get the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, you get the 14. That's 5. It comes back to 5. That being that, and that's when you bring the 5 and the 6 together, you get the 11. You get the 1 and the 1. That's the split of the 1. That's the split of that is literally the split of 10. That's one step outside of 10.
Well, here's your 10. Well, you're really right on it, but just the 7 and the 3 and the 6 and the 4 come together, right? They're 3 away and 3 away from each other. It's like the same
Yes.
thing, just on the other side.
But in the 333, that's a beautiful number, because you get the 3 threes. That's 12. That's the 1, 2, 3.
It's all threes. Everything up and down is threes.
Right. That's
So they,
the 33. The 33, like you were talking about, the teachers, because that'll teach you as well. That's beautiful. It's beautiful.
so
This Wow.
so where was I? Yeah. So this thing over here, eh? If we wanted to look at it, right, each cube, see, it's built like this, but I don't regard it like this. I count each one of these as 6, 24, 24, 24, 24. If you look at it, you can run your corners this way. So right away, it becomes the octagon 8. It becomes the doghouse. The entire cube becomes the doghouse, right? The other two broke off. Too bad.
Wouldn't that also be it almost look like a 51-degree angle as
The
well?
fifth wheel of the truck. You know what the fifth
Yes.
wheel of the truck is?
Yes, sir. It sits above the axle to carry the load on top of the axle, so that it doesn't break the truck.
So now what you have, and you have the fifth wheel, and you're going to pin up to the trailer. So the trailer is 8 and the truck is 10, equals to your 18 wheeler. And you have 3 of them, and that equals to the sun.
Yes, the 10.
So the question is, if you have 3 18 wheelers, you have 3 18 wheelers. Why did we have 3? Oh, yes, for the 3 opposite sides of the cube. But what? Oh, yes, the 18
Yeah,
wheeler is
30.
also connecting up the star. When you connect your tens, right? When you connect your tens, your 9-1, your 3-7, your 4-6, your 8-2, you connect
Yes,
it
sir.
with a star, 4 lines to connect everything.
The same. That's the same. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. It takes 3 lines to make the 4, but they intersect at the fourth right there. So that would they intersect when you close it off. They have yeah.
So somebody wants to come up, so I'm going to bring them up. We're going to be hopefully staying on subject.
I see that. I see that. It's beautiful right there. That's why some see. That's why I started drawing the 4, the 2 4s, the 44. One forward and one backwards, and I realized that's when I realized it made that 5-point star.
So this Mr. Fitness jumped up and then jumped off. Okay.
He may have been trying to hit the like button and accidentally hit the request. I do
Yes.
that too.
Yeah, probably. So there's a lot of things because now if we're talking about 4 dots or we're talking about 4 areas, we were also talking before you were talking about occupied empty space. So
Yeah.
when it says occupied empty space, that's when I brought this in. And I'm saying we need to have the octagon, okay, in order to do this. And where is that octagon? So I don't have an 8, but we do have an 8. I have 1 area, 2 areas, 3 areas, 4 areas. The thing
And
is,
that's
when I
the
show
thing.
it to you on this side, right, there's only 1 area here. Wait a second. Is it this side? 1 area. Hold on. It's this side. Sorry. It's this side here. This side here is 1, 2, 3. This side here is 1, 2, 3. But the minute I turn it, I'm not even sure which way I turn it. But when I turn it this way, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then underneath it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pretty weird, no?
It is. It is. But at the same time as the octagon is also the 5-point star folded in on itself.
Yeah, what I feel is like they need the half same like that.
Which
Half
Next time I have to pay attention when I do this. So
it's
like same
beautiful though.
same. To become combined, to become star, become light.
this will become light within itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like to make
because
another half.
if you were to stick that into a machine or 2 drills, say one on each side or one on one side, just whatever you could do to spin it and put magnets around it, it would then create energy. It would create a magnetic field.
So
It would
when you
create a
need to
torus
make it
field.
more like become
Right now,
full.
what you're doing just by spinning it through the air, you're creating friction through the air, which is actually going to create force, which then creates energy, light. As you can see, like you see, look at as it comes through it starts gaining. There's light.
Do you know
Mm-hmm.
that I'm frozen? Do you know I'm frozen right now from this?
Oh, that's I got you. Yeah, because it
At
creates the
what
wind.
point would it look the best when it's spinning?
Yeah, become full, become full, become.
Yeah, I should put it on a drill, should I? Let me see. I'll probably lose my hand. Let's see what happens. I don't know if I have the proper drill for this.
How are you
Oh, I just
forbidden?
dropped it in the garbage. No, I don't have the size.
Like if you will get the half of this one, become complete. No need to make it roll. It's already complete.
But it's not spinning on the right.
Can Cynthia come up if she wants to? Because like she
Of
has a
course you
lot to
could.
teach. She's another teacher. She's a beautiful teacher. I love her teachings.
I will teach you only like a kid. Kid knowledge.
Oh, she is so beautiful. I'm going to shut up and let these two talk because when they start talking, I mean,
See, when it wake up from roll, it's become like complete, like become one, like become like the missing half is become.
Cynthia came up to save us.
I remember before reading the pictures you sent to me, they said it is the light, same like that,
Hey, what
same
does
like
this
what you
look like?
said.
Yes, that right there. Yes, yes, yes. And see the wobble? The wobble also can represent the earth, like the because it has that wobble, and it has that tool. Oh, it's so beautiful.
See,
Okay, now that I'm done being excited, I'm gonna be quiet and listen to my teachers.
I remember the forbidden you sent to me the pictures of same like that, but it's complete like a star, like a light. But like what he showed to me is the half, and then the half is missing, just like that. But I remember you remember when you said, "Oh, this light, like star."
I'm wondering if
Remember that?
Cynthia,
Greetings.
the callings have come upon us.
I've done
Give us
lots of
some
work today.
zodiac stuff. We want to hear about the zodiac.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys want to hear it. I just came from another group and they hated me.
Oh, we can learn to hate
Mm.
you, but first let's
Ah.
let's let's learn to. What can we bring from the stars? Who's
Oh, well, today I've mostly been just working on the salts, delivering the salts and the stones from the zodiac. And, I was also trying to connect it with our clock.
so
A lot of
tell us
people don't
something.
know the zodiac is the clock, it's the 24-hour clock. It's a natural clock that we all follow each day, unaware.
Oh, I'm aware of every hour that goes by minute. I write it all down.
Yes, and see since you know that, you know your angels. Those are your angles, those numbers that we operate through in the algorithm.
So Capricorn and Aquarius and Pisces. So this is what happens between midnight and 6 a.m. So right after Pisces, the rooster screams out really loud and says, Aries, like all rise. And then that's going to be 8 a.m. That'll be over there. And then 10 a.m. you'll get the Taurus. Am I right on so far?
Yeah, you got 6 to 8 for Aries, 8 to 10 for Taurus. Yes.
And of course, Cancer for beginning of lunch, eh?
Yes, and see our day, if you work the 9 to 5 shift, you'll notice that the 9 is in the bull run. Okay, and that's usually the time that we like get up and we're going. So like our natural rhythm that people have in their work shift, it is literally tuned to the zodiac as well.
Yes. So, yeah, let me mention something about that because that's like not the same number as anybody else. That's a different number. The 21st hour, okay, and 9 a.m. The 21st hour is the last part of what is the reverse of the third hour. So the 21st hour is in the PM. Are you following me with this piece here?
Well, I like how you tied 21, the 21st hour, to the 9 jack, of course.
Why do you say the 9 jack?
Oh, for the 9 birth. The 9 birth.
Oh, okay, yes, because Jack hooks up the Capricorn. Okay. And he also becomes born into the house of Bet because the Jack is the 11th card. And not only that, is when it's the 11th card, it can move around. Like when you have blackjack, okay, it'll be the 10 value card. So you're going to be holding the Capricorn stone. And it becomes 10. 10 and angel are the same number. They're 39. And getting the number 39 is ironic because the lower house has a 3-to-1 value on the upper house. The Capricorn stone, right, is down by 1, 2, 3, 4, equaling to 10. And you bring that in with Gemini. And what's funny about that is it took 4 numbers to create the 10, but yet Gemini is the third reverse sign. And that's perfect because we want to have a separation always between 3 and 4. It's the same corridor. The thirds and the quarters, they work together, same corridor, as I just showed you in this, the thirds and quarters. You see there's 1, 2, 3 area spaces up to 3 area spaces to 3 area spaces. But the minute I turn it this way, everything is like 4 spaces from 3, like 4 spaces and then 4 spaces. And then we hold it up here, it's 4 spaces, but we, wait a second, where did the, and over here, that's where the 3 spaces look like. I'm like lost with this, but they're showing you both sides. But anyways, in a tetrahedron, this is something else we have to remind ourselves. So for those that are working with logic and understanding, this is not only what I do, but it's what you can do with what I show you. Is that when you cut, when you slice a cube on an angle, what was 6 sides is now going to have 4 and 4 sides. And what's ironic about that is when you, I'm just trying to see, when you do that, we can now take one of the flat sides. Whoa. Now I can take one of the flat sides, line it up against this cube over here, right? And put one on this side until we can square box this one in. Then we can box the cube and put one here, but they have to be the same size. Or you can just put a cap on it like this. See the way the square can move inside a triangle because it's smaller? Just put a cap on it. I've seen a lot of stuff work like this with a square cube inside 4 inside the 3 instead of 3 inside the 4. That's a little weird, eh? So, yeah, the reason I said this is because on a clock, you can have 12 above 6, right? But that's splitting the day and the night. But the 3 o'clock is giving yourself, I'm just trying to remember, from the, I'm just trying to remember what it was. Yes, we get 12 and 12 hours shared from 3 o'clock equally. So let me redraw this. The angel, you remember I spoke about the angel? So you get 3 and the 9. So now that 3 and the 9, what is this angel? Since it's the zodiac angel running on the 12 hours, right? Now what was 3 is now 15. What was 9 is now 21. That's what it was about. Is how they change their colors. The 21.9 will reflect the cube. Now look what happens. You become the creation over here. And then over here, it shows off the angel side. Here it becomes the creation from the birth to the life. From this part of the clock down to this part of the clock. This also says split sun. You can't do it here at 12 and you can't do it over here. The 12, the 24 and the 12 come together, and the 6 and the 18. Look at that. Same number. 12 and 24, 36, 36. Different number. In rotation in the lower house. This is 1/3 of this. This is 1/3 of this. This is 1/2. This is 1/2. So what's going on between the 1/3? That's where we should be taking part in the 1/3. And here it is the 1/2. Right? So the house gets divided up. One part of the house and two parts of the house. One part of the house, two parts of the house. This one is over here on number 12. So these are in quarters. This one's in a quarter and this one's in a quarter. Even though these numbers are 1/3 the difference, it's a 6 and the 9 over here. So I'm not sure. I'm hoping you understood that. So I'm going to get back to the Capricorn at midnight. And when you jump into the Capricorn at midnight, is that an Earth sign? So at midnight we now have the Earth sign, and then at Aquarius is 2 o'clock in the morning till 4. What did I miss? Capricorn, Aquarius. Okay, right. 2 till 4. 2 a.m. and then 4 a.m. Yes. I don't know why I keep marking the zeros, I mark the zeros when all I have to mark. Oh, please don't tell me I'm out of this stuff. Not happy about that. Not happy about that. Wow, I'm out of... Okay, yeah, that's a little downer to be out of that. So I just wanted to run in is that when we get to Aquarius, we then get the Earth, air, Pisces is going to be the water. And by 8 a.m. in the morning, right, when you get to Aries, we're going to end up with the fire. So we get the Taurus, we're going to get back to Earth. And then we get the Gemini, we're going to get back to the air sign. So by the time we start the day and we get back to lunch, did I do that right? I think I did. I think I got that done. Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So we finished off with the air sign. Is that correct? Earth, air, water, fire, earth, air. So anyways, I think we got it right. And then Gemini, air, and then we have water again. And what are we left with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we start off, we have Cancer at 2 p.m. from 12 till 2 is going to be Cancer and water. So that would be the first 120 minutes. And then Gemini would be the last 120 minutes, and that would be in air. So 120, well, they're all 120 minutes. So we know that this is the game of pool through the 7th gate, all of these. What do you think, Cynthia, of what I'm
following
doing?
you.
What's
Yeah,
that?
it's accurate. Yes, it's accurate. I'm following you.
So what is it doing that Taurus should be? Wait a second. They end at 2. They go till 4. They go to 6. They go to 2. They go to 4. They go to 6. So Aries is from 6 a.m. So what's happening? Aries begins after the first quarter of time ends, meaning that when you get into Aries in the morning, 360 minutes have already passed the day. And now Aries is starting into the fourth part of the day. It sounds just like it would. It starts in April in the 4th month. So it's starting after the first 360 degrees. You follow where I'm going with this, or?
Yes, and that's why you have your equinoxes. The equinoxes are coming up. There are set times on the calendar. So, that's also when a lot of the world's religions, they have all their holidays. Their holidays are centered around these equinoxes and solstices. They're high holiday seasons. A lot of that's coming up here in Aquarius. Aries. I think it's, let's see, March 21st for the equinox, and then June 21st for the fall equinox.
Okay,
or autumn
so
equinox.
equinox, one between two falls one between two. The other one falls one between two. You said March 21st?
Yes.
And what the sign is that?
Aries.
Okay,
Aries
so
for the Arise, for the Arise sun,
for the
for
A
entry
rise,
into what they call, yeah, that's what you would call entry into the kingdom of heaven, which is the top portion of the zodiac wheel for your AM, which, you know, what you're showing is also how it's divided straight down the center with the AM and the PM.
there's a direct link inside of it. 3 and 4 split the cube. Double that up 6, double that up 8. It's the 360th minute to the 480. It fits exactly right in where it has to fit between the two houses at the seventh gate in Aries at the solstice. So the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, and 3 and 4 is the hot cold, right?
Yeah, the hot cold.
It's like
Yeah,
the division. It's
but
perfect placement.
this is the minutes. 120, 240, 360, 360 to 480. So give me, when is the other one? When is the other solstice? I'm just going to the kitchen for just give me a minute.
I want to double check because I get my June, July mix, but I'm pretty positive it is.
Yeah, so we have the December solstice also, don't we?
Okay, your summer solstice, and then you have your winter solstice, which that's when we do the Christmas. It's the 21st of December.
Okay. So
Then I'm thinking the summer solstice, maybe that's why I said July 21st. Let me double check.
okay, but let me just, you want a December 21st first?
That's the solstice, yeah.
Okay, so I have to, what sign is that? That's Sagittarius, right? No, that's ending. That's the end of Sagittarius. So it's the end of Sagittarius, and then we're going to be picking up on Capricorn. Whoa, we just turned all the way around. We just went all the way around the clock. Did you know that?
Yeah, because
Did
it's
you?
a circle.
No, but we just now I'm mixed up because we went too far. I have to stop at I have to take a break at Sagittarius. Wow. Oh my God, that's crazy. How did we go from Aries to Capricorn in December? So this one, let me mark this. What did I mark down for the time? The other time was what? You said March 21st?
Okay, so the equinox goes March 21st. Okay, and then that's the spring equinox. Then you have your summer solstice, and that takes place June 21st. And then you have your fall or autumn equinox, and that's September 21st. And then you have your winter solstice, and that's December 21st. And these
Okay,
are
when
called the
was
crossings. This is the cross that the sun dies upon each you know,
because
each
you
cycle.
know in the Star of David, right? If there was a crossing for 4 seasons, in the Star of David, there are 4 crossings. So you're right. There's 4 crossings in the Star of David in order to make the cube that's in the center through what is the hexagon. So there'd be 4 crossings. So Sagittarius is happening at the 12th a.m. also can be known as the 24th hour. So that's your creation right there out of Capricorn. You know that
Yeah, you
that's
see
that
that's followed by the solstice, the December 21st
well
solstice,
that's the yes.
12/21.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Because I'm relating this to the clock now. Because
Yes.
Capricorn starts the clock at midnight. So midnight can either be looked at 7:20 or it can be looked at as 1440. So either you're looking at a tetrahedron, right? Or you're looking at well, I think I marked things down like just never to find them again, just for fun, you know? Wow. I what book did I put this in? Anyways, I know you know what oh, wait a second. No, it's the book underneath this book. Or is it this book? Okay, wait a second. I'm marking in this book too now. Oh, just give me a second. Wow, I'm marking in two books at the same time. Look at that, eh?
Yeah, so my last group I was in, I was trying, they wanted me to give like firm, established proof of the zodiac, and I was trying to like show it with the calendar, how it's literally the calendar that we follow. It doesn't matter what culture or background you're in, we're following a 12-month calendar. But at the same time, some people are following a moon calendar, so they have 13 because they're following the moon. But with the zodiac, it also pairs up with our clock. So that's another reason why I consider it like a firm, blueprint for all things here, because it's literally what we're following each day on our 24-hour clock. And it works just right with the calendar. And when you put the numbers with it like you're doing, I mean, the story just keeps growing with the numbers.
Yeah, well, the algorithms, we're just trying to understand putting together all the algorithms with like what is it? Where can we go? It doesn't matter where we go. We go into the sky, we go into the ground. Whoever mentions anything that's calculable, it's all calculable by the zodiac. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because these are what we're using for navigation
So
here upon the earth.
how would you calculate the skull and bones of things? How is that measurement worked?
Well, okay, so what I'm hearing from you is I'm pairing your skull and your bones. I'm pairing that up with the zodiac, and I'm going to start with the skull being represented in Aries. And then it goes all the way around and it ends in your fish feet, Pisces.
So the skull is Aries?
Yes.
Okay, and why? Say that. I mean, I think I heard you say this again, but tell me why.
Well, it goes back to, it goes back to alchemy of your body. It's pertaining to your brain. Aries and Taurus are kind of pertaining to your brain area because you have your cerebrum, and then you have your cerebellum. Okay, and from these words, they're modern terms, but you can also kind of link these words with Sarah and Abraham. Okay.
Yeah, so it's been mentioned
Aries
before.
is called the head of the year. That's another reason why I would say that. It's the Ram, pertaining to your memory, your access memory. And that's why we're the Ram bowling man, because you've got the ram and the bull, how they connect to each other. And so, you have your body as the zodiac, how it wraps around, and in these different constellational houses, they will pair up with your body. They also line up with the chakras of your body, and then these chakras of the zodiac, they line up with the planet as well, because the planet has these stones within it as well, because the planet is called the Son of Man.
So Aries
and you
is
can see this with the gem pockets.
Aries is number. Okay, just yeah. So no, keep talking. I'm just accumulating information. I'm just going to listen. Just keep talking.
So the Chinese, I really like their system of calculation, because they're not from the Bible, they're not from the Muslim faith, the Muhammad, the Quran. They have their own system, and their system is also based upon astrology. Okay, and they're using it's a different system, but at the same time, it's the same system. It's just in a different perspective. So what they do with their astrology, they know it's pertaining to the body, and they have acupuncture points on their body that line up with these star constellations and the deacons. So literally the blueprint for your body is seen in the zodiac above, here in the below. We are the microcosm of the macrocosm in the below.
Okay, so
because we're the Son of Man as well. We're the walking earth upon the earth.
so connect. How do you connect the basin of our body? And when I say the basin, the hip area. Can you describe to me something about the hip area?
Okay.
I'm just trying to see something from what you said. So there's no trick in this.
Yeah, I would have. Let me go and look in my file.
How would you compare it to a ship? I'm just looking for something, because when you said Aries, right? Aries is like you made me think of something, and it works out mathematically with Aries. Just give me 1 second. Very silent.
Okay, so you know how I say we're the zygote? We're the zygote, and we are like that little package inside that circle. And it's the same thing when you're looking at the zodiac. You're looking at yourself like you're packed inside this Holy Spirit, because you're the package. And then that's where your square comes into play also with the zodiac, with the cube for the jack in the box.
Yeah, I had
And
another
I
jack
showed before
today.
about the 4 go spells and how that's, that's the Sphinx, right? Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus.
An Aquarius.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so what you actually just did, what Cynthia just did, is she matched up 2, 5, 8, and 11. And what were those again? What are those for? Cynthia.
Okay, they're the 4 go spells, the 4 gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
But
Okay,
they're
and
also,
these are the
sorry to
4
interrupt.
angels of the 4 corners.
But aren't
And
they
so
mutable or immutable? What are these? They're exact. What are they?
well, they're the fixed signs.
Okay,
They're all the fixed.
yes. Because the reason I say this is because for everybody that's out here, and I don't like to control everybody, but I tried to feel like one of the population in the crowd. You know, the 13th man, the one that counts more than anybody else. That's the one who buys the ticket to the show. We don't count without them. Are you laughing with me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what you said with Aries. Aries is number 52. Okay, it comes within the corner within the house of Abraham and Isaac. I say this because it's between the 3rd and the 4th month of the year. Although it arrives, okay, within the 4th moon of the year. The 84th day, right? Sorry, it arrives before the end, okay, of the 3rd moon going into the 4th moon. Is that correct? Because the 84th day, right? The 84th day is 1 week before April 1st. And that would be what? The 25th of April, the 25th of March? What day is that? March 25th. Hold on. Let me see this. March 25th, okay, is day 84. 26 is 85. 27 is 86. 28 is 87. 29 is 88. 30 is 89. 31 is 90. So March 25th is day 84. That's when the 3rd moon ends, the end of the third moon. This, okay, this at this point, coming into the next moon, you are going to start to ramp up on 3.14159265, that on the 92nd, 91st day of the year. In fact, if this was in a leap year, right? If this was in a leap year, it'd be March 24th in a leap year, right? Which they call a bisextile in French. And I'm very thankful that everybody is here and participating. I know I'm not easy on everybody, but I have a vision of where I'm going with all of this, and I have to keep holding on to the reins, and to thank you for everybody that's participating. Forbidden Rain, Cynthia, and the other Elamia, Lee, who's that? Oh, and to all the participants, I can't just mention everybody, but we don't want to forget all the ancient ones, Zeus, that participated from, what is that, theology or anthropology. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's existed in history, guess what? We're the ones here right now. Just count those that you can see, that you can hear, that are writing the newspaper. We don't care. We don't care if they write good, bad, evil. It doesn't matter. All we want to know is the narrative. Where are they leading us? Where have we been led? Where do we come from? What is the discord now? What is the discord you hear and what you do not hear? But what is somebody says something odd to you? That's the discord not heard. You would say, oh, that's crazy. It's still a discord. It's still a story. We're here to discover and uncover the algorithms. The algorithms, the mathematics, the rules and regulations in games. Where did these rules and regulations come from? What stories will they tell if I implement a little bit of flesh on top of that skeleton fantasy of yours? Flesh or fantasy? Does music speak? Another brick on the wall. Teachers, leave those kids alone. Is it the principle of the matter or the matter of the fact that creates the principle of the matter? When you go into the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, Marines, you're stripped of all privacy. What is a general is more than anything else, and everybody else becomes a nothing, where one controls all, because it's a unit. You all work in a unit in order to get things done as a team. And then everybody who doesn't work as a team gets locked up like a virus. So when Aries rises, how should I take the name? I'm going to take the name as number 52. The Earth is number 52. 5 cuts everything in half. 5 is in the ocean. 5 is at the heart of A, and I is E. It becomes AE and EI. It becomes 6 to the low. It becomes 14 to the high side. 1 and 4 equals to 5. It's a life, for example, that when you come into this world, okay, you are joined with the energy in the birth from the breath that you take. The rabbit is number 52. Rabbit ears, communication, CB code, right? The CB is number 23. The reflection of 23W is D, and it's going to be a reflection of Abraham. Double D, Abraham. I don't know, it keeps telling me about the house of Abraham, right? The divided house of Abraham. Abraham shines the light. So we also have number 52 is rabbit, and it's broken up. The word rabbit is broken up by 28 and 24. Now I keep calling our moon cycle, right, the 24-hour cycle of 28 days. But when you multiply these 6 by 28, it equals to 168. When you multiply the 7 by 24, it equals to 168. So the moons up in the sky by Mars, okay, there's 2 moons. We run the Mars moon cycle, 84 and 84. But we also run our moon cycle, the singular moon cycle. So Mars gets split up into 84 and 84 parts of the week, right? Mars is 168 hours into 7 days. That means when the next day that Mars goes into its next moon cycle, right? On the 7th day, Mars would be into their next moon cycle already. And we would run, I think, 42 days. Let me see. We'd run 7 weeks times 6 equals 42, and we'd be at 49. And yes, there would be a separation. There would be a 1 week separation after 7 weeks. There would be a 1 week separation after 7 weeks. So there's a gateway right over here. 4 and 9 is 13. Shows me a gate. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 equals to 8 and 6. Why this? It's this finger. They're both the same finger. It's your birth over here inside the star house, inside the house of Abraham. It's a 13th finger. 13, 4 and 9 is the same as 1 and 6. And 1 and 6 is the extremity of the cube. 4 times 4, 4 plus 4 equals to 16 and 8. This is your doorway pass. This is your gateway. The same thing they did for the Jubilee, the generator. This is where all the sevens go through. 888. The rabbit is 28 and 24. Earth is also 28 and 24. We mentioned this as Aries. We were talking about the solstice, the December solstice, which is in the 12th month. See, there's not 24 hours in a day. Now the zodiac signs are going to run twice. Just want to see where I did this. So we were speaking earlier the way Capricorn, you see there's 24 hours in the day. I have to shorten up that day, 12 parts of 2 hours each. Now I'm going to be stretching out into the December solstice and try to understand it against the clock. When I come to understand it against the clock, I come out to the 24th hour in December. So that 24th hour is going to give me 1440 minutes. It's also going to give me, if I just use it as the 12th month, I'm going to use it as 720 minutes. I have to figure out which one I'm going to do, but in general, it's telling me about the half day, and together it's telling me about the moon. Capricorn comes into this, and Capricorn brings everything together. Capricorn is the capstone. It's the 10. It's the 10. It brings everything together. Only with 10 can I bring 10 and 7. Only with 10 can I bring 10 and 8. And only with 10 can I bring 10 and 9. If I want to count 16, it's going to be 9 and 7. If I want to count 15, okay, it's going to be 9 and 6, right? If I want to count 15, okay, it's going to be 9 and 5. And then 14 will be 10. Sorry about that, not with 14. Everything else will be 9 and, right? 9 and. But in Hebrew, they didn't do that. They went and they counted 10 again when they counted 10-4, and then 10-3, and then 10-2, and then 10-1. I don't know why they did that in Hebrew. I'm going to hold up this paper, but first I'm going for something to drink. So when Cynthia was saying this about the solstice, so what I'm showing is that when we do have the solstice in December, it's showing me the 24th hour or the 12th hour, whichever one you want to do it, but it's showing me between the AM and the PM, right? It's showing me at the amp. It's the amp hour, the map hour. What does that mean? It's the whole mapping hour at that time, amplified. What's happening at midnight? Because it's amplified in December. Do we see
Yeah,
any?
and see. Oh, okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna bring out about, okay, so how it's a map of your body as well. When you're talking about Capricorn, that's pertaining to your kneecaps. That's a good placement. And then so Aries is your head, Taurus is your throat, Gemini is your shoulders, and that makes sense because Gemini has the two twins, right? And your hands are considered twins. Leo is the chest. That's a good association for the lion in the chest because we always assimilate the lion as being brave and the chest being bravery, right?
Well, I would have thought the
Virgo.
ape would be like that. The lion is the roar, I thought.
Well, I would connect the ape with the lion too because of the gold. The lion is the symbol of gold because he is the house of the sun. And so, your gold monkey comes into play with that. And then Virgo she's pointing to the abdomen because she is the virgin who is going to have the baby, right? Then Libra is for your kidneys, for the balance, right? Your kidneys.
Tell me
And
more about the kidneys.
Sagittarius, well, it's just, how you have your balance for your weights, the scale, how it looks and appears, it would be the same way in your body with your kidneys. Okay, we each have 2 kidneys, so they're balanced really good. And then Sagittarius, he is viewed as the centaur, right? Half man, half horse. And so his character is pointing to your hips because horses have very strong hips. And then Scorpio is pertaining to the fire, and the sting, that's pertaining to your genitalia, your sexual reproductive organs. And then, of course, Capricorn is your kneecaps. Aquarius would be your calves. And then Pisces, your fish feet.
And if I look right now online and I looked at fish feet and I put in Pisces, what am I going to get? Pisces and fish feet. In astrology, look at that, the first one. So if anybody wants to know if she's reading this out of her own script, first thing you find out is exactly what Cynthia said.
Yeah, and this is why we are called the fishers of men, because of our feet. And our feet are carrying the tablets.
Oh, hold on, not
5
so
and 5.
fast. We don't know how you pulled this one off. Wait a second. I'm not sure what my feet are catching right now. In astrology, Pisces is a water sign that rules the feet. So let me write this down. Leo was the chest. Where's what happened to my Pisces? Pisces. And what I like about this, wow, it just solidified one of my thoughts. Because the ace sticks its 2 feet down in the water. So that makes total sense.
And that's how we're walking on water too.
No, but this one spreads the legs out. This one is good. So, and then the water is coming up between your legs on the ace, but it stops it, right? The ace letter has that little triangle in it. It stops the water from rising. Oh, and never mind. It happens on the 20th, February 19th and 20th. Beautiful. Right?
Yeah, and see, Pisces is mutable water. And Scorpio is likened to fire because it is fixed water.
Pisces is water. Mutable. You said mutable water. So
yes, mutable water.
Just hold on. Okay, so let me do this. This one is air. This one over here is this one over here is earth. This one over here is Jiminy crackers. Okay, this is air, and then water, and then fire. Okay, so this works out. So you have mutable Pisces and water, you have mutable Gemini with air, you have mutable Virgo with earth, and then you have mutable Sagittarius with fire.
Yes.
So, and I'm going to go back to what you say all the time. The mutt is the dog, and it begins between 13 and 21. That is a number that comes off of the Fibonacci. The M and U, very important, those two numbers, before you go any further from that. Once you get to those two numbers, you've gone to the cubic cycle of the moon. And when you're in Pisces, what is it? Pisces switches between the 19th and the 20th. Is that what it is? I need water. Just give me a minute. When Cynthia?
Yes.
Yeah, so when is the switch of the season?
Okay, so you have your seasons are divided between your solstices and your equinoxes. So you have your spring equinox. That's going to take place March 21st. Then
No,
you have
I'm
your summer
no,
solstice.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah. So because I mixed up, I do want to know that, but I want to know the change of the change. Whoop.
Oh, you're talking about the dates for each sign?
Okay. I just want to tell you something else. I have to show you something. Hold on a second.
I got
Hold on.
distracted with your Gemini crickets. That's a Gemini story. It's pertaining to cricket, the game.
Yes. So just 1 second. I'm putting in a puzzle piece here.
Oh, I just want to tell you, I'm so happy to be on this page.
Me too.
I missed you guys. I missed everybody in the comments. You guys are just the greatest. You don't even know.
I have 99 to go through. So this is what happens. It said the 19th and the 20th on the phone here, or whatever, on this thing. So it says that the zodiac sign changes between February 19th and March 20th. Is that right? Like right now we're in Aquarius. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, because when you look at the zodiac, the 21st is the equinox. That's the first date crossing into Aries.
Okay, no, but in
That's the
February,
first day of begin.
this month I'm talking about, this month. We're right now in Aquarius, correct?
Let me double check. Yes.
Okay, and Aquarius ends on what day, and what day does Pisces start? Because I'm just showing you this. Look, is that correct?
I think she went to go check.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
So,
back. It glitched on me. I didn't get to see.
Okay, it's the 19th. He
okay,
says.
Yes, the
okay,
19th through the 20th of March would be Pisces. Yes.
okay.
So we're coming up to that window soon.
So the
And this,
50th day, on the 50th day, Aquarius ends.
that's like the
And
50 words for defining the word Torah too.
so the 51st day is Pisces. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and you know what? What if they do something on that date? Because they're using the script right now with the 5 and 1.
Are they?
I mean,
Well, can I
I
tell you
assume
something?
that they're going to.
They are.
The 5
They
and
ju-
1
they
is Aquarius too, though, so they better leave my number alone.
they
You
had
know?
the election was on the 5 of the 11th. The 131st day of the year, okay, is the 11th of May. That's
Yeah.
that's part of the 1 and the 3 ignites a lot of numbers. It ignites the singular moon. It ignites the E world where A and E meet, where I and E meet, right? Where the vibrations and the doorways come together. 82,
Yes.
73, 64.
Yeah,
So,
see, a lot is to be said about Taurus too, because that is the month of May 5.
Mm.
And a lot is done during that time because it's pertaining to the bull run market, the bull run, right? So it's a set period of fixed earth upon the wheel. It's a fixing. So there's a lot of crafting that happens during the month of Taurus.
Intriguing.
so also what you get the 19th and the 20th of a day of a month is that 20 can be B and 19 can be A. What also happens is when we do this, it's like instead of saying alpha beta, it becomes beta alpha. Then when you come to 21st, right, which is 21st, it becomes C, but it becomes a C-est. And it's really weird to say it. What that means is when you say 21st, 2 and 1 is 3, okay? And you say it with ST because it's in the first realm, 21st. So it sounds like sieste, which means a sleep of some sort. And it's BAC that comes out at 21. It's the end of the cube. So you have ABC and I'm just going to do this again. I'm going to turn the book around. At 21, okay, when you get to 19th, let's say it's from the watering hole at the golf club. If you go backwards, your 18 can also be B. Your 20 can also be B. Your 17 can also be 3. Your 21st can also be 3. Everything is extending from number 19, going both ways. Why is it this way? The French, when the French speak, they say 10 and 9. I don't know if it's minus or plus. They go 10 and 8. I don't know if it's minus or plus. They go 10 and 7. With 19 and 17, this is going to be used again. When 19 is used again, it's used at 77, 78, 79, and 97, 98, and 99.
Take the if you take the 18 and you put 81 beside it, you get the mirrors in the middle beside and the one on each end, so you still get the 99 on that one too if you
Yeah,
stack them
yeah.
together.
The rat's
Yes, that's
house.
Jupiter. Yes.
It's the rat's house. You know, the RAH, right, is the rat's house. I don't know why they call it the rat's house. The RAH, the HAR is also denoted to be the rabbit ears, right? What are the rabbit ears? Is it the mice? Is it the rats? Right? We have to go back to TV and sort of what was the name? Hold on a second.
That's
What was
like
the
that's
name of the rat with Wilbur and
Templeton.
Templeton? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Wow. How did you know?
I know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I know you got kids, lucky girl.
I
then there's
decipher all the movies. They literally give you everything in the movies.
they really do.
Yeah.
So how do we use this Templeton? And just to know that when you look at the word TON, although you might want to say it's 29 and part of pi, although you might want to say the T hooks up the electric, it also might hook up 888 as a three-way stop. The word ton is equal to 2000. So you have the temple of 2000 also could be noted as 500, 1000, 1500, and then 2000. You have to do all the steps. And every time you do one of these steps, 2000 is going to equal to 5760. And 500 is going to equal to 940. Sorry, not 30. Yeah, 5769 40. I think that no, it's 940 or 1440. The reason for this is I made a mistake once, and for many years I was making this calculation that when we got to the year 2000, that was the Hebrew year 5760. and I kept calculating it 5760 from the year 2000, right? Which makes the same amount of time, right? It's the same amount of time. So I just pulled out my fourth calculator.
Let me add to this, because like you showed me earlier, if my timeline matches up with the Mayan, then 57 is the 57, the year I turn 57 will be 2038. So if that can help you in your calculations, try that. That's one of the 19 years of my lunar eclipses. There'll be a lunar eclipse that year.
Oh, you'll be fire.
Yeah, my father will be 100. I think we had this conversation once before.
Yes.
And like I just did rabbit and Pythagorean, it comes up the mirror reverse of 52, which gives you the 77. Because I was also told in those dreams that the mirror numbers go together, because they bring some things together. And my nickname is Rabbit in the motorcycle world. That's what they call me.
White Rabbit.
Yeah, literally.
So
Conregio Blanco in Hispanic.
I was going through
I
some
wanted
of
to say
the.
something about the Templeton.
Templeton.
Okay, so you know when I hear Templeton, I hear Temple and 10. And I always think about the rat. If you're saying the rat connects with Jupiter, Jupiter is the Pied Piper, remember? And he is the Peter Piper who picked a peck of pickled peppers. And then in that story, there's the mice. There's the rats in that story too, where he like sings to them and they follow along.
When we look at
It's,
when we look at that though too, rabbits are also considered the same as mice, as a varmint or a vermin, or a they're literally in the same class of in the animal kingdom.
yes.
And
Yes, they have a similar type of, okay, so they like are nesters,
yes,
right? And
and
so
that's
when I do my count, I do my count with Jupiter as 6, and then also Saturn will become 6. So that's where your black goo comes into play with your rats, the black with the 6.
and to
Because the
add to
6
this
is the
one,
hex, the X. 6 is the X
okay,
hex
it's
to our rats. And it's also pertaining to Terra Earth.
right. And to add to this too, there's I also live in Tennessee, which is Tenant, as that in it, and there is a
Yes.
temple in Tennessee that a lot of people don't know about, that's under Lake Norris. I'd have not give this like a lot of people don't know about this information. They literally found an Egyptian pyramid under when they were building for the Lake of Norris, and they just literally flooded it, but they also found um a shade of purple that is only found from a mollusk that can only be found in Egypt. And the Cherokee actually have a story about how they um, eradicated those people when they and it's tragic. It's a very tragic story. They came to them and they explained to them that they were of the sky people, and they called them Anakanu. You know what I'm saying, or something like that. I mean, you can look this story up. It's literally very it's not the knowledge is findable. It's very findable. You just got to look up the pyramid under Norris Lake in Tennessee. And I've always been drawn to this state, and I didn't know why. And then I've started finding things like that. And I've been trying to get to that site. I mean, I can get to that site, but I can't get to the temple itself. But they keep a lot of the ruins in a museum, but they don't really say what they're about. But there's a very tragic story between the Indians and what they did to those people.
Right. So let's unless you
Leave
can
that alone.
round about it's in some kind of numeric value,
Nope.
then don't even bother going.
That's what I've been trying to figure out the coordinates for that. That's what I've been looking for.
So we brought someone new into the group. Low 10. Oh, that's high 10.
Hi guys,
No.
you're
Hi,
right.
how you
Oh,
doing?
welcome.
All good, thank you. I've just got a simple question to you. So I do trading, right? And one of my strategies use numbers, especially Fibonacci and Tesla, right? And what I want to understand from you guys is what are you able to tell me about Tesla and Fibonacci numbers, especially the Tesla one?
The 369 of Tesla?
Yeah, and going on. So 18, 27, 36, 45.
Okay, hold on a second. I have to write down because I don't know which Tesla numbers. I know the 369. I know the way the Sophio runs between the Tesla numbers, and there's a lot of algorithms that have been switched over, which can be found by. And I haven't had time yet to look at a few of these. One of them is through the magic squares. I mean, if you just want a head start on how I look for these things, so I'm just giving you a heads up on this part. Before you show me those numbers. Another thing is I look for my algorithms. Okay. You ever see anything like this?
No.
Okay. This is just different kinds of walkways. Okay. But in the stitching, there's an algorithm that's going on. I've done a few of them, but this is just some of them I'm going to show you. This is without the numbers. So I have to just show you that when I do something, I have to show you how I come to my understanding with the numbers. You follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
So just give me, because I only do this as a hobby. I just, I got it. Wow.
It's a crazy hobby.
There's just so many. Okay, I think I found this one. I don't know. This is not the right one, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll show you just a small one, what I do. I wish I had the other one. Where in the world is this? Yeah. Here's two different ones that I started. I just want to show you how I run an algorithm, right? It's all kid style. There's no A, B, C's all the way to Z and then trying to jump around. I like to see it cutthroat that when it starts to show up, you can recognize it right away. You follow me?
Yeah.
Right. So this is just a single line algorithm. I'm just using the second house, which means I'm only using two, the number two. So 1 and 2, it ends over here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It ends on C. So when I'm working with two numbers, it ends on C. The same thing over here, 1, 2, 1, 2 with 4. So it's just this basic 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Boom, it ends over here. So you can see every single one working with two, that everything just either ends on the third one, it repeats, or it just repeats right away. And then it does the same thing here. Then on this one is working with the number 5, meaning I have 5 numbers and to see when it repeats. So when you're working with 5, the repeater is going to be on the 6th one. If I go to 2 lines, meaning put 2 of the 5 numbers, it repeats on the 6th line.
Yep.
Over here, repeats on the 6th line. Only when I hit 5, now there's a separation, the higher part of the house and the lower part of the house, because you've hit your number. So these are just different ways things rotate, and they're all by 6s. Because binary, the basics of binary, there's 3 levels. One of the levels, you're going to go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and on 64, on the 7th one, everything repeats. But instead of seeing 64, you're just going to note it like this: 1, 2, 4, 8. Then after 8 is 7. Everything gets reduced to a single digit. Then after 7 becomes 5. Then after 5 becomes 1, and you've started over again on the 7th area. So then you can also do this with the 2 binary. I call this binary. I don't know if that's the right name for it, but I just made this up so I can understand the rotation of any numbers, days of the week, the zodiac. It doesn't matter how many there are. So then I'll go 2, 4, 8, 16. The 16 is 1 and 6 is 7. And then it's 64. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. And then, is that what, did I get that one right? 2,
Yeah.
4. Yes, okay. So I'm just trying to, for some reason, every time I do the 2 one, I keep seeing a mistake because it should show, it's supposed to show up as the 64, right? Doesn't bring you back to the beginning. See, we started with 2 and we came back to the end. I ended with 1. 6
Yeah.
and 4 is 10. 1. So this is the next one is 3, then it's 6, then it's 9, then it's 12. But when you work with 3 and 6, right away, 3, 6, 9, 12, then the fourth one you're repeating right away. It's not like working with the binary. It's not like working with 1, 2, 4, 8, where you repeat onto the seventh side. In this one, in the third action, in the fourth action, you're repeating 3, 6, 9, 12. 1 and 2 is 3. So every fourth one with, what's that?
Yeah.
And now when you work with 6, right, it's every second one. 6, okay, 6, 12, okay, 1 and 2 is 3, and then 9, and then 6 again. Sorry, with every fourth one with 6, it does the same thing. 6, 12, 18, 24. It's not like the other numbers. The other thing about 3, 6, and 9, actually, right now I'm going to let you say what you wanted to tell me. So tell me about, can you show me something? Show me a pattern you're looking at.
So basically, I've been using this strategy since the last 4 years, and I've noticed that on Tesla numbers, the market turn. So, like if the open price is 100, there are high probability that on 109 the market will turn and start to go on the opposite way, or it could be 118, 127. So yeah, and while with Fibonacci numbers, so 3, 5, 8, 13, I use those like ranks to understand if there are high probability that the price will keep going up or lower.
So you know what happens with, okay, just one second. I never really balanced anything off the market. I know that the Fibonacci sequence is extremely accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't make a mistake. Once you pass, I think once you pass the fourth part of the, I think once you pass the 13th and the 21st, that's where it all switches. Once you get to M and U, the 13 and the 21. Right there is the focal point. Once you get to there, that will should tell you the rest of your day. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So by my guess on the strategy is whenever the price goes over 27, there is no way it's coming back to zero. And especially if it crossed 34, so 21 plus 13, there is no way that the price is coming down to zero.
Right,
So
because it reached that corridor. That's that here. I'll just show you where the corridor is. It's here and here.
okay.
So this is the only corridor on the cube. In fact, this corridor is everywhere, but you can't see it. Do you know why? Because the average point in this cube is 3.5, right? So the corridor between here and here is at 3.5. It's the only one that holds the entire corridor. Everything else is 1.5 and 2.5 away. So if I want to go to the corridor from here, I have to minus 2.5.
Okay.
So this one over here is a half away. So everything that's 3 and 4, it knows everything in that corridor. It's the same house. The 3.5 is the same corridor of the one area space,
Right.
the same area space. Every time you get between a 3 and a 4, a 13 and a 14, a 23 and a 24, a 33 and a 34, right? After the 30s, anything after 3 is always onto the other side when you're talking about a cube. The fourth side turns everything onto the back side. It's A, B,
Right.
C, and then D is on the other side. I think I'm going to show you what happens. I mean, this is my understanding after, after working on these things for 20 years.
So Fibonacci also equals 64, which is 0. 0 is 64. And I think it shows the dice, no doubt. The Fibonacci spiral, and that's you, and that's the zodiac as well, the Great Spiral. Because your Fibonacci, it goes 1, then 1, and see, that's your snake eyes right there. And then it goes 2, and then it goes 3, 5, 8, 13, then you got your 21, then you have
Then
your
you
3,
go
4.
34, 55.
Yeah, and then you have your 55 for your say 10, because you're the 10 who is the 1, right? And that's the 0 kind of like starts over.
The strongest point that I see is when it gets, and I have no idea what you're doing with your numbers, but the strongest point is when it hits 89.
Yeah.
Well, because it becomes the point of the teacher. The
What do you mean by that?
In basic numbers. Now, it's very freaky. I move around my numbers, right? First of all, we're looking at basic 9 numbers. We're looking at 26 letters in the alphabet, right? I can take my alphabet and move it into a circle and call my alphabet 36 area spaces and realign the letter A as being the 6th letter and have the Z at the 31st letter. So that way I'll have 5 empty spaces, the alphabet, and 5 empty spaces aligning the balance of the alphabet. I can do the same thing with the numbers. The reason I stopped at 89 is because once you pass 55, and I didn't do the calculation of how many areas that is, but I know that between 13 and 21, the 12 and the 13 is male and female, bar mitzvah, butz mitzvah. It's going to create the energy, the electric moon. And then all of a sudden from 21 and 13, you go to 34, it just reflects the same number again. Then we go on to 55, and again, we're going to be reflecting an area space the size of a quarter. 5 times 5 is 25, 5 and 5 is 10. So we're connecting up the system at this range, and 25 is a representation of Jack, which is a hookup, also representing Earth. So you're making a transition between a lower house to a higher house. When you get to 98, it's going to represent the 2 cube and 3 cube. It's going to equal to, it's absolutely perfect because the multiplication is 72 and the addition is 17. There's no other number that creates the 8 and 9 within the 7th gate as these two do. And the 1 and 2 is the basis of the creation. So instead of saying 72 and 17, you can just say 17 and 27. It's going to be the division of what I like to call the flux capacitor. No matter which, if you're in the middle, you don't have to do much. Everything is 120 degrees away from your grasp. Each one of the houses is connected to each other. I mean, it looks like a cube at the end. It just looks like that. Right? This house here can touch this house here and touch this house here. This house here can touch. That's why you want to work with things that are at 120. That's arm's length at 120. When you get to something with 90, 90 is not at arm's length anymore. It breaks things up into 4. It's like a stop sign. Now, I don't know if I'm saying anything that means anything to you, but I'm just.
No, I mean, you just confirmed me a few things. So about 89 or 27 or 18. So, yeah.
Well, 18 is the heart, okay, of 8 that's surrounded. And if you really want to go to here's 9 areas. You have 1 area centered by 8 that go around. This is a face, but if you're going to check anything out, there's 6 faces on here. Now you got 9 on every single face. This is the same as Rubik's Cube.
Mm-hmm.
There's 26 cubes around 1 area. You do know about the 8, what 8 does? Whoop, hold on. Do you know what 8 does mathematically to itself? I just tell you just the things I find. It has nothing to do with what I know. I just show you these things, and if you can do something with it, then it just makes me feel good that I found it and it had a meaning. So I just go out and find algorithms. Do you know the algorithm of 13 or 12?
What do you mean by algorithm?
Okay, I'm going to show you. I don't know if it's an algorithm of 12 is okay. I have the 8. I'm going to show you. Here's different designs, different brick setups. I have to find where this repeats. So by the time it repeats down here. See the
Okay.
brick, the way it's up and down? So these are different algorithms that if you're trying to figure something out as something moves, I don't know where this can be used yet, but this is just, you can see the design. So it reverts itself on the 12th row over here. So is it 12 years? It just shows you that anything working with 12 cycles is going to repeat and it's going to look like this. But there's more to that. Or have you ever seen number 8, what it does? The top row, each row is going to say the same thing with different numbers. 1 times 8, 8. 1 plus 8, 9. That's your number right there. That's your 9 and 8. It's the first one of 8. The second row is 2 times 8, and every single one to a single digit, 8 will always come back to 8.
Wow, okay.
And you can also see as it comes back to 8, there's different ways it comes back to 8. Here it's 9 and 8 equals 17. Here it's 10 and 16, 26, but it's 1 and 7. Here it's 1 and 1, 2 and 6 equals to 35. Here it's 1 and 2, 3 and 5 equals to 44. And every time you see one of these over here, they're going to equate to something on this cube. So if you're going to look at 2 and 6, if you look at 2 and 6, then the other side is going to be 5 and 1. So all these numbers are just talking about all kinds of other algorithms that are going on at the same time. At the same time, these algorithms are going on. 8, when you see 8 and 6, right? Depends whether you're two. It depends how many systems there are. Usually I like to look at it as 2 or 3 systems. So 8 and 6 is where the fine line of the 7th gate is, right? Now, I don't know if it's business if things are going up or things are going down. What does that mean in numbers? I don't know. I know in the
Can I
lower,
ask you what you mean by seventh gate?
the separation or the vibration, okay, between 6 and 8 is 7.
Yeah?
And if you look at each one of these cubes, all the opposite cubes, all the opposite sides equals 7. So it's holding the frequency of number 7 between 6 and 8. Every time. If it's 5 and 3, 8, it's 4 and 2, 6. If it's 3 and 3, 6, it's 4 and 4, 8. And what's ironic about this, right, is 4 times 4 equals to 16. 4 plus 4 is 8. The total is 24. 2 and 4 is 6. 3 times 3, your 9 birth. 3 plus 3, the 6th life. 6 and 9 is 15. 1 and 5 is 6. They both equate mathematically to 66.
Wow, okay.
This one here divides the night and the day. This one here brings you the light to life. 4 times 4 is 16. 4 plus 4 is 8. The 16 and 8, 168 hours in a week. That's going to divide the gate. I know you're looking for other answers for other stuff. I'm just
No, it's fine because this is another word and is wow. So can I ask you what do you know at this point about 7?
so there's not 3 sevens on a dice cube, right? With opposite sides. The last 7 is here. There's a lot of them. I mean, combinations on this, right? Over here, if I used all the 2 combinations on here, everything you can do with these dice, right? For me, this is a story that's going on this dice. See the story here of 6 and 4, right? The opposite story is 3 and 1. So 3 and 1 is 4, 6 and 4 is 10. It just so happens that if you go up to the crap table, the opposite on the crap table of 4 is 10. So everything we see here, if you go 5 and 3, it's 4 and 2. If we go 6 and 2, it's 5 and 1. So what is 6? And when you go to make a wager in this game, they give you odds. You have to put 6 chips down to get back 7. That's exactly who we are into the zodiac of the 12 zodiac signs. The heart of the zodiac sign is at 6.5, 11. And that's the 7th zodiac sign. It's a 7th zodiac sign, 6.5, 11, the 6 and 6 signs. Here's your 6 and 5. But at the same time, there's a 3 and a 5. I'm going to show you why. You know what? I have 10,000 pens and I can't find one. Can't find one. Where? It's amazing. It's just amazing. I must have 1,000 pens here and I can't find one. I'm looking for a marker. That's why. Let me see if I can do this. This is 9. If now we have here 3 and 9 take away 3 equals
6.
I turn it to the other side. 4 take away 9 is
5.
5 and 6, 11. 4 and 3 was 7 to the dot, and what you didn't see was 11. 9 minus 2 is
7.
and then 5 minus 9 is 4.
11.
That's equals 11. 5 and 2 equals to 7. The last one is 1, 8 going around. You flip it around, 6, 3 up and down, 3 and 8, 11. All the cubes are all 9-sided. All the cubes are 7 reverse 11.
Wow.
The total area space that you do not see is equal to 33. The total reverse multiplication of space is 11 times 11 times 11, or 1331. Some of the words that go with 1331 is Jacob. Jacob that climbs the ladder, 1331. So this whole cube is all 7-Eleven. So when they're screaming at the casino about 7-Eleven, they're actually talking about this cube.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just not this one. It's the same thing. This one or this one, the same. But just like Rubik's Cube, there are 26 area spaces needed to create this cube. 26 area spaces, the exact same number for the roulette table, the exact same spaces for the alphabet. Yeah, I'm getting a little tired. So, yeah. So, did you ever see the Jubilee doors?
No.
Okay, so let me see if there's anything else. Have you ever seen a roulette table?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it look like this?
Yeah.
You've seen this before?
Is about the ruler
You've seen
table,
this
yeah?
before?
Is about the ruler
You've seen this
table, yeah?
before?
Is about the ruler
You've seen this before?
Is about the ruler.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Somebody's got to shut the sound off. I'm double hearing something here. Well, they won't let me. Okay, it says 47 seconds. I don't know. They just blanked something out here. I don't know why, but everything just got blanked out. 13 and 10. I don't know why you marked that, but that association is when Capricorn comes out, right? Comes out in creation. So the 10 is going to be separated, right? Because how do you mark the 13? We're going to mark it with 9 and 4 and 10. So that would be 23. It's like an automatic. Once we pass 10, we automatically have to add 10 to everything. Does that make any sense? Wow, look what happened to everybody. Everybody just disappeared.
I'm still here.
Okay, I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
here too. I'm listening.
Okay,
It
there was
just
some.
glitched out.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the gentleman that jumped in here. So, and the other one glitched out too, right? So where were we with all this? Yeah. So we were down to back to Pisces again, and I thought that was crazy. I don't know where we got the 51st from, right? But that's where the vibration comes in at Pisces. Why did we get this before? Does anybody remember?
Mm-mm.
Neither do I. Let me take a look at it. 50th Aquarius. Oh, and then there's the other one. I forgot the other one. The cycle is 48 months.
Wow, that's funny. I just wrote down 102 too. Age 12.
102 is the Valentine's, right? I forgot. The cycle. The cycle is 48 months, right? So it's the cycle is 48 months, and then you have a major cycle which is going to be 48 months, 48 months, 48 months. 48 by 3 equals to 120, 144. That's the cycle. So after that, you restart the cycle again. Did you follow what I said with this? Did you follow? Did you understand what I just did? Okay.
Since
In order to do a leap year, okay, in order to do a cycle leap year, we have to do 48 months. So we have to do 48 months, 48 months, 48 months. And then if we go to do 48 months again, we're repeating, we're closing off that final corridor, that square in the fourth one. So I don't count it. I stop one before. Otherwise, I'd be starting over from the other side. So I stop creation within creation on number 3. So we can put, I don't have to continue it on because once we have 3, we automatically have a basin, right? We automatically have a basin. So if I have 26 cubes and I cut every cube in half, equals to 52 cubes, equals to 52 pieces. It's going to be 52 by 4 equals to 208. Or it's going to be 104, and that's communication, or 52, or 26. Communication comes within this. Did you follow this? It's 208, but we also have to remember the red and the black suit, right, in the deck of cards, because that's part of our, that's part of the, what do you call it? The base, the deck of cards, the dice.
interesting.
Yeah, someone's in the comments complaining about how you spend your free time.
Well, okay, so Josh, yeah, so what we're doing here is we're creating a game, and we come to this boardroom to discuss different number patterns in order to create the game. So this has to do with um, all algorithms that have ever happened on this planet, different fonts for letters and numbers, and different teams that wore these fonts in games, in sports, and darts, or whoever played darts, and famous people and people who got awards. What I do is I put it into this game and follow the algorithm mathematically and see what the story is. That's what it's about. This has nothing to do anything outside. This has to do with being inside, creating the game, and then having fun by seeing what the game says about everything else that has ever gone on in life. So it's having a book being read to you through numbers and algorithms. Does that pretty much sum it up, somebody, Cynthia or Forbidden?
I mean, it literally sums it up. Really, I mean, easy as you could say it. I mean, it's. I don't know any other way to say that.
That's
I
what
have
it
a lot
is.
of fun
This
here. I
I
really
mean, that's
do.
like right now. I'm looking at the word broomstar.
broom.
Broomstar, yes.
Wow, you just got me hungry with that word. Broom
Because
star.
Broomstar is the star that they followed to Bethlehem, the three kings.
Okay, you know what's
And I'm
funny?
and I just put them into two. I put the two charts on top of each other, and there's like so many similarities. And I mean, like the way I've got it written right now is pretty neat.
You want to
Because
see the way I
star,
wrote it?
yes. Oh, okay,
That's all I saw. When you wrote that, that's all I saw.
right. Because like the word star, the word star between the Chaldean and Pythagoreans adds to 23, which is the Leo star that we discussed. And then you have Broom, which is 29664 in Pythagorean, and Chaldean it's 22774. And then like if you put those on top of each other, you get 4, 11, 13, 13, 8. And then if you drop those down, because two of them are already reduced, so you drop them
In
down.
what number? In what number? In what
So
language are you dropping it down to?
this is I'm not. This is Pythagorean and Chaldean that I'm doing them both, and I'm combining them.
Okay. Okay, because when you Chaldean, okay, which ones again? Just tell me it again.
Chaldean is the one that's 1 through 8.
Okay.
Pythagorean 1 through 9.
Oh, okay, to a single digit. Okay, so P and
Single digit.
C, P and C, P and
Yeah,
C.
that's what I write too. Is P and C.
Oh,
That's
is
exactly
it?
what I write. Yeah, I write them like when I put them beside, so I know which one's which. I write P and C.
Because the P
PC
creates all the seventh gates,
PC is also the personal computer.
and the C is the base. I'm assuming it's the base of your three moons in creation. Your moon that ignites that sun. For some reason, that moon in the sky that we see is only, I don't know, it just really weirds me out that they had to create that moon in the sky to compensate for the moon here. That
And the weird thing about our moon is the fact that they've hit it with things and it rings for a very long time, like as if it's hollow.
well,
That's science.
because they have, according to my understanding, is for us to communicate, we need two. Now, if we need two, we don't need to see those two, but we need to see the one. It's that one that's going to communicate with those two. So right away, since we need the invisible two, we need another two. We need, I mean, because Mars moons might change places. Because how do we get 4? Do I get 4 because I'm now counting the sun plus the 3 moons? Is that where my 4 is coming from? That's what I'm counting. Because I figure with everything on the outside, we'll
You
create
said
like 4
you said
moons to
4.
create one sun.
You said 4, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. With that kind of connected some dots for me too. Because when you said 4, like look right, this right here is them on top of each other for broom. So you have the 2 and the 2, which I bring down to the 4, and I just lower the 4 again because it's already reduced.
Yeah,
Then
because
I have
when we double up, we had double up our numbers too.
right, and there's the 4 and the 4 here, which I bring down, which brings the 88 for stars, like we discovered, like when we put the north, east, south, and west together, we get the 88. we get that 88 again. So then I started doing this right here. So to get the 66, right? So 66 and you have 77 here. Now if you take if you bring this over here with the 11, you get the 77 right here. When you put 6 and 11 together, 66 and 11, you get the 77 in the Chaldean. So then you said 4, so that connected this one for me, which is 13, which is 4. So that connected that for me. Then you have the 66 right here. It crosses through.
Okay,
So that
I do
brings
the
it all
same thing, right? You can rotate that 6 times if you want.
right, and then I brought it down here, which 11 would be the 2, the 13 and 13 would be the 44, and 4 is 8. With 2, you get the 10. So it connects with all the Versica, or the Versica Pisces, right there.
Okay, I know what you're doing. Where's that 13 from? What's that?
I just set it to the side because it was just I just set it to the side.
No, but where's it coming from, that 13?
The 13 comes from
6 plus 7, right?
Yes, yeah, 6 plus 7. That one.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh, okay. But if you already
also
marked the 13 up there, why did? Okay, I see it. Yes, 11 and 2,
And that right
13.
And then the 10, and then I got this right here would also be 23 if you bring those two together.
Right,
Yes,
but
I love this
where's the 10 from now?
The 10 is that 4 and 4 is 8 plus 2. 4.
Oh,
4,
okay,
8.
okay. Because the 11 and the 2 came down. Why did you do that different?
The 11, I just broke the 11 instead of keeping it a master number
Right.
for now. I just broke it down to the 2 because it gave me the 10 that I needed to go right here.
Okay, because I see 2 things you can do there, and I don't know how you did it that way, but usually
And then this right here
in one
is the 20.
right in one of your descents, right? Usually when we descend, we count all our numbers regardless and put it to the side, right? Like the 2 and the 11, when you reduce your 11 to 2, you can also bring it back to 13 because you're not supposed to reduce it. So count them both, because once you get to the 11, you automatically have the other side of the house. So 1 and 2s can be added and subtracted, because that's when you're moving numbers around to make things perfect. You're always going to be either missing 1 or 2 in your equation.
This was your Chaldean count, and what else was it?
Pythagorean.
Pythagorean. Okay. Yes, I really like what you have created because I'm seeing the B room.
Right, and this is the star that that the 3 kings supposedly followed. And then I was breaking all the 66s and the 77s, and I was getting like the 11 and the 44 gives you the 55, so you get 55, 66, 77.
Oh yes, there's so much good things. See, and then your 66, it flips to be the 99.
Then the rabbit and the earth become the they're the opposite, so they become the 77. And then you can take the total sum of the Chaldean, which is 22, and bring it down here to the and bring it down here to the 77, and you get the 99.
Yes, great job.
So when you just said
Great
55,
job.
66, 77, where did that come from?
The 66 and the 77 come from right here in the center.
Okay, did you know you mentioned also 55, right?
Yes, it's right here. It's the 44 and the 11.
Did you know it
44.
says oxygen?
Oh, that's oxygen?
Yeah, 55, 66, 77 is oxygen.
It is. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Well, that's what we have in the B room, guys. That's awesome.
Is that what it in the B? When you say the B room, can you explain that so I can like?
Well,
write-
I'm just talking about the beta house because we're the alphas.
Oh,
and
okay,
betas.
okay, yes,
The
yes,
BBs,
yes,
right?
yes.
Which, keep in mind, BB looks like 88.
Yeah, there it is right there, the B room.
Yes.
Yeah.
B room. It was called the Broom Star, which was a comet that they followed from east to west. And east to west, when you look at those stars, that is Taurus and Scorpio. That comes to the 102. That's when you said 102. That's what I had just added up when you said.
Right, Valentine. 10 and 2 is a thing that's been coming up very often lately. That's Valentine's. It's double Mars. That's double Mars. That's where 21 comes in. That's where the 2 moons. We're only in existence here. The moons that we're connected to is all because of Mars. And this Valentine's Day is not about you or me. It has just to do with their association of the moons and the animals, the zodiac signs. Nothing to do with us.
Yeah, and it
A lot of
tells the story also about the pig. I was trying to
Right.
explain about the pig, how it's like literally all through history.
Right, and this pig right here that you're talking about, this is the star they followed to Bethlehem, the three kings.
Yes, and Bethlehem means the house of bread. Yeah,
Right.
and three little piggies, right?
Yep, that's the three kings.
Yeah, and they had gifts, and then these gifts they're concerning alchemy.
And that's the present, the P. And C would be considered with Christmas and gifts. That's Pythagorean and Chaldean.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, see, if we take this information and we apply it to like an alchemy of the mind, because you've connected the numbers with the planets and these gates, correct? Within
Correct.
your mind.
Yes.
And when you do this, I feel like this is what increases our awareness, and it also like kind of gives us a new, I don't want to call it like a program, but at the same time it's kind of like a new algorithm because of our awareness. So that's how we access the present, and we kind of utilize this alchemy within just by viewing the numbers. So like a lot of these numbers, this man, he came on this channel and he was talking about the 369 of Tesla. That's a really big hot topic right now.
Is
just
it?
like the Fibonacci.
Yeah.
I've been following tag pans for a while now, and a lot of people want to know about this stuff because it's a hot topic, because these numbers and just knowing about these algorithms, they are literally helping us elevate into our minds, because they lift us, really. They carry a frequency, these numbers do, and we see this with our letters. They communicate. It's like your rabbit here.
Mm-hmm. Right there.
91. It's got a 22 go in it. Your rabbit has a 22 go in it.
Mm-hmm. Right there. And that's also over here in the star.
Yeah.
With the right here.
It's just amazing. Ever since I saw 22 go, I've literally been seeing it everywhere. I'm just so thankful that you brought this. I just feel so happy right now.
And then the 49, you get the 13 right there. The 13 that we've been discussing too.
So that 49 also is 64. And the 49 and 13, that is Jacob's ladder, part of Jacob's ladder. It's a 313 electrical cycle. The lower house is 1 and the upper house is 3.
And that's what I got the 55 is because I was looking at the 44 and I seen the 10 and the 6 and the 4. And I was like, well, 55 is right there. That brings in the 10 again. And then you come up here and then you have the star, which is also 10. Then you also have star and Pythagoras, which is 13. So that brings the 13 and the 10 back to the star, which gives you the 23, the star, the North Star. That's the North. Leo's the North Star.
So Leo's the North Star. So now let's do this. Leo is the North Star.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Leo, just 1 second. Let me see which book. I'm not writing in 10,000 books here.
If I was to write that out, though, it would go like this, because this is how they said they traveled.
Are you talking about Sirius as the North Star?
I'm not real sure. It did. I know. The when we talk about the when I talk about the royal stars, I talk about the guardians of the planet.
Okay.
Is what they were.
Okay. Yes. Okay,
and
I see what you're saying.
That's your north, east, south, and west, which is the 23, the 37, the 51, and the 65. Our four cardinal coordinates and our 4 fixed signs.
Okay, well, hold on, I missed that. Go ahead. What'd you say?
It's the 4 cardinal coordinates, which is north, east, south, and west, and it's also your 4 mixed sign or 4 fixed signs, which is Leo, Taurus, Scorpio, and Aquarius.
Yeah, all you have to remember is 2, 5, 8, 11.
Right, literally.
So what is Taurus? Taurus is which one?
Oh, it's 2, 5, 8, 11. Those stars.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yes,
which one? Leo is the North Star. Taurus is what?
Taurus is the either east or. Let me double check my notes here.
Because what we're doing right now
is and north means nor for fire. and then spirit
Right.
is south, west is water.
Hold on. Nor is for fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
These are the
Because
four elements.
nor means fire.
Number
That's where they get the
47.
word north for fire. And then south is for spirit, west is for water, and east is for earth.
Hold on.
Okay,
South is for what?
And that's why the sun is called Ra, because he rises or he ascends to the right. He ascends to the east. He rises
South
in the
is spirit.
east. Huh?
South is spirit.
Yes.
And Taurus is what? East or west star?
Taurus is east.
Okay. And what star? What numbers? That's fire? No, that's Earth.
Yeah, 37 is Taurus.
So it's an Earth. It's an Earth.
Yes, Taurus is earth element.
Okay. So and then what else did you have with that? We had Scorpio.
Scorpio is 65, which is west. Aquarius is 51, which is south.
Oh yeah. That's
what I was putting together right here.
Okay. So hold on a second. So you have Scorpio west, and Scorpio is going to be. Don't tell me. Scorpio is going to be a water sign.
Yes, Scorpio's water. Yes.
Okay, and Aquarius is an air sign.
Yes, sir.
So I got 5. Okay, so now because you said Aquarius, you want me to tell you something? Taurus is what number?
37, 10.
Okay, so there's a creation within the creation of communication inside of Taurus and Scorpio. Okay, and I don't know why I said that. Taurus and Scorpio go together, and that's the 2 and the 8 sign, and it even goes together according to the 28-day cycle.
Yeah, it matches up great.
Yeah, see, if you break them down like this, if you put Scorpio and Leo together, you get the 88.
Oh yeah,
but
we
if you
did
put
this
Taurus
last time.
and
Yes.
Scorpio together,
Right,
you
right.
get 102.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
I
what I'm saying.
like
That's
how
what-
you say they're cardinal stars because that's a red bird.
Right. They're our fixed ones. So when you put
Firebirds,
them,
yes.
and that's what it said. It said they traveled from east to west. So when I have it written like this, they went. It does this to bring in the star for 23. Star is the number 23 between the two. So when we combine them, so it would be this. So it'd be east to west to north. Because they called Yeshua the Lion of Judah,
Yes.
which is Leo.
Yes.
So is mutable is Aries?
Yes.
Yeah, and
And
see
also
that triangulation. I just always assume that with the eyes, the third eyes.
Right.
You know.
Right. And the 5, like we always discuss, which is Leo, which is also the heart, shows that, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Which,
Yay!
So fixed signs are Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Aquarius, and
no,
Pisces.
those are the mutable. You have one fixed and the rest were mutable.
Tell me that. What's fixed?
The fixed are your Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, and Scorpio.
Yeah, those
Well,
are
I
your
thought you
fixed
said that was
signs.
cardinal.
Yeah, those are cardinal. Cardinal means fixed. That's northeast, south, and west. Those are your main coordinates that create northwest, southwest,
Okay,
northeast, southeast.
so Gemini is what?
Mutable.
And then Aries is?
Mutable.
But there are different kinds of mutables.
I'm not sure on those. You would have to Cynthia would have to be the one to give you that one. And that's also, like when we look at the star, like the 5-point star, it's also a pentagram is also the star folded in on itself.
Yeah, the pentagram is where the pentagram is the capstone.
Right.
Yes, and did you know Venus, its rotation creates a pentagram? Venus.
Isn't it backwards? Which would one of the planets?
It's like instead of you doing your points, you're doing loops. So like draw your star with the loops. Instead of a point, you just draw like a loop to loop to loop to loop to loop to loop. And that's the rotation of Venus. It looks like a pentagram. That's why they would follow Venus because it's a very bright star it's concerning like red and white. And it rules the night. It's like the next brightest star that kind of takes away the sun's glory in a way. So that's why they've kind of painted it with this Lucifer character.
So you're
But
telling
Lucifer is Lucy,
So when you do
and
the
it has a very special relationship with us here, and how it does complete courses. It's not like the other planets.
and when you do, like you said, the circles, I mean, if you were to combine the circles, you would get 8, 88, 8, 88.
well,
Yes,
did you just say 5 sides?
Yes, a pentagon has 5 sides, which is the 5-point star folded in on itself.
So I just did that. I thought you meant that.
Yeah, that's what she's. Yeah, that's it right there. That's literally that's it.
But you didn't do that. You did something a little different.
Yeah, I did mine like this. I just had the star, so I just put the circles.
And I run
around.
that. I run that as the cap star, and the reason I run it as the cap star is because I find that at the end, in order for our birth to show up, we need Aquarius. We need Sagittarius to come into the game.
And that's also my rising, Sagittarius. Rising. Sag.
Yay! See, you have a lot to do with the keys.
Yes, that's what he showed me earlier, because I showed him like one of my charts that I broke down, and he pulled up the Mayan calendar and literally said, "Your chart is literally the Mayan calendar." So that kind of started the wheels turning a little bit more. So I've been getting more into what you're doing with the astrology.
we have. I believe we have a
Oh
gap.
yeah, to me everything goes back to me
Right.
the astrology, the zodiac, that is everything.
It
It's
has
the
to be.
blueprint for everything. It's your clock, it's your body, it's the life and death of things. I mean, it's everything like nicely, tightly packed into 12. And literally there is no intelligence here that could create that. It's been created for us, right? Because
Right.
it's also concerning our bodies, and our bodies are tied to this system.
Okay,
But
so
that's where the dice are here too. The dice are here, and they reveal about the system. We're literally like the
cardinal
butterflies to an
signs.
extent.
And that was something that we was looking at too, because when I broke down that, when we was talking about the 142857, when I did that code, if I come to the center after I get everything together, it'll read like 33, 81, 21, just like that, which is my first name, the day I was born, and the day I was birthed. So I thought that was kind of interesting too, because I can connect that with my zodiacs and start putting that into play too. Especially now with the Mayan calendar, I can add that into some play too.
Oh yeah.
So I can
Yeah, I
start
think
adding this.
the more calendars you can add, the deeper you can go into your algorithm. Now, a lot of people they don't really care, but I like to go very deep, and I like to know that literally anything I want to know, it's here. It's not hidden. You can find it.
100%. That's like the 23 that I also have, like with my birthday, when you add up 1/21, 1981, when you add it up like that and you get the 23. 23 is also exactly half of the 46 chromosomes it makes to make a human.
Yeah. Yeah, see, all the numbers, they connect for us to be able to read them.
So
Right.
So 23
But
is
somebody said there's some viewers requesting.
I didn't see any requests anywhere. Oh, I didn't even see.
We get too far into it.
Yeah, because I didn't want to stay up here too much longer. I need to eat a bit of dinner. So, but just to remark what you just said in this, I just printed out fire, earth, water, air, Cancer, Capricorn. I'm going to go through this later on tomorrow. But we have 3 more that came up here. I don't know who's first, but let's give a chance to what's the order? Sea Flyer, to begin with. Hello, Sir Lynch. Sea Flyer, how are you? A, B, C, D. Hi, y'all. Hi, Juice. How you doing? Okay, that one's done. C, maybe he is not listening. So, Sir Lynch, Cynthia, maybe nobody can hear us. Maybe they can hear you.
I can hear you, bro. Just
Oh,
saying.
okay. Very cool. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm having trouble holding up my eyes right now.
See, how long have you been on today? I didn't even get to see.
For a long time. We've been on for a long time. Long time.
An
Let's say
hour?
since the
So I
Yeah,
heard
time flies when you're on here.
I heard you earlier talking about like mutable signs, and what helps me with remembering them is when like if you like listen to Gnostic Academy YouTube channel, the guy goes through all the stories that are in the book, and so the mutable signs are more than one archetype, and so all the archetypes are like you. So like for example, there was no Cain and Abel. They're archetypes, and they're archetypes that exist within you. And
Yes.
so some of those mutable zodiac signs are more than one character. I haven't gotten the cardinal figured out yet. I know what the fixed is, I know what the mutable is, but the cardinal is still eluding me a little bit. And I'm hoping that Cynthia catches on to that so then she can teach me.
Well, the word fixed, how many fixed are there?
Four.
Okay,
Four
so
mutable cardinal.
if you're talking about Leo, Taurus, Scorpio, and Aquarius, right?
Yeah, those are fixed. No,
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
and
talking
so
about
okay,
I'm talking about
these are your addition and your multiplication markers. When you draw your circle and you draw the addition sign within the circle, that will be your cardinal. See, and that's why it's like the cardinal cross, right? And the cardinals carry the cross in their, their church pageantry, correct? And
yeah.
then
I guess what
when
I'm
you
trying
do
to
the
figure.
multiplication symbol within the circle, that will be your fix. That's your four corners for the
I
cornerstone.
guess what I'm trying to work out in my head is I relate everything to the archetypes that
we don't
are.
change.
But see,
Those don't change.
that's how I remember them. Is all I'm saying, and I'm trying to like figure out what archetypes the cardinals are because they're all related to something in its symbolism, and then that points to the gematria, that points to the numbers, and that helps you dive in a little bit deeper here. Is what I'm saying.
Your Aquarius is mental. Like we're real mental.
Oh, I can assure you that.
That's what the archetype is.
I've
Like we
been called
don't
mental too many times today.
we don't we
Bro, they
It's
do this.
actually when you break down the math for that word, that's a good word. Okay,
right.
because
It
it's
really is
talking
though.
about the men cross, and the AI, because the A looks like the I, looks like the L, right? Mental.
And that's like when you look at if you look at the fixed sign of Aquarius and you look at the water, they say he's pouring out water, but it's really aether. It's not water. It's pouring the aether into the world. That's where we get our knowledge from, because we come up with these knowledgeable things that like nobody can understand until we start putting in. When we have like Mr. Tatpan and Cynthia that really throw it into the play of like this is the mathematics, this is the astrology associated with the mathematics, this is the science of it. So like that's what your Aquarius is doing, and we don't change from that. We don't have any like you said your mutables have different archetypes. Like it's like they have different personalities. Your fixed signs pretty much stay the same. They don't move from that particular position.
Well, if you do an outline of like the dark spot on the moon, it looks like a rabbit, and rabbit is rabbi on a cross, and so some of it is like, they took the
Great point.
the Big Dipper. You know how it's in four different seasons, and what it looks like if you draw it on paper. They took that and they obliqued it, and then like through that they took like history of a certain people out of the equation. And so like when you look at that story and how it relates to the word and the symbol and the gematria, then like it helps you like dial in like this what's happening like when you like look at something. So if I don't watch the news for it to affect me. I observe and I see the numbers and the symbols, and they're telling another story. They're blah blah blah, but like if you pay attention to the symbolism and the numbers, they're telling you another story.
Yeah, it's two sides of a coin.
Well,
Right in front of your face.
yeah, and then there's the third side of the coin, which is the edge where they come together. But that's where the confusion comes in. But that's where the numbers help.
Yes.
Well, that's like we were talking about earlier. Like when you look at our numbers, to me, when I look at them, if you really want to be able to talk to source, which we're all created from, this is that being's divine language. To me, that's how I look at it. I don't know how to understand it any other way than that, because I do have an understanding for myself that we as people did not create numbers, we did not invent numbers, they were given to us.
Oh no, found them in nature, and I'm starting to think that AI has been there. We just found that it existed. I don't think we invented it in any of that. I think we just discovered it. It was
Well, like when you look at the Sumerian writing, like it's really mostly number. It's not words.
Oh, well, it's mostly like before there was even alphabet, there was just logos, there was just symbols.
I mean, look in your mind's eye. Like when you're at a loss for words and you're trying to talk to somebody, and you're at a if you really look in your mind's eye as you're talking, and you're really at a loss for words, you'll start seeing that you're seeing symbols, and you're trying to put words for those symbols. That's what I see.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, that's why you can't get it out. That's why it's hard to be like, but you're like, I can draw it for you. Or you can write it on paper, but you can't get it out of your head.
Well, bro, you and I are struggling, and Cynthia are all struggling with the same thing. When you expand your frequency, uh, then like you're multidimensional, and if you would have seen the way they were treating Cynthia on that podcast earlier, you could tell they weren't dialing in. And she was speaking very clearly. I understood everything she said, and they were sitting there like trolling her and saying, like, I was down in the comments and I was like going off. But anyways, but it's a frequency, and you're right. But the thing is that the more like you and I were talking, like the cube, the pine cone, like an arrowhead, like it all like it in its phonetics, and like there's more, like, the Stairway to Heaven, words have two meanings, blah blah blah. Well, it's more than that, but it's partly to confuse you, but it's also like the words, if you turn them into gematria, then you see their value, and you're dialing that frequency in, because like every channel has a range and has a span, and it's coming into that, like, I see clearly now, where outside of that it's like a little staticky, and that's what we're all doing here. That's what we're all doing here.
This is the Spear of Destiny. I had this 4 years ago. If you notice, it's shaped like a man. Arms in the you notice it's shaped like a man with the arms.
So what I was talking about is, the word
still has 3, 6, and 9, and it still has 3, 6, and 9 in the center. This is the key. This is key right here. Then it comes up to the true vibrational frequency in hertz of 594 of the heart.
Okay, so what I suggest you do is take the word Cain, because Cain means spear, and what's a spear? What's a spearhead put on? It's put on a staff, which is the spine, and the arrowhead looks like a pine cone, and he killed his brother with a rock in the head. So those are archetypes, and the Marduk, the god that they were worshiping, rejected his offering, but he couldn't touch him because he was unfuckable with, which means that he opened his pineal gland. So there really is not a Cain and an Abel. It's a story about you, but you can tell that they flipped the script and turned the story backwards, so it would point you to the God that they worship and not the one that's like the true blah blah blah, whatever. But see, that's what I'm meaning when I'm like on here talking about dialing it in. It's fine tuning. It's putting the aluminum foil. It's like putting the aluminum foil on your antenna back in the day. I don't know if you ever had to do that. Remember
Yeah,
when
so like
you
Marduk, Marduk is the dog, and he is concerning Nebuchadnezzar.
yeah.
Okay, Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, and he has a lot to do with the beast. So you could see the beast in his story. He was the beast, and then he became the god and the idol of gold. These are all to teach us about ourselves and our progression as well, because their information was coming from the stars, and then Marduk is concerning all the planets, and all the planets back then were considered to be dogs and dragons.
Go
And
back to
that's
the
because
Enuma.
those animals, they were using them animals to convey information about the planets to us. And notice they were using animals to help tell their story. So a lot of the ancient cultures, when you go and you look up all these hieroglyphics and the stone carvings, these things that they have brought here, even down to the pillars of the Greeks, these are all concerning the stars above and the grand story of the zodiac. Because we literally are here in a game. We're in the beta world.
So every time you
That's what,
guys like find the 88, to me that like what flips in my head is okay. That's a mirror. So water is also a mirror, and is that like a flip the script where we might like take the number and like or take the story and look at it the way we would see it, like it's told, like Cain and Abel. But if an 8 or 88 shows up in that story by using the gematria, then was that script flipped? So then we
well,
can see that story and the meaning of the archetypes more clearly. And that
well, that's where I go back to. That's where I go back to the Enuma Elish. I go back to the very beginning. I don't. If I want to know the story, I go back to the clay tablets that were written 20,000 years before that story was written. And if you
yeah,
go back and look at that, you'll find out that EA and Inky were twins.
Yeah, and
yeah.
this is concerning the story of Gemini, the twins. The twins even go
Yeah.
all the way back to the Roman times for Romulus and Remus. It's the
All
story of
those
Gemini.
stories are just based on the zodiac and the
I
age
want I
difference.
want to hear what he's going to say about the Inky though, because I this is where your EA and then your AA comes to play, right? Is this what you're
Yes.
okay? So yes,
Yes. Your EA, like we talk about the sports, the games. EA is in the game. It's in the sports. That's everything that we do in the world. When we write the word ether out, a lot of people write it EA. But if you put the R now, if you move the R from ether to the center in front of the EA, you get Earth. You see what I'm saying? So like that's all coincides with everything. That's why I got understood that the word aether, it's actually pronounced aether, AA.
Mm-hmm.
So it's aether. So like me and Cynthia was talking about that, and it was because you get the one in the one where you split apart.
Mm-hmm.
So when you come back to that and you start looking at that from the Sumerian standpoint and go back to the beginning of what they understood everything was, which is our beginning time, which is where all the stories that you're knowing that you're quoting come from, because the twins didn't kill each other or unalive each other. They actually unalived a different person. They put them to sleep and they unalived them, which made another god upset, and she's the one that created the animal or demons, if you want to, or demon. You know
no,
what I'm
that's
saying?
you. Yes.
No, but see, the
Right.
thing is that the twins to
So is
me,
EA Inky and then AA is Anunnaki?
EA is the one that ruled over this physical world, which is the one they worship. And for this is for
For Earth. EA for Earth.
entertainment. Yeah, entertainment purposes only.
Yes.
Also, as well, this is also EA is the one that they worship in the Bible.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Yes, and see, this is pertaining to the flesh, your body.
Right.
See,
EA is also associated with Aquarius too,
yes, with the
because
waters, yes,
he was the mastermind.
yeah, but they're
yes.
He was
archetypes for the higher consciousness and the lower flesh consciousness. It's not literally twins,
Yeah,
just
it's
like
the story. It's the story of Gemini. It's the story of the split A. Remember, we've talked
uh-huh.
about it before.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
and
you're
where they
the
get the
angel and the god, but you've kind of descended down here and got your hijack box with
and then
your.
they give you the story of how those two, the reason one is good and one is bad when you go to EA and Inky is labeled as the serpent because he was the one that came to humans because he didn't like how his brother was doing. And he was like he's the one that gave Eve the knowledge of what they were.
Yeah,
and
but
told
that's
them
a flip the script story because he was actually the good one, and
right.
and it's like
That's the thing. So they didn't. They were, neither one of the twins were actually the ones that unalived one another. They unalived a different person to become what they were in order to create this what we have, and created what we got. That's where the 8 or gold come into play, is because like I was showing Cynthia something that I had broke down, and I was showing Mr. Tacman something that I had broke down with the word human and moon equaling the same numbers, but they're in reverse. One's 2829 and one's 2928. And then when you put them on top of each other, you still get the same number, but you get hue on, which means light on. So when you get the light on, so then you get Mo Man or Moon Man. So in my story, the way that goes is created on the moon through which created the fragmented artificial intelligence brought to Earth to do the bidding of EA.
Yes, it is your flesh. Yes.
Yes.
So your
There you
AA. So who would be your character for your AA? Would this be an Anunnaki that is
I would
the
say
reverse bird of the serpent,
isn't
or
it
the pink feathered serpent?
Enlil and Inky, right?
right. I would say that's saying their race is what they were of who they are. The AA, that's like EA is AA Anunnaki.
Okay. Okay.
But see,
That way,
I'm always I'm a
Yeah, and
little bit
we're to me we're all those characters.
yes.
yeah, we are.
Three of us.
That's where it comes into play that Anu carried the first, because we couldn't procreate when they first made us, and they got tired of having to have that system of basically growing us as grapes, as we were talking about that earlier, as grapes. They were growing us like grapes in like tubes. So when they started growing, they was like, okay, so we need to plant them where they can have a seed. So we give them a seed, which one of their kind took an egg from one of us and put it inside of herself and carried us and gave this their essence. And that's where we got the consciousness of them. That's why Inky said that we would be forever doomed to contemplate where we came from.
Oh, see, and I feel like our astrology, once you get to the stars, though, they guide you back home. Because that's
They
literally
100
where we're going. We're going back to them.
Yes, and to me, the way it was explained to me is I have a story that brings a lot of this all together, but I haven't shared it on the interwebs yet because I'm trying not to.
Oh, I know what you're going through. Okay, so like the Stargate, have you ever watched that show?
Yes, I love my mom used to.
Okay, that is the true story.
Yes, that
That
because
is
they had
the exact story, you guys, because the Stargate is the zodiac. Okay, and you
100.
access the story through the waters. Okay, and the waters are concerning your waters that are inside your brain, and we all have the waters from the beginning. Okay,
That's
and
like
so
the
that's a
tarot
part of the
card.
alpha beta world, A B B A.
That's why the tarot cards come into play, because if you look at the Wheel of Fortune, the number 10 tarot card of the Trump tarot cards, it actually holds all 4 of the royal stars inside of it. It holds Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius, all 4 inside that card, and it's called, like she said, the wheelhouse. It's called the Wheel of Fortune, the
Yes,
wheelhouse.
yes, and we're the balanced wheelhouses. We
Right.
connect with the wheelhouse.
And that's what me and Mr. Tacpan was talking about today when I showed him how I broke my chart down a little bit further, and the 5 on the bottom becomes the 55, and how they come, and when you cross-reference my mother line, my father line become 10 and 10 on either way, on all 4 corners comes 10, 10, 10, 10. And then the one at the top shows the head, the bottom is the spiritual teacher, he said, but that's where it never makes it to. And in the center of my chart is the number 10. So when it comes to it, and the 21 is the world, the 19 is the sun, the top is the magician, the bottom is the hierophant. It all revolves around all this. So you use astrology, the tarot and the numbers, and it puts a story together.
You know what
it's
the
just so beautiful.
exciting part of the story is to me, you guys? Is that normally Pisces comes after Aquarius, but the prodigal son, when he goes back home, he's going back home. So Aquarius is coming after Pisces, which is telling us we're the
Well, it is
prodigal
right now.
son going back home.
Well, it is right now because we're in the house of Aquarius right now, so we're kind of basically at the beginning. So now we're chasing the tail again,
Yes.
like you would.
But I think that we're in a recalibration.
We're the higher gods.
period.
We are the higher gods. So we're
Yes.
accessing these divine portals. We're speaking in this room that doesn't exist, but it exists. You know what I'm saying? We're
Right.
all here. And this is like high technology kind of stuff, you guys. People who lived in little huts, this would like blow their mind, right?
Well, actually, in a roundabout way, it probably wouldn't. They would probably blow our minds. I mean, with this, that we get, because I'm taking all the knowledge that they have and I'm putting it into this. So just to figure out.
I astral travel a lot. I work with
Right.
others on the other side. I am never
Same.
alone. I'm never alone here, and I'm never alone there. I have no fear. I mean, I truly feel like there is, time just kind of runs together. Wherever I'm present, that's where I'm supposed to be,
That's like when I drew a picture. I drew a picture of what Source kind of gave me what it looked like as going into the Akashic records and being able to do that. And like Source is a massive ball of energy, and like this is the one thing that I have said to somebody that kind of made them mad. I don't really want to say it. No, I'm not going to stop. We were an accident. We were supposed to be just something different, but something intervened and created something different, and now we have to figure out how to literally balance what we have in order to be what we need to have. Because if we're not, we're supposed to be able to live with the animals and live like the animals, because the animals are of us, like Cynthia says. We overpopulate. We don't live to the same bounds of the laws of the animals do. The animals obey the physical laws that we have here. They don't overpopulate. They don't destroy their homes. They don't do these things that we do. This is the things that we get as we would call ourselves the gods of this physical realm. We are the gods of this domain. We wipe out whole mountains and create cities and change the complete landscape of what we have.
Have you guys been paying attention to the Schumann resonance?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's
because of the. I mean, I look at it like every couple days, but it's going through a recalibration phase. Like when they go to the moon, or like supposed moon, or whatever. I mean, I don't buy in or out of it, but they have to pump in 7.83 hertz, so people don't lose their mental while they're there, wherever that is. But the Schumann resonance has been, like, I can feel it some days, but to me, like, coming from a telecommunications electronics background, I mean, a lot of the maintenance that I did was maintenance to help get a clearer signal come in. And, like, you could tell, like, when something needed to be recalibrated, and then you saw the effects of everything around it when it was being calibrated. And when I look around the world and on these podcasts and everything, I see a recalibration.
Exactly. Yes.
That's where we're at.
Let's look at those words that you said, right? And this is something that I use. I use the Pythagorean and Chaldean numerologies, PC. You know what I'm saying? Predictive calibration, preemptive calibration, or PC, personal computer. Like those are all the numbers that create everything. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have them without the other. And if you do 1 through 8 on the Chaldean, which is what it goes to, you go 1 through 8. If you come back to the 8, from the 8 to the 1, and as I like to try to say is the beginning is the end is the beginning is the end. So when you come back to that, then you get the 9. The 9 is still a single number, which brings you back to the 10. So it all comes back together. That's what that picture is that I drew. That's the machine.
Oh, yeah.
That shows everything how the PC works.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but the thing is that if you use another range to look at those numbers, and I've said this probably 100 times when I'm on here, there's septenary, septenary, gematria. And if you take if you take like the word soup and you plug it into Chaldean, you get a number, a result. And if you put it in the septenary, so that's going by 7. And so like you're like dialing in to that frequency, and there's a value in both results.
That's why I use both. That's why when I was in Akashic Records, I was taught to use all of them.
Yes.
Because all of them creates the PC, it creates the personal computer, it creates it all.
But the
That's
reason
why
I'm bringing
that's
it
why
up is because when you're going through a recalibration phase, you want to look at the range and the span, and so that translates into like dialing it in, and you see clearer when the fuzzies are going on around you. So that's why I'm always harping on that, and it's a little bit more work. But
one of the biggest things that I came across, and the reason I came across this, I'll just say it. I don't really mind it. I mean, we already look like as if we're crazy anyway. So like when I take the Pythagorean, this is the first time I ever did it, because I was really drawn to this one particular entity that comes from Egypt, is Thoth, because he gave mankind all of wisdom and knowledge. So when I came to that, and I took the two combinations of those two, and I added them together, one is 25 and one is 26. When I put that together, I get 51, which is the same number that my name comes up as 33, 7, and 11. Now, when I looked at that, I was like, okay, well, that's not coincidence. That's more of a synchronicity. So when I look at that, and I'm like, okay, so I'm like, well, there's that. So then I start looking at the charts, and I start looking at how the Mayan calendar that Mr. Takpan showed me. I start looking at these things. So, and then I start looking at the Yeshua, and I start seeing the calibrations of 3, 6, and 9 being the incarnation factor. That's what that says to me. That says that is how everything comes. You have 3 parts of yourself, which is the mind, body, and spirit. So if you have that and you put those 3 together, then you become the 6, which is the giving of the love, and then becomes the 9, becomes the creation of what we are, the 666. And through all those numbers, you get these numbers. So when you get that, because you get the 9, you put 9 and 3 together, you get the 12. You put the 6 and 3 together, you get the you get the 9. When you put 9 and 6 together, you get what? Right there, you go. So
yeah,
so when you start,
I get all that, bro. But see, what helps is knowing like
it's all
there's alternate stories of Thoth, and one of them is that he was like man's best friend, and at the last minute he like did a switcheroo and like kind of deceived everybody because he was bought out, kind of thing. So like I'm not putting a lot of validity into that, but that is part of stories that people have told about him. So when I think of that, I have to look at I have to apply that to the numbers, and that's all I'm saying.
So I have a question for Mr. Lin.
Yeah.
Just you were talking about, you were trying to figure out between cardinal, and I don't remember what it was, the whole piece, because it's like 20 minutes ago, and I don't know if you said
mutables.
So there's fixed, and so I get those because they're fixed. So the archetypes that go with those characters, like the archetypes are fixed. The mutable, those are many different archetypes. And so the cardinal, I'm trying to like put it in a context of how that plays.
Which are the 4 cardinals you want to look at? Because I'm going over and I've been working on a little algorithm because of what you said.
Cynthia will have to tell you that. Well,
so are you talking about Leo, Taurus, Scorpio, Aquarius?
Yeah, that's the fixed, and then the mutable. I always know that Virgo. So the four that are in alignment to make an X, starting with Virgo, would be the mutable, and then the leftovers are the cardinal. And then there's specific symbol crosses. There's the fixed cross, the mutable cross, and the cardinal cross. And so they all apply to archetypes, which is the stories in the books we like to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pertaining to your body as well.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Well, that's what I mean when I say archetypes, because they're not real. Like Enki, Enlil, not real. Cain and Abel, not real. Like all the characters, like the woman at the well, not real. That was an archetype within. It's all about you. It's all about us.
Yeah, you're every character. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so I'm not convinced that they actually existed, but I'm open to it too. But see, it helps me from a going within perspective. And then, like, you listen to these other channels, and it's literal. This literally, this, how could this literally happen? It like contradicts itself, literal. And I'm like, it drives me fucking crazy. So I'm really trying to change my language and my vocabulary because it's helping me alchemize and dial in my frequency. And so if I'm interacting with someone, I have a bad habit of like trying to get
Yeah, that's why I'm really into the numbers, because the numbers, they paint us a different picture. And that's why I like the zodiac, because it shows us, literally every story that's in the Bible can be told with the zodiac. I've literally done so many videos to show this, where your stories are taking place within the zodiac. And these are the stories that they would pass down orally to help paint a greater image of where we are at. So like right now we're in the age of Aquarius, which it is the begin end, right? And Pluto just moved into Aquarius. It's moving into this house to assist the planet in raising its vibration.
For how long?
I know.
Well, I don't know that math right off the top of my head, but it's going to be there for a while.
Well, how long does usually everything move into houses and out?
Well, each planet has a different rotational number. They have a different cycle.
Okay, let's look
at their numbers can be measured, and these you can visibly go outside and you can literally see them with your eyes. They're not something that is imaginary, because you can literally go outside and see these constellational stories with your eyes if you have the eyes to see it. Otherwise, you're just going to see some dots up there and wonder what they are. They're literally named, they're literally numbered, and they literally connect to tell a grand story that has been created for us here, so we can have an understanding about this place. Otherwise, you're going to be wandering around and just not knowing.
Okay.
But they're concerning the animals. And so Pluto is the puck. He's the pup. He's assisting Aquarius, and he's also assisting the ocean animals, because the ocean animals, they play a large role in the activation of the planet, and the ocean has been polluted. So there's a lot of cleanup that's going to have to happen on this planet, and that's where your Schumann resonancy comes into play. Because keep in mind, the Earth is also likened unto the Son of Man. There are crystal caverns under the oceans. Okay, and these oceans are made of salt water, and this planet is a giant energy. I mean, you can literally go outside and put your feet on the ground and feel the energy of the planet through your body. So it's not something I'm creating or making up the story. It's something that's very literal.
Right, so
and
that means
it's
we
activated in stages and ages, just like we are.
Remember how we was talking about the salt water? I take saltwater baths so that way I can get myself more in tune with what I need to understand. Something I just realized too is actually when you do the 360 times 60, you get 2150. That 2150 also is the number of years that each zodiac sign stays in that house. That's 2,150 years.
The moon, diameter of the moon. It's 1.5 times, and it's I think one of the platonic solids. It's 3 times. Remember, ABC, so it lasts 3 times the platonic solid, 720. That's how long it lasts. It's the same numeric value for the moon. But I just want to answer a question. Somebody asked about RH blood. The I and the S, the 9 and the 19, so birth between the two houses. those letters also reflect the 5 and the 1. The 5 and the 1, when they reflect those two numbers, okay, the 1 looks like an I, the 5 looks like the S. The reflection of those two create the RH. The numbers 5 and 1, what runs between 5 and 1 is 2, 3, and 4. When you multiply it and add it, it equals to 33. When you multiply and add 5 and 1, it equals to 11. It's the exact reflective of its vibration, of its extremities, as it is itself. 1 times 5, 1 plus 5, 6 and 5, 11. 2 times 3 times 4 is 24, plus 9 equals 33. They're 3 times their difference. Now, the stuff you were talking about before, right, is what it is Aries, these 4, right? You were talking about, so they now get numbers 7, 8, 7, 6. Okay, so there's a passageway going on with these over here. 7 and 6, they're connected together at the hips. You're talking about Taurus, 1, Aquarius. You're talking about Scorpio, 5 and 5. So now you have 5, 5, Sky Pass, 5, 5, 1. There's a vibration running between them. And now the Virgo. So I'm not finished it yet, but I just want to see how they all latch in together. Look, Pisces and Virgo connect together. Is that possible? Cynthia, Pisces and Virgo latching together?
Yeah, because the woman
yes,
could swim in the water.
Yeah, because Pisces is concerning the sperms.
Right. Is this the mutable or the non-mutable?
Pisces is mutable water, and then Virgo is mutable earth.
Right. These 4, each one of these 4 will pick up. This one over here is going to pick up the fire sign. This one over here is going to pick up the water sign. This one over here this one over here is going to pick up the air, and then this one is picking up the earth. Is that correct? So I did this because Lynn said something about the complications of understanding. So I'm not finished this yet, but I'm going to check out all the numbers and try to see why my mutable, you see the 4 of them come together, and then the 4 of them come together, and the 4 of them come together, each one telling a different story because of their numbers. And then when it comes,
when you say Pisces,
exactly,
and when you said Pisces and Virgo, I first thing that came to mind was mermaid, because water and woman. That's the only feminine sign that is. Virgo is the only feminine sign in the whole zodiac.
Yeah, and Virgo, she is Ram and Rem.
Right, fish and water. So you have, or fish and woman, you have mermaid.
What was Ram and what? Who rammed what?
Well, Virgo, she would be, because she's the maiden. Okay, and the mermaid, the mer is that's for the ram and the rim. Rim. REMRIMRAM.
Okay, so that
splits. Mary Magdalene. She's both of those.
There's a split.
She's opposite. Virgo is opposite of the Aries.
The mermaid.
The equinox.
We are born water of the woman. Mermaid. Yeah.
There's a split with this. There's a split. Can you just back up? I wanted. Yes, when you said the MER, in MER, there's a split.
She's the M&M, the peanut with the chocolate with the peanut inside.
So right away, the peanut again. A peanut is showing 4 sides. When you go with peanuts, the peanut, it doesn't matter if it's one peanut. We have to understand the whole peanut now. So the peanut has the offense and the defense, and then it has the passageway between the nut. So and peanut is number 77. Peanut goes with Christ. Peanut goes into the ocean. So how would that figure out?
Okay, so
elephants like peanuts.
What I would like to do as an exercise, we take a word.
Yes.
We take a word like peanut or bird or whatever, and look at that.
The shell contains the seed. The shell contains the seed. So that's the that's there it is. That's
okay. So let's look at it in straight gematria. Let's look at it in Chaldean gematria, and let's look at it in septenary gematria, and see what those values are, and then like try to divide it by 7 and see what those are. And then that's when you start dialing in like the message a little bit more. That's what been trying to say.
So the P automatically in Chaldean is by the 8th place, right? So
Let me
the P is also a representation of all the 7th gates in the regular cube. The P letter, it reflects the K in creation. The when you guys mentioned before A for Aether, one of the reasons I don't spell it that way is because we need to know that it's the divided house. The AA is going to tell me 2 divisions in the house.
right.
So
Understood.
I just look at it that way, and A and E is actually showing us our vibration within it.
Yeah, but see, when you're looking at a story, you have to look at the thesis and the antithesis. So I think it's valuable that you know that the different spellings are, have that result. But if you're going to write a story, you have to look at the thesis and the antithesis, and then that helps you
With
with
what
perspective. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I'm with you.
with what he said, that combines the story as like Cynthia was giving me when we were talking about the AA and the in the EA, when we was talking about that, the one has to divide itself in order to become the soul and keep a piece connected. So it has to divide. So you get the black and white dice. That's the 11, the 1 and the 1. So when you have the AA and you put them together, it's like putting the charts together. It's part of the PC. We're calibrating it. That's all. That's really literally all we're doing. The machine that I drew, we're literally just calibrating the machine. I mean, the machine's been shut down. We're trying to calibrate it.
That's what been getting at. That's why I want to look at that's why I want to look at it from all those different angles, because then it gives you another perspective, and then you relate it to the archetypes, and then you relate it to the fixed, mutable, and cardinal, and then it starts paint. It's like
Like the Van Gogh.
like dialing in your resolution on your picture. That's what I'm getting at.
Van Gogh. The Van Goghs.
Yeah,
It's
so
like, yeah.
like we could still be like, okay, so I've told people before, we are considered children, okay, and Earth is our playground. And a child is a very high ascended master because they are very loving. They have a different vibration before their alchemy of their chemistry of their body like really starts kicking in. And then it changes the brainwave state. Okay, and so as adults, when we're growing further into our light, our brainwave state changes again with our alchemy. That is our Christ oil harvest, or I don't know the other term that they use for this, but this alchemy, it raises our vibration in our brain, and it helps us increase our DNA activation. So, you still don't have to know all of this stuff. You could still just be a peaceful person of love who does not know how to read. They don't know anything about the zodiac. They could still be considered a king of the earth. But for those children who want to know more about the things that are here, we can literally, use these words and these numbers and, what we can see and what we have passed down from generation to generation. And we can utilize these things and create a grand image that does it helps our awareness increase, and it does help our algorithm increase as well, because we are creatures of habit. We use numbers every day. I mean, just look at your phone. There's so many numbers that are here to convey information to us. And I usually use my numbers a lot to try to figure out where I should go. And I call these angel numbers, mostly because I view them as communication pertaining to my algorithm, because there's certain numbers I really like. Like right now I'm seeing there's 13 people watching. That's one of my favorite numbers. That's why on my page I have myself as number 13, and also because it's for the moon. So, that's why I feel like the numbers are going to help us increase our awareness by, helping us all kind of come to a level playing ground.
Right. So with that said, because it's gonna be like another 10 minutes here. I just want to add on to that. I believe that when you say that, we have to find an absolute that's going to bring everybody together. which the math people, when they start to see the math that it's absolutely perfect, will begin to know that there is a creator, and it's not one creator. We all take that. We all breathe the same air. You know, it's so
Yeah, we're
everybody's going to
creators.
just stop. You know what I'm saying? They just have to know that all these numbers go back 25,000 years. So when I finish with this algorithm, the putting together, and when you take home what we're going to create here, what's going to be created here is the understanding on how the numbers and algorithms match the words, and then it'll get a little bit more intricate into the zodiac signs, and people will be able to just fill in whatever information. They're going to say, "Oh my God, I can't believe what it's telling me. There must be a creator," and we're just going to come all together, and we're just going to wake up individually, because it's all about the individual awakening.
Yeah,
Well,
and there's no rush. Nature shows us there's no need to rush. Everything is right on time.
That's what she
I
said.
feel like when I go into other lives besides this one, sometimes when it gets heavy, um, I mean, all four of us are in different places, and we're putting we are vibing. And if you get into a channel where you're not vibing, I find myself just playing and practicing with alchemy, and I'll take that heaviness and I'll do some breathing and some like meditation. And just by me doing that, and maybe I'm psychotic and I'm okay with that, but I feel like it affects the whole freaking room. And I feel like just being on this platform, us putting those frequencies out there, is putting it out into the aether, and we're alchemizing and we're doing our part, but it's just like one little piece at a time and sitting in it. But I feel like this is changing like everything, man. Algorithms big time. But it's the alchemy part. Like our frequency is the Trojan horse of this whole matrix.
Yeah, that's crazy. That just a combination of the AL just to come together. That's alphabet. Can we think of all the AL words? Like, where else can you go with that? I mean, that's the thing. If you can't figure out the cardinal signs, immutable signs, and all that, just keep repeating, looking at it. I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm just looking at it and seeing what it's. There's a story going on that we haven't seen yet, and one of the stories is 1, 2, 7, 3, 3, 4, 7, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3. So do you see the numbers they're using? 1, 3, and 7 pretty often. I'm just counting the first level. 1, 3, 4, 7, 1, 3, 4, 7. That's all I see. 1, 3, 4, 7. So what can you tell me about 1347? Sorry, there's a 2 over here.
Well, there's
1, 1, 2,
there's
3, 4,
addition,
7.
subtraction. There's addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and then all of the different gematrias. So, like, if you want to dial in the resolution, you can play with all those. You can like freaking live in that if you
Well,
want
you
to.
automatically have the aquarium over here. You already have pieces over here. We know this is a capstone. It takes
Yeah.
A, B, C, D. It takes these 4 here to create this Capricorn. Now work with the rest. Take out these 4 signs, put them in Capricorn. Then we're going to work with the rest. Now we need Capricorn, right? Is going to have to work with Libra. Capricorn has to work with Libra. Capricorn has to work with Sagittarius, and Capricorn has to work with Scorpio. The reason for this is in French, how they say it. They say 10-7, 10-8, 10-9. And automatically when you work with this, you must take Aries into account, Taurus, Gemini, and Cancer. But never all 4 at the same time. It's the associate.
If I could build a house out of bricks, what holds the bricks together?
Hopefully not my grandmother.
It's
the water and the earth.
Cement.
The water and the earth.
It's the glue and the cement, and I'm looking for the glue and the cement is what I'm trying to say.
Right, glue and cement. So then would you grab an earth sign and a water sign to do that?
Well, I mean, you could if you're building an Adobe home.
I know.
Well, the thing about it is, with what you said, you also have the air sign to dry it. So like it
Exactly.
all comes together in an alchem, and it's an alchemist. It's literally
Which
alchemy.
So
will
you need
cause
the
the
You have to
heat,
have
so you
fire
need
to
the
bake it.
fire.
You need the fire to
right.
bake it.
You have to have the fire to make the brick.
Exactly.
It all
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been trying to say. Yes, exactly.
it comes full circle. It's the Fibonacci sequence. First, you
Yeah.
pull it from the earth, then you mix it with the water, then you put it in the fire, then the air uh, boosts the fire, then you bring it out of the fire, then you make the mortar, then you have it all comes full circle. It's all full 100% Fibonacci,
Yes.
and that's the thing, and
Yeah.
that's the thing. That's the key to the number eight. That's why I say eight is one of the biggest keys because eight is if you like we were talking in the comments. Sometimes eight has to lay down. When eight lays down to sleep, it becomes infinity.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and it's the
Yes,
story of the two
that's
serpents, Inda and
right.
Pingala, and that's you, and that's the story of the sine waves up. One sine wave goes up, and then one sine wave goes down, and that's what creates the analemma that we see the sun traveling. The moon also travels and makes a spiral, just like the sun.
Yep.
That's the
So,
story
And
of the
that's why
analemma, and that's the ladder for Abba. That's the Walla, and then we are the flame feathered serpent who descends upon the ladder because we're the original ETs who accessed a portal body. Okay, we shed our skin and we flame feather serpent it right back up the ladder.
and let's look at that too though. The eight also looks like what? Sunglasses. What's most people looking through? They're looking through a shaded vision, sunglasses.
Yeah, but see,
They
a
don't
G
understand.
is equals 7, but if you flip it, it could be an A or it could be a 9, and so it's looking at that from different perspectives.
And also, when you look at the number 2150, 2150 is also 4K vision. If you go and buy a 4K DVD, you get higher resolution. So if you take your sunglasses off, guess what? You get a higher resolution.
What was
Bullseye.
What was 4K vision? 20.
2150 is also 4K vision as far as pixels are concerned.
512 memory.
Yeah, but see, it's a 411 if you go straight gematria.
512 memory.
So can I say something forbidden? You said eight has
Yes,
to
sir.
go to sleep.
Yep.
Okay, so this is what happens with eight. Eight is the backboard where all the sixes connect. When you're awake, when you're asleep, all your sixes will connect. You're right. Eight does sort of go to sleep because it's the backboard and everything else connects up to the eight. But you never connect
And
all
then the
eight because that'll just
and
circuit
then the
it.
right. And then the one goes into the eight, which creates the nine. The one in the eight, the 18, 666 is 18. That creates that gives the one in the eight that puts the soul into the essence of the infinity.
Unless it's a block, because there's a two cube that creates an eight within itself. There's a face eight and there's a block eight, right? Because there's the face eight.
Yeah.
The face eight is right here, which means you're going to have six of them.
Right.
I'm
I
just
see that.
showing you and the block eight is going to be where I'm just going to have these four blocks. Well, then you're going to have a lot more eights, but I'm just trying to show you what's showing up is that when I go two
Let me-
cubed, I'm going to have four here. It's going to look how thick it is. See, there's two rows here. So I have eight blocks.
Right.
So I don't know if we can look at it that way. Another thing I was looking at that's really funny is that when you have a face, although there's nine, in all actuality, it's four corners. But we don't even have to count it. It's just one center to everything around it. So we can just put one big circle and call it one area space.
So do you guys know,
I-
have you guys ever like tried to dial in like back in the day when we all used radios? And did you ever notice like at nighttime, like a channel would like you couldn't get during the day comes in at night? Do you know why?
Well, obviously interference.
No, it's because I studied telecommunications in the Navy, and I had to, use this for, HF, UHF, all that. So there's three layers in the atmosphere, the ionosphere, and we just referred to them as the X, Y, and Z layer. X being closest to us, the Y and the Z. And at night, the X and the Y layer become one, So you still have the Z layer, which is up higher than that, but the X and the Y layer are used for communication. And when you want to encrypt communication, you run it through the black box. And then when you're the receiver of the information and you want to decrypt the information, you run it through a red box. And so those are principles of communication because that's the way the world works. And so
Now keep in mind what you said. When the 8, which is what I said I consider the body, when the 8 lays down to go to sleep, and you say astral project, right? So most people astral project when they're asleep. That's when the 1 can leave and the 8 stays, because the 8 stays infinite. Now some of us can have learned how to do this while conscious. So why we do this while conscious, this is what we do with the numbers. Like we're here, but we're not here. That's why we forget about the comments. That's why we forget about other things. I mean, we're literally sitting in the Akashic library at a table, talking and discussing because I feel like I'm in a physical form when I discuss this with Cynthia and Mr. Takpan. Like I feel like I'm there with them, and we're at a board meeting and we're passing papers back and forth, and he's writing stuff on my paper and she's writing stuff on my paper, and then I get it back and I add some stuff, and it's just a constant cycle of paper. So when we come into this, we start realizing that we are communicating on a different level, but we're trying to figure out, we have a whole story. Like no matter how I do my math, no matter how Mr. Takpan does his math, and no matter how Cynthia does her math with astrology, when we come together, the story says the same thing every time.
Yeah, well, what you just said is that we're trying to figure out how to be multidimensional, because in the 5D, what there's a truth there, and in the 3D there's a truth there, and so that's why things sound contradictory, and people are like, well, literal people, they want an answer, and they're like, well, which one is it? And it's like, well, it depends on which dimension that you're talking about. So a 7 in the 3 dimension has a value, and in the 5th dimension you have to go through a recalibration reset, and so that same 7 has a different frequency there. And so that's what, like I saw Cynthia go into a 3D room today talking 5D, and their heads were spinning, and I was like sitting there going, damn, she should change her name.
I was the devil.
She should change her name from Cynthia to The Exorcist. I mean, seriously, man. She was performing an exorcism on these guys.
Well, because listen, when I go into a room, and this is ending 8 o'clock, I'm done for now. When I go into a room, and I mean, I know when Cynthia goes, and we all go in with a different, speech. I like to start only with the numbers, something everybody can follow. The minute we start getting into the zodiac sign, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, the only reason I can follow is because I know where they're located. But if I lost where they were located, or I didn't know their numeric value, I wouldn't be able to put together the story. So that's why when we walk into a room, everybody is 2 years old.
Yeah, but see, some of the zodiac signs, if you're talking about the age of Aries or Taurus, the number 7 had a different frequency in those ages. And so we get it's like you get a new heaven and a new earth. Okay. And so you're going to have which means that you're going to have a different astrological layout, because the pole star does shift from one constellation to another. It happens really slowly, so we don't see it. And then you're going to have new frequencies on Earth, which is the new Earth. So when you're talking about so if I look at the old bull, and you guys know what I'm talking about, those old bulls are from the age of Aries and Taurus. And so if I'm looking at that there, I mean, all I have is the numbers, yes, but then I have the perspective of, okay, how does that affect the story? And so I don't really know, but I'm still trying to see it from that perspective, is what I'm trying to say.
Listen, I'm going to be ending this in a second, so I'm going to leave it on this note. Everything is Trinity and blocks, meaning it's all about threes and fours, threes and fours, threes and fours. That's the core of everything. Well, actually, I should say 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, what do you think about that? Because I already know it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. I know 1 is between 3, okay, which is between 5. I know 4 keeps the block center, which is like a window. 1 area can move around in the 4, right? And that would be a baseball, 3 strikes, 4 balls. The fourth batter coming up will either start the next inning or a chance for a grand slam. The third and fourth house travel each other. Everything in this world seems to be running off this cube. So let's keep the same thing. When you're talking about your mutables, there's going to be 4 zodiac signs. When you're talking about your fire, earth, wind, and water, you're going to have 4 of those. And you're going to have 3 groups of 4 and 4 groups of 3. So everything keeps coming back to the same thing. The basis of the weekday, we have the 6 days and then the 1 day Shabbos, and then we have the 5 work days. But the real truth of it is it's 3, 1, 3 days to get to the Wednesday. So you go 3 days, you get to the Wednesday. You go 3 days, you get to the Saturday. Then you go 3 days and 1 day. That's the true cycle that the numbers we should be running. The numeric value for the moon is the same thing, the same running. We run 3 years to a leap year and then 1 year. So it's always the same thing over and over and over. When we bring ourselves down to the 4th dimension of this block, this is the way it runs. 3
I get it,
levels.
but they also, as they move in the heavens, they're in a spiral. So if you take something and you put it closer to the sun, the way they interact in the planets is going to change the frequency, and when they go further apart, it's going to change the frequency. You know, it's like if I'm walking around in the forest and I see the same tree twice, I know I'm walking around in circles. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Right. So yes, no matter what, we're living in a utopia that they're trying to give us the illusion that things are changing.
Yes.
So because I mean, the whole project here that I see right now is how to make everything perfect. And the only separation I ever get when working with 4 is either I'm going to be missing 1 moon or I'm going to miss 2 moons. All my divisions of 1, 2, 3, 4 will never miss more than 3 anywhere. And then whatever I miss is telling me about the moon or the sun. I'm missing 1 moon, I'm missing 2 moons, or I'm missing all 3 moons. And if I want to look at that, I'm going to go to basketball. If I want to understand 120, I'm going to go into hockey, and all the action is in the center of the period. So I'll go into sports and I'll go into games in order to look, because I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess what something means. I want it to be concrete utopia that after we get enough of the work together, we can start saying, oh, there's no doubt that this piece fits right here. That's why I like the mind.
Have you ever tried taking a dog for a walk that's been tied to a leash its whole life?
That's like this right here.
You know what it
That's
does? You know what it does? You take a dog that's been on a chain, the same chain, for 4 or 5 years. You know what that dog does when you take it for a walk? It walks in circles. That's what I'm trying to say. So
Yeah,
are we a dog on the leash? And I'm trying to. That's another piece of the puzzle. That's all I'm trying to say.
like sometimes the drawings that I do as we talk, like it tells a silly. It's like I got a little silly picture here right now that tells a story. It's kind of like here, I'll show you. Like, look. Let me see if I can get my camera to pull up.
Yeah, Jillian, she's in the comments. She had a good perspective. I feel like I really enjoyed what she
got his glasses on. He's got his.
So I'm going to leave you guys finish this off because I have to go, but I'm going to leave it up here. All right. So
Ant-Man.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, he's got his little.
Yeah, I'm leaving it up.
He's got his little glass
off by itself because I like it. I mean, once I saw this drawing, he's got to stay up here. You guys got to finish it off. I got a few things I have to do. So And I'm really happy. I was really happy with this session because I'm just really, really excited that I was able to make some coloring stuff. I just lost it. Where is that piece? I
I mean,
love
think
this
about.
piece you got me to do. Hold on a
That's
I mean,
second.
think.
handwriting.
It's like music notes. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yes,
Yeah.
his
okay.
little
So
headphones.
now that you're at the music
Yeah,
notes, okay, the one that goes up,
right.
okay, looks like an and sign. It's part of the DNA. The one that goes down is to the left, and that'll be for the dog. Talking about musical notes. Do you know what I'm talking
Right.
about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aren't they clefs or
Yes,
something
well, the
like that?
clef, it's the same thing. When you're talking about number four, right? The movement of number four here. Remember, the
Right.
calculator and the phone are different. Well, your teeth up here are the two. The teeth down here are the four. So when you're moving up and down on angles, right? If you have the letter Z, you're doing this. If you have the letter N, you're
Oh.
doing this. You're going by two, by three, by one. The H is by one. You follow what I'm saying? How everything moves?
Yep.
So and the last thing I'm going to show on this is over here. So I'm trying. You see your mutable and non-mutable signs. These are two different designs I made from them.
Mm-hmm.
This one here is backwards and forwards, so you can see how there was a. You see these two areas here. Your 8. This is what happens when we brought your mutable, non-mutable together. And then the other colors have to do with the fire, earth. I'm going to make it nicer tomorrow. This one here is just flipping it back and forth. Usually the one that follows the algorithm will be this one here, where it becomes 713, 713, and then 788. And then all these, what these are, these numbers are the numbers for the zodiac sign. I could have put the zodiac sign, right? And everything to do with the zodiac sign is talking about creation. It's all about creation, those the constellations. 71358. I'm talking about the first letters. C for Capricorn, A for Aquarius, P for Pisces. Right away in its loan, it says Cap. Capricorn, Aries, Pisces says Cap. So when I said we need to use Aries and the first zodiac signs, I could be wrong. It could be taking the 12th, the 11th, and the 10th sign is 33 and creating that as your Capricorn. Right? We can do it that way. The three signs of 10, 11, and 12 equals to 33. Maybe that's what your rotation is all about. Something to think about.
Well, speaking of rotation, you have a northern hemisphere perspective and you have a southern hemisphere perspective. So, anyways, hey man, I know you need to get off here.
Well, I'm
And
leaving it on. If you guys want to talk around, I'm just going to leave it on, or just I'll shut it off. We'll leave it for next time because it's only
yeah,
going to last 5
yeah, why don't you
minutes.
do that?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Tackpan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Goodbye,
Have a
you
good night.
guys.
If anybody's got
Bye.
any questions, you have my inbox. I answer everybody. Right? I got an email also, so if you ask me for my email, I give it out. I'm not scared. There's no time to be scared anymore. It's all over. The game's over. The more we know, that we don't have to worry about anything. No more worries. No worries. Just know the algorithms are real and that there's something out there. And then we're waking up and let's gain every day you breathe. Okay, keep that energy for positive. If somebody does something wrong, just go your own way. Forget about it. You know, when you have to stand up, stand up. Otherwise, just keep walking.
And I sent this to you in your email.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to be working on that. I got a ton of stuff. Tons.
You're very welcome.